Welcome and good morning to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, beautiful Jennings, Oklahoma, for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This is, I don't know which rounds we're at this point, but I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O'Gorman is here with us, and we've got Saturday morning qualifying. Spec Racer Ford is in the house, and so is Tom O. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Brian. Happy to be back with you here. And we're joining a short qualifying session with a ton of Spec Racer Ford 3s in it. This is going to be a lot of fun. I love Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. It was a bit of a sleeper for me. I hadn't been there until maybe 5 years ago. And I've been doing this for closer to 15 to 20 years. But the first time I went, it was, oh man, this is such a fun little, very classic road course. It feels like you're, back in the 80s or 90s is where it puts me. And I just love lapping this place.
Yeah, this is the type of racetrack that the Sports Car Club of America was basically built its foundation upon. In the middle of the country, it is hilly and bumpy, and it's got character, both the people and the racetrack. They play the chicken song in the morning at 7 a.m., which you've never heard. You've got to come here for. I actually showed up early today just to hear the wake-up call. I won't do that again tomorrow because it's 7 a.m. But yeah, we're qualifying here for our Super Tour races this morning. Our first session is Spec Racer Ford, and it's a short track, Tom. So our lap times early on are going to be somewhere here in the 130s, and that's going to give us a little bit to talk about.
Yep, track record for this class is actually right at a 120.8. No idea if we're going to be able to get close to that, but something of note for this weekend is some new pavement that they put down. Actually, more like sealer. When I was there a couple weeks ago, they described it as to protect the track from degrading in certain sections. But if you notice the dark sections of pavement that are kind of sporadic, but mostly on the racing line, it's so grippy, Brian. It's so grippy. And maybe first thing out, first couple laps, it doesn't feel so great. But then once you get things settled in, it gets a little bit of rubber on it. It really is very grippy. You might see drivers even adjusting their lines slightly to try to hit it more often. But I do think we're probably in track record territory this weekend, just from my experience a couple weeks back.
Yeah, and you can see some of that sealer doesn't get all the way down to the apex. So that might be why they would adjust the lines to maybe change the apex just a tiny bit to keep all four on the sealer. But there you can see it right there as they come through turn 8 and 9 here. It's going to be weather could be a thing today, Tom. We've got some rain in the forecast, and then hopefully it looks like tomorrow might be a little bit better. Last of the system should get through overnight tonight, so we might be a little damp today. And there you go, as you said, in the 120 area. The Tyler Stevens has popped our first fast lap here on lap number 2 with a 121.821. Tyler Stevens is one of those Hallett boys here. They've got a great contingent of Spec Racer Fords that race out of this area, and that's a pretty good time. But I think, as you said, this is probably going to get a little bit better before we're done.
Yep, and still trying to find space on the racetrack as well. 33 cars entered in this race group. And it looks like basically, yes, all of them have turned at least a outlap at this point. But this track is a little bit different from a lot of the circuits that we see on the Super Tour schedule. There's not a lot of long straightaways. There's not a lot of drafting involved with classes like Spec Racer Ford, like Spec Miata, even B-Spec, where drafting tends to be the storyline. This is more of a driver's track, I'd say, where you can, if you're just a little bit quicker, you can actually pull away from people. So as you mentioned, some of the locals especially, who have already been on the surface on the new track this season, could be at a pretty big advantage.
Yeah, I spoke with a driver last night who is first time here, and the first thing he said is, my gosh, this is a technical track.
Yeah. Taking a look at the final corner that brings us onto a new lap. This is turn 10. There's only 10 corners here. And the other thing about this track is it's hard to say it has a lot of elevation changes when tracks like Road Atlanta or Laguna Seca or even Watkins Glen exist, but it does have a ton of texture to it. It's maybe 50 feet of elevation change total, but you're going up and down, as you mentioned, with the bumps. Yep. There is a car off there at turn 1 with a pretty big impact at the tire wall on driver's right. So I'd expect to see this session go yellow or even black flag shortly. See the car bodywork off it as well. Too.
Yeah, that looks like a big off. I can see tires askew in that area, and it looks like the front of the car, the front bodywork is not there as well. So keeping an eye on what the situation is with that. 15 minutes left in our 20-minute qualifying session. So the way the day's set up here on our Saturday sessions, we've got a set of 20-minute qualifying sessions this morning. Then we'll take a short lunch break, and then we will come back for our 7 races all this afternoon. That's what we're going to do today. And looking at the schedule for tomorrow, it looks remarkably similar, except there'll be 1 race before lunch tomorrow. Peyton Long now up on top of the leaderboard with a purple lap of 121.214. Long, Stevens, those guys are teammates, so my guess is they're hooked up here somewhere, and they're working with each other to get those 2 fast laps there.
Yeah, if we had to pick favorites for this weekend, we typically don't, but it's tough to bet against Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens, especially here at their home track, but we do have a whole bunch of contenders. This is really one of the smaller Spec Racer Ford fields that we've seen so far in the Super Tour schedule. We had huge fields at Buttonwillow, at Road Atlanta, at VIR, and now here 4th round at Hallett. In the center of the country, out in Oklahoma. I guess it's out in Oklahoma to me because I'm sitting in Ohio, but in the middle of the country is maybe a good opportunity to take a little breather for some of the other heavy hitters. But it's also going to open the door for someone that we maybe don't see constantly at the top of the leaderboards in Spec Racer Ford 3, like Gary Glanger, like Grant Heinig, like Russell Oakes. These are all new names we haven't seen in the top 5 to 10 of a Super Tour round this season yet. So it's good to see a little bit of churn there. Pretty big gaps at the top, though, Brian. 1 second across the top 4.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know if they're bringing their tires up to temperature here or what the situation is. Not very hot today, but the humidity was 100% humidity. This California guy walking out of the hotel this morning was like, "Oh, it's thick." So that's going to play into this just a little bit as well. Currently here at Hallett at 61 degrees. We're going to get up to about 77 today, so not too hot. But that humidity is just right up there, and that'll be not a fun situation to get out of the race car after driving in this kind of weather.
That's a decent amount of time to spend in what we call sprint races, but they do have some distance to them. Today we'll have a 22-lap or 25-minute race, and then tomorrow we'll have a 35-minute race with a 27-lap maximum. So, 30 minutes plus in one of these cars at a physical racetrack like this is a decent amount. Even if it's only in the 70s, you're going to need to be hydrated and ready to go. We have a new pole sitter provisionally right now as well at the top of the board. Gary Glanger is right at the track record, that 120.8. We are flirting with it already, and just with that, Peyton Long improves to nearly a tie, 9 thousandths of a second back behind the number 11. Tyler Stevens still sits 3rd.
This is one of those situations, Tom, with the new sealant down there. That may actually not be as much of an advantage for the locals as it is for the new people who've never been here and don't know any different. So if you're local and you're used to the track for years one way, and now you might have to drive it a little bit different, that sometimes is hard to wrap your brain around as well. So maybe a little bit of an equalizer today from the folks who come here all the time and the folks who might be here just once in a while.
That's a very good point. There's some muscle memory built in when you know the track like the back of your hand if you're local. And if you just start to rely on the muscle memory and somebody else finds a little nook or cranny or bump that makes the car a little bit faster, a little bit of pavement that's laid down that you don't typically try to hit, they find it first. You got to respond to that. At the top, we are getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Tyler Stevens now back to the top of the board, a 120.3. That's nearly a little over half second under the track record from a race session. And Peyton Long back into the 2nd position, up onto the front row. Gary Glanger in 3rd. Grant Heinig 4th, Russell Oakes. Those drivers still not really changing the top 5. Nick Heinig, Jimmy Coate Jr., Carter Coate, Stefan Schluter, Carl Hayward rounding out your top 10 out of 33 so far.
Stefan Schluter, one of my favorite names here this weekend. It just rolls off the tongue perfectly. It's got that Danish sound to it. Coming up on 10 minutes to go here. Let's do this, Tom. Let's take our break, and when we come back, we'll get the rest of our qualifying session here, and we'll get ready to see if we can get this under a 120 here We'll see if that can happen. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Hallett. We'll be right back.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, and Tyler Stevens, Tom, I said, are we going to get into the 120s or 119s, and he just is inching himself closer and closer lap by lap. When we started talking after the break, it was at a 120.1, and then his next lap, a 120.076. So I think we're going to get there, Tom.
Is so close. He's 0.3 up on his teammate Peyton Long. Gary Glanger continues to run in the third spot. Grant Heinig in fourth, and Carter Coate during the break, a big improvement up to fifth. Will be good for the third row. As I say that, Russell Oakes jumps back up into that fifth position. But it looks like Stevens and Long, a bit of the class of the field at this point. And the cars are still getting quicker and quicker. There's a lot of green on the timing screens, a lot of personal bests coming in, and personal improvements all throughout the field. Someone else who just jumped up in a big way, Scott Monroe, was in 10th for a split second, but has already slipped all the way back to 13th with his own personal best improvement. But
yeah,
the
Scott
beautiful
Monroe
thing about... Go ahead, Brian.
I would say Scott Monroe is someone we should keep an eye on. He ran up front here last year towards the top of the field, also at New Orleans last year as well. So don't be surprised if he is running in the top 5 most of the weekend here.
Sure thing. And the nice part about a shorter racetrack like this is you just get a lot of laps. We're already working lap number 10 of this session, and we still have 6 minutes to go. And with the cars getting quicker and quicker, maybe getting some rubber down on the sealer, just getting temps up on the track after this first session. Obviously it sat overnight. Dusty green is what we like to call it.
Yes.
Getting quicker. Scott Monroe, we mentioned him, just back up into the top 10, up into 8th in the 00. But still sitting in the 122 range. So actually looking about 2 seconds off the front row.
I usually run through the top 10 a couple of times during qualifying, Tom, but it's changing so fast.
Yeah.
I can't even get through the top 10 before it changes, before I'm done with the top 10. So lots of cars starting to figure it out this morning. I can tell you that our lead car right now in a 120.076, our 10th place car is at a 122.2. So that's your gap, about to second and a half to 2 seconds between first and 10th right now, as everyone's still kind of feeling their way through this new, bits and pieces of new track surface here.
think right now we're watching Peyton Long in the white and orange car up onto the front straightaway just behind the 74 of Sal Weber, an improvement last time through into 9th. So that 74 car into the top 10, and then I think it's the 24 just behind. A big improvement here for Stefan Schluter up into 5th position. It'll be good for the 3rd row come race time if it stands, but we're still looking at 4.5 minutes in this session by my rough math, which is always dangerous. That's maybe 3 more laps. And there it is, Tyler Stevens, 1:19.8. He's improved the track record pace from the past by a full second this morning, Brian.
Wow.
Holy cow.
That's big. That is big. And, they're going to get out of the car afterwards and high-five each other because, that was the number they were looking for when they circled today on the calendar. And he's actually, that's 0.2 under a 120. So, and with a couple laps to go, he might even get a little bit better here. So, the Stevens and Long really came into their own at the start of last year. They've been on the radar for a year or two. Young gentlemen and really good guys as well. But yeah, last year at New Orleans is when they really started to shine. Put on a show at New Orleans, and basically from that moment forward last year, Tom, they were always one of the cars to beat. Oh, yeah, there you go. Got a car off in the distance there. Cannot see a car number from my vantage point.
Such a tricky section of racetrack. That's what we call the good, the bad, and the tolly is one name for it. The other name for it is the bitch. Depends on which one you want to go for. But it's an overcrest braking zone into a downhill entry from turns 8 to turn 9, and if you get it just an inch wrong, it's easy to go for a big long ride. That car looks like it's undamaged. It was actually going to stay on the racetrack and try to get back up to momentum. It was the 86 machine, who is outside the top 20. Just kind of scrolling down. Not seeing it.
I have a flag radio, but apparently I'm on the wrong channel, so I'm going to figure out where the flag net is here. Yeah, some of our tracks are on landline, so the communications from the flag stations to the tower are all on a landline, which I can't put it in my system here. When they're on radios, I'm always excited because I can usually listen to them, so, and that helps get us some info.
For the first time since I've glanced over all session, there's really not a lot of green sectors happening out on the racetrack.
Yeah.
It looks like things just finally kind of settled into what the peak pace might be for a lot of these race cars. Grant Heinig improved, kind of run through that top 10 that you mentioned a little bit closer now, improved for Heinig into 3rd position. Jimmy Coate Jr., also a big improver a lap ago, up to 7th.
Oh, spinner right there. Just at the exit of turn 9, able to stay off the wall. That was absolutely a character building moment, and he's going to go back into the pits and check his stuff and make sure it's okay. And at this point in the session, with a minute and a half to go, he's probably done for the day, or at least for the morning.
For the morning, yeah. Oh, that was a long ride. Really good to keep it pointed the right direction on the racetrack as he spun.
You play for us. Like that was car number 20, which would have been I don't see a 20 actually on our
Jimmy Coate
list.
Jr. The car I was just mentioning, up to who had been up to 7th.
There you go.
Somehow commentators cursed him, even in qualifying.
I don't believe in that, Tom.
Ooh, another big ride for the 44. This is going to be a common thing this weekend with that downhill off-camber exit through turn 1. That was Paul Miranda going for a long but fairly harmless ride, I think, through the mud. Just coming back on there.
There you go. One thing to be aware of this weekend, they've had a lot of rain here, and you can see tracks there getting cars. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you want to make sure that you keep your momentum up if you can, because getting out of this wet, muddy grass is going to be difficult, both for the cars by themselves and if you have to go after it with a course truck. I know somebody who may have gotten close to stuck with a golf cart a couple times this weekend off track here, and it's just that muddy.
It's true, and it's also very similar to maybe VIR, where when you go off the racetrack, you tend to go on for quite a bit. A lot of it is downhill. A lot of it is difficult to get back to the circuit. So even more incentive to stay on the racetrack, other than the obvious. Checkered flag finally flies here in a very typically these 20-minute sessions feel pretty short, Brian, but with 14 laps total complete by the most of any driver, a handful of cars completing 14 laps. I felt like it went on for quite a bit. Drivers had a ton of opportunity to get a lap in, even with cars off and some local yellows here and there.
All right, our checkered flag is out. Let's give everybody a few seconds here to get that last lap in. I don't think we'll get any faster times here. These cars are, the tires really, the first 3 or 4 laps, they improve lap to lap to lap, and then they stabilize and they stay in a steady state for quite a long time, which is kind of what you want in a race tire. So usually the fast laps are going to come in the first, half a dozen laps or so in a session, but we'll give folks a chance to come across the line here, and then we'll run through the top 10 here. I see the names in the top 10 are names that I kind of expect from years past here. Tyler Stevens right now, your provisional pole sitter with a 119.723, followed by Peyton Long. Those are the only 2 cars in the 119s. Long also was able to clock a lap at 119.968. Then 3rd through 5th, you've got Grant Heinig, Gary Glanger, and Carter Coate, followed by Stefan Schluter, Russell Oakes, David Henry, Jimmy Coate Jr., and Nick Heinig. That's your top 10. And from first place at 119.7 to 10th place at a 121.7. So 1 second spanning first to 10th place here. So a 33 car field should take the green, or 34 car field should take the green flag this afternoon. This race scheduled to start at around 12:20 Central Time today. Up next, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a minute. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here from Hallett.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
My name's Pat Prevenus. Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
So my name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years. I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing. Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot. There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since. This is the best seat in the house.
So what is the Tire-Rack SCCA Time Attack Challenge? It's Time Attack at its best. It's fast, it's fun, it puts you in the driver's seat at some of the best racetracks across the country. So you might be wondering, can I do Time Attack? Short answer, absolutely. On any given weekend, you'll find everything from a novice driver in their street car to a seasoned racing professional in a mean machine like one of these, both out here to have an amazing time chasing their fastest lap. Now I know what you're saying. John, my car's not ready for this. I don't have a Time Attack car. Well, the beautiful thing is, you do. We have classes such as Sport, where it takes hand tools to bolt on some minor modifications, to Tuner, where you get to do some adjustability with coilovers and add a little bit of power. Then Max, you take that, add wings, more power for pure awesomeness, and then you get to Unlimited, which is, well, unlimited. So what's a Time Attack Challenge weekend look like? Well, that's up to you. Whether you're here to get a new personal best, maybe get on the podium, or maybe your goal is that new lap record. Either way, you're going to get 2 days on track where you can chase your fastest lap. And then we're going to take a fast lap from each day, put them together, and that's your result for the overall weekend.
It's a great event. It's a great track. It's our second year here. We will definitely be back next year. We're from Dallas. It's a long drive to get here, but it's worth it. This place is great.
Dude, the event's awesome. These guys are so nice. And then on top of that, like, everybody wants to help everybody. Everybody wants to see everybody improve, and it's just such a, like, the whole time you're here, you feel really good, you know. People are really nice, so I love it.
If you want to go the time trial route and put a clock on the car, everybody that's your competitor is also your best friend. You'll meet a new family here.
Sound like a good time to you? I know it sounds like a good time to me. So come join us. You'll find more information at timetrials.scca.com.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the SCCA Super Tour here. Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 6 on the racetrack right now. And this is our small bore open wheels. So these are Fords and Hondas in Fs, Volkswagen-based Formula V. And then this Formula 6 is mostly motorcycle motors, Tom.
Yeah, we're looking at two there in Formula 6, both with the motorcycle engines. Those will be the cars at the very back of the train. I saw both leaving the grid together. The biggest field in this run group, though, Formula V, a good little contingent of 9 cars, including a handful of really competitive drivers when we get to the national championships even. But running down that list, we have Ron Whitston, Steve Whitston, and Zach Whitston all with us here at Hallett. Then Mark Richardson, Philip Holcomb, Michael Nitz is here with us, as well as Rich Richardson, Stephen Hughes, and finally Hunter Phelps Barron rounding out that 9-car entry in Formula V. That's definitely going to be a great battle. And then 4 cars over on the Formula F side, as you mentioned, either powered by Ford or Honda, 1.6 liter roughly engines. Cliff Johnson, Jay Messenger, Dale Evans, and Andrew McDougall rounding out that field. 15 cars total in this run group. Should be plenty of space relative to the 35-car SRF group that we just saw. And these cars are really not a lot of car for this racetrack. Whoa, already one car going to send it off, though. A big moment for the Formula V down into turn 1. So I was just going to say there's tons of space on this racetrack for some of these smaller Formula cars. Apparently not enough.
The Whitstons, 3 of the 4 here this week. And Ron is dad, Steve and which is the other Whitston do we have here with us? Zachary, our brothers. There's another brother that's not here this weekend. Steve and Zachary, I believe both have won national championships in Formula V. And they will be up front most of the weekend here in that class. So they're always fun to watch. Little, besides the inter-class rivalry, there's an intra-family rivalry. You know, brothers never want to beat each other, right?
Right. Yeah, there's no competitive spirit between family at all. That's kind of the storyline of Formula V, isn't it? There's so many families that run 2, 3, 4, 5 cars under their own tents, and it's cool to see that a lot. As they're also, go ahead.
I would say it's family, actual families, as well as just the class is a big family as well. So, very, very cool group of folks. And depending on the part of the country, depending on the race, sometimes we have 5 or 6, sometimes we have 15 of them. Used to be a much more popular class. It's had a little rough time as far as numbers in the last couple of years, but a good group here this weekend, which is nice to see.
Well, and always a huge field at the championships, but running a car from essentially the 40s and 50s, there are so many people with specialized knowledge for the cars, but also willing to get people involved and kind of up to speed if you're looking at it as a newer thing. I think, when you get into SCCA club racing and you're looking at Spec Series or some of the most competitive classes, V might be a little bit slept on compared to Spec Miata, even SMX now, and Spec Racer Ford, some of those other classes with Spec in the name. Here in Formula V, it is not Spec. They are all slightly different cars. We have, actually, I'm going to read them because they're such good names. Mysterians, we have Lasers, we have Protoforms here, but for the most part, it's all very similar based on the Volkswagen Beetle.
It's as close to a Spec Series as you can kind of get without having a Spec Series, because the front suspension and the rear basically suspension are all right off of a Volkswagen Beetle, and there's no real variation that you can do there. The chassis and the aero, the bodywork is different, but all of the running gear is identical from car to car. And the only real difference on the running gear these days is we can now have disc brakes on these cars, which for years these were the old VW drum brakes. Most of the cars have switched to the disc brakes. All right, we're a couple laps in. Our lead fast car at the moment, Formula F, it's Dale Evans with a 126.486. Our fast car in Formula V right now just became Zach Whitston. He has dropped a 128.896. His brother Steve is right behind him with a 129.377. That's your top 2 in Formula V. And in Formula 6, it's Timothy Freist, who is fast car in Formula 6 right now with a 132.841.
Working lap number 3, and I'll tell you, Zach Woodston is wasting no time. The previous track record in Formula V listed in the supplemental regulations for this event was a 129.6. He's already in the 28s, 128.8 to be exact. So he's already going quick on lap 2, and he's got a whole lot of session left. To give you an idea for track record pace, maybe a target pace in Formula F, 118.4 is the listed track record, and in Formula 6, a 118.1. So the Fs and the 6s run very, very similar lap times in quite different ways, and then the Vs are going to be a little slower by design with all screaming 40 to 50 horsepower.
Got that waving yellow at start and finish. I don't quite see where the car is off. And from my standard here, I can't see start finish. They're still waving yellow, so there's something off in the distance there between start finish and turn 1 that's causing that. Of course, everyone should check up a little bit, so you would think that there won't be any fast laps here, but depending on how far off the track is.
Yeah, I saw that waving yellow at start finish as well, but I didn't see a standing one down at turn 1. Maybe you have a visual on it from where you're sitting. But
yeah, which makes me think it's somewhere between, and
yeah.
I don't have a good view out of my location right now, so.
There's a look at one of the Formula 6s. This
car
might
number
be
3 is off. That's Carl Mayer in his Formula 6. Just a flat. It looks like a mechanical problem, and he pulled off just past the start-finish line. So.
Good heads up. That's a good spot to get rescued really quickly. We took a quick look at the other Formula 6. It is it's still an open-wheel, open cockpit car, but it does have bodywork that wraps around the tires just a little bit closer. More like a maybe like you'd see at a kind of go-kart. There's a look at it. And again, bike motor, paddle shifted. Pretty trick little cars.
But don't call it a go-kart with suspension, because they will not be happy with it.
No, yes.
I did that once, and I will never do it again. Another great, voraciously proud community of race car drivers. These Formula 6 drivers just absolutely love their class, and they're really cool cars. They are not highly sprung, but they do have. It's really, and it's a builder's class too. A lot of modifications done by the teams. They play with aero a lot, which is pretty cool, and it's a fun class. But don't call them close to go-karts.
Battle is on in Formula V. There's a look at it on the left side of your screen. Hunter Phelps Barron now to the top of the class at a 127.2. It puts 0.3 of a second on Zach Woodston, who is nearly tied with Steve Woodston, both at a 127.5, a 0.51 for Zach, a 0.56 for Steve. And those are, again, the blue class cars on your timing and scoring tower on the left side of your screen. It's the best way to keep track of those specific in-class battles. And they do have quite a bit of a gap back to 4th place. Currently Mark Richardson, about 3 seconds back from that top 3. But as we suspected, with so many heavy hitters here in Formula V, the battle is certainly brewing.
Coming up on 10.5 minutes to go. Let's do this time. Let's take our break. And then when we come back, we'll get the rest of qualifying here. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 6. We're at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back live here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. 8 minutes to go in this session. Your top three in Formula F: Cliff Johnson, Andrew McDougall, Dale Evans. Your top three in Formula V are Hunter Phelps-Barron, Zach Wilson, and Steve Whitston. Timothy Freist is your fast car in Formula 6. That's how they stack up right now. With about 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go, Tom.
And they are flying in Formula V. Remember, the previous track record, 129.6. Hunter Phelps-Barron just came through 126.3. That's like 3 seconds or more faster than the previous track record. A little spin in the background. No harm, no foul for one of our Formula F drivers. But, I mean, they are just hauling the mail. And it's not just Hunter Phelps-Barron. Steve Whitston is right behind, 2/10 back, and Zach Whitston is 2/10 further back. All three of those drivers in the 26s, and they've put a chasm between themselves and the rest of the Formula V field. Timothy Freist, as you mentioned, also getting up into fourth overall in the session in his F6 car to 125.5. He's the only F6 car circulating after that mechanical Carl Meyer pulling off.
Yeah, this is a really great example. Those Formula Vs are so small and nimble that they can really take advantage of this new sealant. They can put the car anywhere on that racetrack and find a grip. They don't have to go to what the traditional Apex would be. And that's how they're seeking out all these great times. I mean, just 3 seconds to break a track record these days is pretty much unheard of. So definitely they're loving this sealant. You can actually see the lines they're taking right now. Not traditional at all, but they're finding pace.
All of them having to play around with that new sealer. We've already talked a little bit about it, but I think it's going to be a big storyline for the weekend because of how grippy it is. And
it kind of makes me wonder, Tom. So I see some of the corners where the sealant is like, a foot and a half off of the curbing. Why they wouldn't have just taken it right down to the curbing, but it's certainly making for some interesting talking points.
Yeah, it's kind of haphazard looking, but to my understanding from what they were talking about at the track when I was there a couple weeks back, is just, again, to kind of protect the surface more than anything, and it happens to be really grippy. It's not meant to be new pavement laid down.
Sure.
Kind of like, honestly, I haven't seen many racetracks take this approach. I remember my home track, Mid-Ohio, had pavement patches and sealer patches for years and years, but we've kind of seen newer pavements pop up, and different tracks have moved away from that. But I think it adds a whole lot of character. It's going to be really fun to see how it races as well. As when I was there, we were just lapping, and so far here in qualifying, also just lapping.
Right. Well, and it's always interesting to see how different tracks deal with their pavement, maintenance, because there's a schedule, and tracks put new pavement down with a plan to go for X number of years before they have to do it again. And if you need to make some repairs in the middle of that schedule, this is the way Hallett chose to do it. So 5 minutes to go, and no changes up front in anything that I'm seeing. The same 3 cars up at the front of Formula V. Zach Whitston is in second. Hunter Phelps-Barron still your Formula V pole sitter. Steve Whitston in third. Then you've got Rich Richardson, and Michael Nitz. That's your top 6 actually in Formula V.
That time through, Zach Widston improved by a couple of tenths of a second and now just missed out on the provisional pole by .04. That's the difference between pole and second place. Phelps Barron versus Widston. In Formula V, there's a good little pack of them coming down into turn number 9, and they've got a Formula F at the back trying to navigate a way around as those cars are something like 5 to 7 seconds a lap faster. Cliff Johnson is your current pole sitter, a 120.2. That's the fast lap of the session, and he just did it last time by on lap 11 of this session.
Saw one of the Formula Fs there having to kind of slow down on their lap because he came out of turn 9 there with a couple of slower Formula Vs right in front of him. He'll get past them here probably all as they go into turn 1, or maybe he's happy with his times now with 3 minutes to go. Has Formula F topped their track record? They just went purple with a 120.213. That's Cliff Johnson.
No, actually, they haven't. The previous published track record, a 118.4. So they're still looking about a second and a half off of that. Maybe some opportunities still as drivers finding pace. And it is, I think, easier to be the slower car in the session and find clean laps. Of course,
sure.
That maybe not as a huge deal with only 15 cars entered in this race group. But, you know, you just, if you're lapping 6 seconds a lap faster and you're coming across a Formula V every single lap, you've got to navigate them. It could be a little bit tougher. Maybe we'll see a better clean run for some of the Formula Fs in the race itself.
Yeah, it's 15, only 15, but this is such a tight and twisty track that it's still pretty busy out there with 15 cars.
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
You know, we saw it even with the 30 cars in Formula V, how there was usually no lack of action. So, got 3 minutes to go in this group, and then coming up, we've got a whole lot more qualifying for you this morning here at Hallett. Next up after this is going to be our Spec Miata Spec MX-5 group, so that's always fun and exciting to watch. Up at the top, we've got Johnson, McDougall, Evans in Formula F. Tim Priest and Carl Mayer was just did a one lap before he pulled in with some issues. Then we've got our Formula V field of Hunter Phelps Barron, Zach Widston, Steve Widston, Mark Richardson, Rich Richardson, Simon Hughes, Michael Nitz, Philip Holcomb, and Ron Widston. There's your Formula V running order right now with 2 minutes to go.
Watching this little pack of Formula Vs work the back half of the racetrack. I think that's Michael Nitz in the number 94 at the front of the train with the green accents on the car. And then I haven't picked up the numbers on my screen yet for the rest of them, but all kind of running in close quarters. I think this is a handful of the cars off the top 3. Still trying to find lap time. A couple of green sectors for a handful of them as well. So we're looking like we're still trending towards personal improvements for some of these Formula V drivers in the closing stages. I have to imagine the braking zone for this corner specifically just so challenging to get right because you're probably nearly flat out through turn 8, over the crest at turn 9 in a Formula V, and then you're coming into that downhill braking zone with a contact patch maybe the size of your palm, 4 of them, I guess, coming into that braking zone. It's probably pretty daunting.
Well, and there's a 3-second gap, approximately 2.5 to 3 second gap between 3rd and 4th place in Formula V. So definitely a couple of these drivers have figured it out, and a couple of them still maybe trying to drive the traditional line, and that may be the difference between that. Those top 3 drivers, Phelps, Barron, Widston, and Widston, that could be a law firm. As they come into the final 30 seconds of this session.
Well, the other thing about that, you make a good point with the Steeler. You know, something that I noticed when I was there is it's really loud, and a lot of drivers, especially when they're used to racing tires, these are proper competition slicks. They don't usually make a lot of noise on a racetrack, and if you get to a track that does make noise, it can be very bizarre. Partially because you're using your audio to kind of cue off of how fast is the car going, and if the tire starts to squeal, that is usually a bad sign in most cases. But if it's squealing around this track and it's going fast, there are drivers who are uncomfortable with that. They think maybe the squealing is a bad sign, or they don't want to push it into that zone because they typically don't have to. That could be one thing, but also just responding to what the extra grip has to give you. You're kind of used to what the G-forces feel like and the muscle memory in the car. This is about what the car has. And if you haven't pushed into that new realm of grip that the track can give you, or the new audio that the track might be giving you, those are some signals that typically these drivers wouldn't have to deal with, and it could be a bit off-putting.
Wait, my tires aren't supposed to squeal? That's
Well,
what I've been doing wrong all these years.
Yeah. Oh, look at this.
All right,
right at the last second, Brian, a new pole sitter in Formula V.
There you go. Absolutely. Zach Witston pops a 126.231, and that is going to take the pulse for this next race coming up by a little more than 1/10 of a second. What a great final lap here. Let's run through the order for our race. Your top 3 in Formula F are going to be Cliff Johnson, Andrew McDougall, and Dale Evans. Timothy Freest is going to be your pole sitter for Formula 6. And then you've got Zach Witston, Hunter Phelps-Barron, and Steve Witston. Phelps-Barron kind of in a Witston sandwich there. That's your pole and top 3 in Formula V, followed by Mark Richardson, Rich Richardson, Simon Hughes, Michael Nitz, Philip Holcomb, and then Ron Witston will be your last starter in Formula V. Carl Mayer, if he can get that car back together and whatever the problem was fixed, he'll be our last starter in Formula 6. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll have Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
All right, we are back here live at the Hallett Motor Racing Circuit in Jennings, Oklahoma, for those of you who like geography. We're about 25 minutes west of Tulsa, in a beautiful slice of the countryside here. And in that slice of the countryside, they have carved out a beautiful and fun club-style racetrack that has become a highlight of my racing year, Tom. You've been here also. It is just a whole ton of fun.
It is. And actually, Brian, the 50-year anniversary, it was built in 1976, and here in 2026, we're right there on the anniversary. This is going to be a busy session as well, a 20-minute qualifying session for both Spec Miata and Spec MX-5. So we'll have 3 of the 4 generations of Mazda Miata on the circuit, NA, NB, and NC. If you see an NA or an NB, it's in the same class. If you see an NC, it's in a different class. And I just caught, was that an ND as well? Did I just catch an ND go through the camera? Nope, it's just a livery on an NC.
Got it, okay. Yep. So the Spec MX-5, that's the newer generation cars, and all of these, both classes are highly supported by Mazda Motorsports here. But the new class is Spec MX-5. The OG is Spec Miata. Literally hundreds of Spec Miatas running around the country every weekend, pretty much. And Spec MX-5 is actually coming on nicely. We usually have 20, 25 car fields of Spec MX-5, so it's been a nice platform, a nice step, the next step in the evolution of this Spec Miata type classing here in the SCCA, and both are becoming pretty popular.
We'll just touch on a couple of other similarities. In both of these classes, the drivers are only allowed to use one set of tires for the entire weekend. That's all 4 sessions, so they're probably starting on their sticker set right now. I don't know why else you wouldn't. And then you're going to use that same set throughout, which means it's been very difficult for all the drivers in both classes to go faster in qualifying on day 2. So this maybe won't kick in until tomorrow, but remember that part of the storyline. Also, everything is basically the same across all cars. They don't get to do a whole lot. In Spec Miata, the older cars, they do have 1 or 2 extra trim levels. They can choose to add some extra weight, depending on some kind of driver comfort mods more than anything, really. But to balance those cars out, Spec MX-5s, they're all identical, all using Hoosier racing tires as well. And coming up onto the first flying lap, the SMX cars should be pretty properly faster than the Spec Miatas. And that's going to be maybe I'm going to guess 3 to 4 seconds here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, maybe a bit more. Up onto the front straight now for the second time. And this is going to be a busy session.
In car right now with Ryan Gutal in his number 116 Spec MX-5. He is out of Madera, California, one of our SoCal guys. He's kind of from Central California, but we'll claim him in SoCal. Comes and races with us at Buttonwillow all the time. He races this car in 2 classes typically, both in Spec MX-5 and I believe STL is where it slots in the Super Touring world.
Yeah, it's a nice feature of these weekends. This is, of course, the national level of club racing for the Sports Car Club of America. But you can double dip, and they actually lower your entry fee on your second entry if you do double dip. So a lot of these Spec MX-5s, they do slot over into the Super Touring Light category, as you mentioned, and gets you just some extra seat time more than anything. Look at Gutal. He's absolutely sawing at the wheel. The back end of that car is not in yet. He's been drifting since turn 2.
Yes. You mentioned the similarities. Here's one of the differences. The Spec Miatas are a full-on drafting class. Not as big a deal here at Hallett as it is in other classes, but these cars definitely work much better in packs of 2 and 3 and maybe even 4, whereas the Spec MX-5's not quite as dependent on the draft just because of the body shape as the Spec Miata car. So that's one of the differences between how the 2 classes interact.
Lots of jockeying for track position and space in the SMX field that we're watching down the front straightaway. One car even parking it through turn 10 to try to get out of some traffic. That was the white car with the either neon orange or neon pink wheels at the back of the track. But these Spec MX-5s looking very nervous early in this session. I don't know if that's just due to maybe slightly different tire compound down, or these tires typically don't take a whole lot to come in. as we're already working lap number 4. The back end of the car is still looking so nervous. Your top car in the session right now is William Wallace over Christian Hoagland and Cam Eben. The top 3 separated by 0.5 of a second. Over on the Spec Miata side, and we expect this to churn quite a bit, but it's Nick Leveroni over Will Robinson, and then Charles Baer and Brett Kowalski just took the top spot away after a couple laps.
Got William Wallace up at the top of Spec MX-5. Logan Stretch in 5th for the those of us who are of a certain age. Oh, there's a car that's basically wrecked and then not wrecked going through turn 9. Well, that was a heck of a moment.
Big save. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, big save. Just to say, Logan Stretch, for those of you who are of a certain age, you'll know the name Bob Stretch, absolute legend in the SCCA. Well, Logan is Bob's son. And then there's Matt Stretch a little further back. He's running Spec Miata this weekend. So Matt and Logan are Bob's sons. So good to see that family generational thing happening here.
Yeah, it's a really stacked, as I scroll down, a really stacked Spec Miata field. Here's a look at them coming up into turns 8 and 9, a little bit further back from the SMX cars we were watching a split second ago. But Brett Kowalski is in the field. He's your current pole sitter. Preston Pardis is in the field, multi-time national champion in this class, including involved in the only tie we've ever had at the runoffs ever.
Yes.
Chris Haldeman is in the field in the number 40, another driver with some serious accolades under his belt. We mentioned Nick Leveroni, currently sitting 2nd spot. Just kind of scrolling down, John Salerno is here. He's had a pretty good Super Tour run going this year so far in the number 34. I'm sure I'm missing some others, but those Spec Miatas, again, still trying to kind of jockey for track position and get into the flow of things. It looks like they're just getting there. Vinny Barada this time through goes to the top of the board, a 58 in the 58 car, a 128. After
and just that
second.
Quickly, he goes to 2nd place because John Hanner has taken the pole slot so far in Spec Miata. And we have a new pole sitter in Spec MX-5. Cam Eben just hit purple with a 124.499 on his last lap. Eben out of Appleton, Wisconsin. So, yeah, things are changing fast and furious here still with about 12 minutes to go, 12 and a half to go in the session.
Yeah, it's Eben, Larson, Wallace, Hoagland, Stretch. That's your top 5. I just noticed the Stretches split the classes. We've got Logan Stretch in SMX, and we've got Matt Stretch in SM. Typically, I think we've seen them run together.
Yeah, and I think if there were different, if Spec MX-5 and Spec Miata were in different races today, that Matt would be in Spec MX-5 as well. We got a slow car here. It looks like it's actually one of the Tires America cars. So you might be able to get a car number here. No. That might be Logan Stretch.
They were 3 wide for a second coming out of turn 9, and I think that might be more. That car in the background, it looked like it was hunting for track space, but this looks more like a mechanical. No, still staying out on the racetrack and being very, very aggressive with getting some space in front, going very slowly for a long period of time to end up in one of the only gaps on the racetrack.
Yeah, we'll see if he just, and he's still going slow down the front straight, so there's definitely something a little off song on that car. Not sure exactly why it didn't hit pit lane there, but he'll go around at least one more lap. John Salemo just goes to P2 in Spec Miata with a 128.406.
Yep. And just in front.
Salerno.
Yeah, just in front of a name I knew I was missing somebody. Jim Drago is also here with us in the number 2. He sits 3rd position in this. Maybe almost some contact down into turn 2. That was John Salerno in one of the SMX cars trying to go through. And Salerno was not really having any of it. But they made it through clean and clear okay.
When you miss John Salerno, that is code for you to make the font larger on your timing and scoring screen. 10 and a half to go here. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll get the rest of qualifying for Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, while we were gone, William Wallace went P1 in Spec MX5 with a 124.4, and just that quickly in the middle of our break there, then Cam Eben went right up again to the top of the board with a 124.185. So these tires, Tom, definitely coming in, as well as some education on how to make the car go fast at this racetrack.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big gap there in SMX, 0.3 of a second at the top. John Salerno is leading in Spec Miata. That's the number 34 car, dark blue with some light blue fog light covers on it. And also by a pretty big margin over Brett Kowalski, 0.5 of a second. I know that doesn't sound like a huge amount, but in these spec classes, that tends to be the cover of maybe the top 10 to 15, not the top 2.
Yeah. That's a pretty impressive lap considering the company in Spec Miata with Pardis and Leveroni and Hayden Manis and Vinny Barada and Jim, all these top national level drivers here. And John Salerno showing them the way all the way from Fairfield, Connecticut. Seven minutes to go. Your top 5 in Spec MX5, Cam Eben, William Wallace, Lincoln Larson, Logan Stretch, and Christian Hoagland. Your top 5 in Spec Miata is John Salerno, Brett Kowalski, Will Robertson, Preston Pardis, and John Hamner. So that's what it looks right now here as we come into the final 6.5 to go.
We're past the prime of the tires, I'd say, at this point, Brian. They typically give you their best laps in the first 10 minutes of a session or roughly thereabouts, depending on how you bring them in. So not seeing a whole lot of green at the top of the leaderboards on timing and scoring, which, by the way, are on SCCA.com if you want to follow along live with us. You see the same thing we're seeing there over on the live timing screen. Just kind of scanning through. Gavin Wardle down in 7th place in SMX is on a decent lap. Personal best sectors 1 and 2. As well as Hayden Manis, personal best sectors 1 and 2, sitting also 7th in Spec Miata. See if those drivers are able to improve. Christian Hoagland, also a personal best sector 1. He sits 5th in SMX. Just across the line now, back to Spec Miata. Vinny Barada jumps up to 3rd in class, just in front of Chris Haldeman. So it's Salerno, Kowalski, Barada. Now John Hamner puts himself 4th onto the 2nd row. Chris Haldeman and Matt Stretch would be your 3rd row now.
Yeah, we're hearing that Ryan Gutile had a spin and left a gift for the Turn 1 corner workers in the form of a bumper cover.
I thought I saw that bumper hanging a little bit loose. I wonder if that could be related to how loose that car was when we were on board with it a little bit ago. Here we're jumping on board again into Turn 8. A little bit of a brake drag, and then over this blind crest, you're essentially aiming for a light pole that you can see way, way, way off in the distance. You just got to make sure you're aimed at the right one, and then grab a couple downshifts and up the hill out the exit of turn 9. He's on a cooldown. Looks like he's going to dive left for the pit lane.
Yeah. The other thing that might play into this is not only do the drivers come in quick and they get their first fast laps in lap maybe 3 or 4, and then a lot of times they just run a couple of laps and come in because they're trying to save those tires for later in the week. I know we've got a car off now going into turn number 2. That looks... That's a Spec MX-5 car.
Yeah, I think it's Lincoln Larson, number 12, if I remember the liveries correctly. Giving a thumbs up to the corner workers out the window, it looks like. But with 4 minutes left in the session, more cars stopping. Brian, is there a red flag maybe or something out on the circuit?
Well, no, there's not. That car's smoking.
Yeah, that's some strange behavior. I'm not sure what was going on there.
Yeah. But yeah, that car's definitely smoking. Sounds like we have a couple of cars who are off track here in a couple different areas, so. So as we get to our final few minutes of this session, we've got some cars who are having some spins and some mechanical problems on different parts of the racetrack, so things got really busy on the flag net there for a minute. I took a pause to try to listen to try to figure out what all was going on.
Just to catch you up from the last lap then, Gavin Wardle did improve on lap time and position, up 1 spot to 6th in SMX. No other changes there. It's still Evan, Wallace, Larson, Stretch, Hoagland, your top 5. And then in Spec Miata, John Salerno is off the racetrack at this point. Looks like he completed 5 laps or so and then called back to the pit lane. John Hamner was an improver last time through. Vinny Barata, we mentioned both of those drivers to 3rd and 4th.
I can confirm now that red car that we saw parked up there in turn 2 area, that is Lincoln Larson. And they said that the driver's fine, just waiting for a little help. Not wanting to get too far off the racetrack because of the mud issues as we saw earlier. So I think if the grass was drier and less muddy, he probably would have pulled farther off the racetrack.
Right. Nice improvement for the number 89 in Spec Miata. That's Matt Stretch. That's the maroon car just clipping the apex curb and coming through the exit of turn 1 on your cameras as well. That's a nice improvement up into the 2nd row at a 127.76.
Now look at how busy this traffic is.
Yeah, this is. I'm telling you, when they mix these two classes together, it's just enough that the track position, and I don't mean in terms of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, but track position in terms of space, it's just at such a premium, especially at a shorter racetrack like here at Hallett.
Yeah. 2 minutes to go. Your top 3 in SMX. Eben, Wallace, Larson. Your top 3 in Spec Miata are Salerno, Kowalski, and Barata. So that's how they stand right now. Still chance for 1, maybe two hot laps here.
Barata's on another one. Personal best sectors 1 and 2. We're keeping an eye on that number 58 car from Spec Miata, as a lot of the SMX cars have now kind of run the back of the Spec Miata field over just out of lapping and lapping and lapping. A couple cars calling back to the pit lane, but if you start another lap, you will get one more lap.
Right.
With 1 minute and 20 seconds or so. Now this would be the last lap that basically anybody on the racetrack can start without seeing the checkered at the end of it.
Yeah, I think that usually a lot of these Spec MX-5 cars do 4 or 5 laps and then call it a day. They've done a few more here, I think maybe because the track's a little shorter, but also track position with these two classes together, Tom, I think is going to be so critical when it comes to the race to try to get a good start as close to the front as possible, because you're only going to get probably 5, maybe 10 laps before you start coming up on some slower cars. And that's going to be your best chance to make positions up during the race.
Right. And for the first time in the session, all the SMX cars are faster than all of the Spec Miatas, as we would expect, but it's not by much. John Salerno is only 4/10 slower than the back of SMX. They will get a split start, to my understanding, to double check that, so don't take my word as gospel for that. But typically they would do that so that the cars are not all overlapped and more chaotic into turn 1.
Right. All right, coming up on 20 seconds to go in the session. Just let everybody know that Probably going to have a little extended break here between sessions to get all these cars cleaned up. So hang with us once we get done here, because we've got another great qualifying coming up after this. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, a couple of prototypes here this weekend as well. So that's coming up next. So don't go away when we wrap this one up. Checkered flag is, I believe, in the air. I have to actually stand up to see the start stand here. Oh, still haven't thrown the checkers yet. There we go. Now it's in the air. There's also a standing yellow in turn 5 for something, Tom. So a lot of stuff going on at the moment.
Well, there's probably why we had an SMX car off driver's right coming out of turn 5 and down into turn 6. Was able to resume on his own power, though.
Yep, that was the 18 car, Mark Carter. Mark Carter. So, all right. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of changes here, Tom. So let's go through the running order here for our qualifying for this next race coming up this afternoon. Cam Eben, William Wallace, and Lincoln Larson, your top 3 in SMX, followed by Logan Stretch, Chris Hoagland, Gavin Wardle, Ryan Gutile, Joe Drews, and R. Mark Carter. Moving on now to Spec Miata, your pole sitter is going to be John Salerno with Brett Kowalski on the outside of row 1, followed by Vinny Barada, Matt Stretch, John Hamner, Chris Haldeman, John Hamner, Hayden Manis, Will Robinson, Preston Pardis, Nick Leveroni, Jim Drago, Christopher Schaefer, Charles Bear, Matthew Davis, Amy Mills, Dylan Morgan, Jeremy Wilson, and Chris Morton and Roman Perez. That's your top 20 in Spec MX. Oh, there's only 3 more. James Bial, Eric Perez, and Jason Kimbaugh didn't take a lap, so I'm not quite sure if he's here or not, but that's how they're going to stack up in Spec Miata. All right, let's take a short break. When we come back, we've got our Wings and Things group. That's next here on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
My name's Eric Yeagle. I'm the pilot of the 46 B-Spec 2013 Honda Fit. I'm out here racing this weekend. If you want to come join me, you obviously need a race car. There's 3 options: a brand new build from a prep shop, start from scratch build, or what I did, buy something in progress and make it your own. There are a few things that you should really look for when you're either buying a car or building a car. One of the important ones is a cage. Every class has requirements in the GCR that lays out where pipes need to be welded, how many pipes need to be there, and how thick. So before you buy a car, you always want to verify that the cage is up to the rules, and you can drill through and measure to double check before you dump all the money into building a car and finishing one. Another important factor is driver comfort. I bought this car with a seat that was way too small for me, so remounting a seat is 9 times out of 10 going to happen with either a new build or a pre-existing build. So what I look for in a seat is obviously how far back away you are from the steering wheel, so you can fully depress all of the pedals, and then shifter comfort is a big one. You're shifting a lot during laps. If you have trouble reaching up to 5th or 3rd, it's going to be a problem. So those are the main 3 things that I look for, and you want them to be right while you're on track. So if you're buying a car that already has a logbook, chances are you're going to have a fire extinguisher and all of the required safety equipment. Since this car did not have a logbook, I had to install a fire system, and then obviously your personal touches, whether you want aim data, video camera, flagtronics, all that stuff. So I personally had to add my aim dash, my aim camera, the flagtronics, and then I actually took my extinguisher system from my previous car. One of the things I like about B-Spec is there's not a whole lot you can do. Some cars you're allowed headers, some cars you're allowed intakes. This specific car, you're allowed an intake with a slight weight adder. It's a lot about personal preference, little things like tow hooks. This is kind of a bump drafting class, so you don't want a big tow hook that sticks out where you have the opportunity to stick another guy's bumper and turn him. So that's why we prefer the fabric tow hooks. But besides that, everything is more or less stock, and you can buy all the parts from the parts store. And the main goal for this class is really just to go out and have fun for not a lot of money. So being that I got this car half built, it took me probably 60 to 70 hours to do the finishing touches on it. And the first weekend went pretty flawlessly. And I've been lucky enough to not have any problems out of this car, but don't feel bad if you do, because this is racing and stuff happens. Just know everything's fixable and you'll be all right. We're here to have fun, and you're gonna have fun in a car like this.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Group 4 is up next. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. I am Brian Bielanski, and we've got the world-famous and infamous Tom O with us today. Internet sensation Tom O.
I'll take infamous. I like that one.
Yeah, well, it depends on the day, right? Some days you're famous, some days you're infamous.
It's so true.
We've got 20-minute qualifying sessions this morning. This is our 4th session, so we got this one and 3 more. Then we're going to take a break and grab a little lunch, and then we come back this afternoon starting at 12:20. We get our races going, and we'll have 7 races this afternoon, 25-minute or 22-lap races. And then we're going to go take a nap and come back tomorrow morning and do it all over again. So, big weekend out here with the Super Tour at Hallett. One of our favorite stops on the Super Tour. A lot of sticker tires out here, Tom. I can actually see the stickers.
Yeah, this is some of the fastest cars we're going to see all weekend, including a huge Formula Atlantic field. And we'll get to that in a second. There are 11 of them, though. And then Formula Continental and Formula Enterprises also on the track. 3 Continentals and 2 Enterprises. Go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say, 25, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, when I started doing this, you would not be, when someone would say a huge Formula Atlantic field, it would surprise nobody. I don't remember the last time I heard anybody say we've had a huge Formula Atlantic field. So this is fantastic. I love this.
And it looks like it's due to a whole bunch of Formula Mazdas and Pro Mazdas, which have sort of found themselves placed into the Formula Atlantic class. It'll be interesting to see how competitive they are with some of the other real proper Formula Atlantics, including the 66 of Hans Peter, a former national champion in the class. And Formula Atlantic is the fastest Formula class in the category, with primarily the difference is it is a wide open selection of production-based, meaning vehicle-based engines rather than something out of a motorcycle or something bespoke. You get lots of 2+ liter Mazdas, Toyotas, maybe even a Honda here and there. But the Formula Mazdas, I mean, we've got 5 of them: Jarrett Voorhees, Paul Crabtree, Brock Evans, Brianna Zemlock, Moses Smith, and Stephen Thomas, in fact, all in new Formula Mazdas. Then a couple of other older Star Mazdas rounding out the field, but I still think Hans Peter might be the driver to chase. That's a red Formula Atlantic car. We'll try to get it on camera for you at some point. But the best way to tell them apart is they just look bigger. The Formula Atlantics are the biggest in size as well as the fastest in speed.
Yeah, the Formula Atlantics have a stance that would be much more similar to an Indy car. Whereas the Formula Mazdas are a little more compact, both in the width and they're a little taller as well. So definitely that being the case. Yeah, there's a prep shop out of one of the tracks in Texas that I know is probably behind the vast majority of this field, which is fantastic. That's awesome. So in the chat today, our associate producers, I haven't mentioned them yet. Carl T is here. Tim Adelson is here. A lot of our usual suspects. Mrs. Magoo here. Mrs. Magoo 77. Good morning to all of you and welcome. We love our associate producers in the chat as they come through the weekend. I try to keep an eye on it and respond to some of the questions. Cars starting to now get their second race lap in, so tire temperature should start to come up. Hans Peter right at the top, as you mentioned, he's probably one of the more experienced drivers in this field in his Swift, and he's in a traditional FA, as you were saying, from Olathe, Kansas. Is it Olathe? Is that the I'm
not sure. I think it's Olathe.
Olathe, okay. He's put down a 1:13.158. Now, Tom, in theory, Formula Atlantics should be our fastest car of any car here this weekend.
Correct. The previous track record, or the current published track record in the supplemental regulations, is 1:07.4, a minute 7. So we're kind of knocking on the door of the 60-second mark, getting these cars around the track. The current fastest time in the session we're running right now is Hans Peter, a 1:13.1. over Daryl Wills in actually a Formula Enterprise 2. And the Atlantics, the big distinction, I mean, they do get a little bit more aero and a bit more tire, but they also they get a lot more power, and that's how they make their speed. This track doesn't really reward that power, so it's kind of interesting to see the Enterprises and the Continentals with the much smaller displacement engines, less aero, narrower tires. They're running very similar lap times so far as the Atlantics come up to speed. As I say that, Hans Peter looks to be closing in on that up to speed moniker. 108.8 is the top time.
Not sure which car that is, but they're and that's a tough spot with a slicked tire on a wet, muddy uphill. This is one of those where he's going to have to probably back down the bottom of the hill to get the grip he needs to get out of that situation. Let's see. Oh, he spun it all by himself. I don't know if he got into a weird grip situation. But
Bill Johnson in the 174 just locked the front tire, and the car came around, kind of running in a train of cars.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it looks like he might be stuck.
Well, if he were to back up down the hill a little bit, he would be able to get back on the racetrack without a tow. But from that situation, pointed uphill, that's not going to work.
And I'm not
slick tires right now.
Right, and I'm not actually convinced that these cars have a reverse gear in them. Some Formula cars don't.
But he could probably put it in neutral, right? And just let it roll back.
Yeah, exactly. If he's not already stuck, that would be his only option. Oh, you see the difficulty coming into turn one. We haven't talked about it yet, but visibility out of these cars is so challenging. One of the cars, they're a bit surprised as they ended up side by side into turn one. You really have two little postcards as a mirror, and they wobble around, and there you go. Found neutral and rolled it backwards. Just now trying to find a place to get back onto the track. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully. Ooh, that's... Well, it'll work. that may get a chat from a steward, but but he got it done.
I think it was the best option.
Yeah, there aren't a whole lot of easy ways to do that. If you are going to make the decision to use that as your option from that situation, you can't see much what's behind you either. So, as you were saying with those little tiny mirrors. So, but all right, well, here we go again. Hans Peter now down to a 108.8, so that's a 5-second lap from improvement from lap number 2. So his car is definitely coming into form. And look at Darrell Willis in an FE2 car, leaping over all of those Formula Atlantics and the Formula Continental of Bill Johnson to take second place overall right now with a 114.067. Darrell Willis doing really well early on here.
Yep. Standing track record in Formula Enterprises is a 112.7. Continental is 113.5, so that gives you a rough idea of maybe what the potential is out of these cars. The Enterprise is a little quicker than the Continentals, and both classes lapping within about a second and a half of their respective track records there. As is Hans Peter up at the top. There's a 107 track record standing. Peter's already run a 108.8. And then that whole slew of Formula Mazdas in Atlantics looking like they might be a little bit slower on raw potential, but they're all very, very close. Moses Smith is the fastest of them. Jarrett Voorhees just jumps up, as well as Brock Evans. They're all in the 114s. So it's going to be a close race no matter what between those cars.
11 minutes to go. I'm hearing a surface flag going up at turn 8. That might be from the Bill Johnson car bringing some mud onto the racetrack there when he came back on here. See a name, Jarrett Voorhees in 5th overall, 3rd in Formula Atlantic. That Voorhees name is legendary in the SCCA from back in the day. I'm trying to figure out if it's any relations. And I'm doing a little bit of research here, and I'm not coming up with. I'll have to do something in the break today and see what I can find there.
Sure, I know for sure Jarrett Voorhees was a big force in Formula Mazda when it had its own class, as he now goes to 2nd in Formula Atlantic and becomes the fastest of all the Formula Mazdas that are in that category right now. But that was the older Star Mazda that they were really, really known for. Upgrading to some slightly newer equipment and no rotary power anymore. It's back to piston power, but still quick. Bill Johnson just jumped him, though, in Formula Continental. So the 3 fastest cars in this session are all from different classes. It's Hans Peter in Atlantic, Darrell Wills in Enterprises, and Bill Johnson in Continental.
There you have it. All right, we're under 10 to go, halfway through the session. Let's take our break. When we come back, the rest of qualifying for our Wings and Things group. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Back live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour qualifying for Wings and Things. Our top three right now from three different classes. Hans Peter in Formula Atlantic on the pole, Darrell Wills in FE2 in second, and Bill Johnson in a Formula Continental car in third. Tom, we got some fast laps going on right now.
Yes, we do. We're knocking on the track record of all three classes that are on the track right now. And of course, those track records are scored from race sessions. This is qualifying, so it's just kind of a fun talking point for us, but it does give an indication of just how quick some of these drivers are. Hans Peter is only a couple tenths off Darrell Wills at a 112.2. In his FE2 is 5 tenths under the current published track record, and the Formula Continental car of Bill Johnson, 113.2, is also about 3 tenths under that previously published track record. I still see a lot of green on the timing screens. Kenny Russo, just as one of the big movers that last time through, jumps up into second in Formula Enterprises and fourth overall. Interesting to see all of these Formula Mazdas that are going to produce some great racing later. I'm calling it now, but they're 5th through 10th in the session in Formula Atlantic. So they're definitely not fast enough to run at the front of Formula Atlantic, but like I said, all the drivers showing up in force kind of take over and make your own race out of it. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, Formula Atlantic, I think, if there was like, there's a spin, and contact coming out of turn 8, going into turn 9. That's the number 2 car. The number 2 car is Mike Sauce. There's a legendary name in the SCCA from this region. And I thought it was the 118 car.
I think it's the 30 of Brock Evans.
Oh, the 30 car. Okay, of Brock Evans. So here it is again. Sauce gets loose, comes across the track right in front of that other car. 38, you said, right?
30, I think.
30, yes. Brock Evans, correct.
Yes. Looks like
30 car had nowhere to go.
Yeah, it looked like Sauce was maybe starting to push that blind crest at turn 8 and 9 just a little bit harder. Ended up pointed a little bit further to the left than you would want to be and was trying to salvage it. And then Brock Evans came over that blind crest and just found the number 2 car sort of wandering back onto the line and had nowhere to go. That was a pretty good hit to the front suspension on both, but it looks like Brock Evans was able to drive the car back. Not sure if Sauce is still stuck there, but I was noticing, Brian, these drivers, he is indeed still stuck there, but I was noticing, we've talked about the sealer, the drivers in these formula cars tend to try to open up the radiuses a little bit more. I think they're drawing a bigger circle. They're drawing a bigger arc through the corner to try to keep the downforce working and keep their momentum up. And it's actually putting them off the sealer more often than any other class we've seen. And I have to wonder if that's maybe making the cars behave a little bit strange, coming on and off the sealer a little bit more than some of the other categories do. As we see now, Mike Sauce was able to get the car rolled back down the hill and resume. So those cars are pretty stout. Those Star Mazdas both took a pretty big hit there and both drove away.
Big thank you to our direct Jordan for the quick replay action. It's awesome. Something we're getting a little more frequently this year on our Super Tour coverage. A nice little additional feature this year we've been able to bring to everybody. Looking at our top leaders again, it hasn't changed at the top. Hans Peter, Daryl Wills, and Bill Johnson, your top 3. Looks like Peter and Johnson have ended their day. They've only done 7 laps and they're done. Will still circulating, 13 laps in here. Then you've got Moses Smith is the second group of Formula Atlantic. These are the Mazdas you were talking about that are running in Formula Atlantic with Moses Smith, Jared Voorhees, Brock Evans, Stephen Thomas, and Bill Tex Johnson. Gotta have a Tex in your name, you know. Love that. Brianna Zemlock also there. And then looking at our FE2 field, not a lot of FE2s here this weekend, actually only 2. Daryl Wills and Kenny Russo, your 2 FE2s.
They're moving along pretty good, though. 2nd and 4th overall in the session. So we're down under 2 minutes to go. That might be 2 full laps tops before these drivers see the checkered flag, depending on where they are on the circuit.
Still ahead for us after this qualifying session, we have got our production cars and B-Spec. Both fun groups. B-Spec often puts on one of the... Ooh, that car was really loose coming out of turn 1 there. I think the camber goes off there at the exit of turn 1. So if you're not ready for that, you can catch it off.
Yeah, the terrain at turn 1 is so interesting. You're going downhill, then uphill, then downhill again through the braking zone. So depending on where you brake, you might be going uphill or downhill, but then it continues to fall away. It drives a little bit off camber through the first bit of the corner, and then it picks up the camber and really pulls the car up the hill. So if you make a mistake before the apex, it tends to shoot you off the edge of the racetrack, which we've seen already today in a handful of different cars. But if you make the apex, it almost feels like you have to underdrive it just a little bit, Brian, and then all of a sudden the car grips up and pulls you up the hill over that blind crest towards turn 2.
30 seconds to go in the session. Doesn't look like anybody's... Looks like a lot of cars are actually taking a bit of a cool down here, and doesn't look like anybody's on an overly hot lap at the moment. I'm not seeing a lot of green personal best sectors.
I don't know. Kenny Russo just made a liar out of you. He improved out of the Formula Enterprises field. He only improved one position overall and none in class, but he's up to third quickest in the entire session and now within basically a second of Daryl Wills, who is your provisional pole sitter right now in the class.
And most importantly with that is if they don't do split starts here, he'll get to start next to his classmate.
Right.
And won't have to worry about anybody between him and Daryl Wills, which can be important here in the early. My suspicion is that all these Atlantics are going to start out front and the FE2s, the two guys are going to sit in the back of this. But with a small group, sometimes they don't like to do split starts. So we'll see what happens with that. All right, here's our order here. At the end of qualifying, Hans-Peter will be your pole sitter. Your top two cars in FE2 are Daryl Wills and Kenny Russo. Then your fast car in Formula Continental is Bill Johnson, followed by a whole bunch of Mazda-powered Formula Atlantics, Moses Smith, Jared Voorhees, Brock Evans, Stephen Thomas, Brianna Zemlock, Bill Tex Johnson, the other Bill Johnson in the field, Mike Sauce, that's first through 11th. And that's how they're going to start here. When we get to our race, this is for race number 4 is going to start at approximately 2:05 Central Time this afternoon. We'll take a break. When we come back, production cars and B-Spec. That's next on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for our production cars and B-Spec cars. Pretty good sized field for both here this weekend. And we've got some national champions in this group. We've got a nice variety of cars because our production classes are a whole bunch of different makes and models from over the years. And then our B-Spec cars, which are a small production-based spec class of various manufacturers. Tons of variety, and that is one of the reasons why this particular race is always one of my favorites, Tom.
I couldn't agree more. These are such cool little race cars. Production is the name of the category, but it gives you a hint. They are production chassis. They used to be street cars, but here in SCCA Club Racing, you can do a whole lot of race car stuff to them, including build the motors to basically within an inch of their life. You can modify the suspension, put wide bodies on them. If it's a convertible, you can remove the A-pillar or remove the windshield. That's why all the Miatas are topless. Otherwise, you can't do a whole lot of modern, I would say, track day modifications to them. You can't put a wing or a splitter on it. You can't swap the engine, anything like that. So that is what production is. And then on B-Spec, that is the most basic modified subcompact cars in the entire club. There's a look at a couple of them. We're talking Mazda 2s, Toyota Yaris, talking Honda Fit, etc. I'm trying to figure out, Brian, what is this black car coming out as? It almost looks like a Buick, but I can't quite tell. One of the production cars. Maybe know what that is? Is it a Buick Regal?
It does look like Oldsmobile Calais, maybe.
There you go.
Back
Okay.
in the day.
Uncommon, but I'm here for it.
Yeah. Let me see here. Hold on. Let me scroll through. They've got the actual... Is that a BMW 328i?
Not sure. We'll have to figure it out.
I think that's a BMW. Oh, a Mazda 626.
There we go. Okay, then that is the first time I've seen a Mazda 626 race car.
That is awesome. That is awesome. So the Beast cars are as close to showroom stock as you're going to get in the SCCA. Basically, there's some suspension modifications, but it's basically a production car off the lot with a roll cage thrown into it. Very little done to the motors, if anything. Transmissions are pretty much stock. And from everyone I talk to, it is absolutely a hoot to drive these cars. And that's why we get so many of them out here.
Yeah, we're looking at an entry list of about 8 cars in B-Spec. Then we've got 4 in E production, 7 in F production, and 5 in H production. E being the fastest, H being the slowest by design. And these cars do run on full race slicks as well, so they will take a little bit of time to come up to temperature and get the ball rolling just a little bit. Current top time is the Mazda RX-7 of Jake Anton out of E production, a 125.2. But I think in E production, everybody's going to be looking over at Tyler Ladd and what he's got in the BMW Z3. It's white and blue, and that is a multi-time national championship winning car with multiple different drivers behind the wheel as well. There's a look at the two of them running in close quarters and nearly tied on the first lap pace. But Ladd has gotten through and is now maybe pulling away ever just so slightly in the last couple of
nice
corners,
drift.
but really fighting the back end of that car.
And what would a production car race be without a Caterham 7? So there's a red Caterham 7. We're used to seeing Peter Norton out here with his yellow Caterham 7. Today, it's a red Caterham 7. Larry Svatin is here with that car out of Alvin, Texas. Oh, that car, look, there it is right there coming through our picture right now. Very nice, little brake lock up there.
Looks like the first couple laps here have been spent jockeying for a lot of the field, trying to find a little bit of space.
Right.
As I'm not sure that they went out in speed order. They probably went out by class and then maybe by registration or Super Tour points in grid, or even just when they showed up. So there's definitely a bit of shuffling here that has had to happen. Kent Carter is your top car in B-Spec right now in a Mazda 2 over Chris Taylor, Gail Corley, and Stephanie Anderson. Let's put Josh Schmidt in there. That's your top 5, and they're all Mazda 2s. We get to go Joseph Gersh in the Toyota Yaris is the first non-Mazda 2 there in B-Spec.
We're and to confuse us this weekend also, Josh Schmidt and Chris Taylor have flip-flopped cars. So that's going to make for my eyes to glaze over. As I put it in Facebook I said, you guys are making it hard enough on us announcers. Thanks so much. Good to see Gail Corley out here. Last year in B-Spec, Gail Corley flipped down in turn 1 and rolled the car. This is not that car, but they were able to get a new car built and back. I think they only missed one Super Tour. But yeah, so good to see him back out here and trying to exercise some demons at Hallett from last year. So
here are your E-Production top 2 coming into the final corner and coming up on some slow traffic. They're only going to finish this lap before they have to navigate their way through, so consider the next lap probably a throwaway. But Tyler Ladd is your pole sitter right now by 0.3 of a second over Jake Anton. Any improvements this time through? Yes. Ladd goes about 0.6 quicker. Anton goes about 0.3 quicker. So that'll settle out to the same running order, but Ladd now holds a 0.5 of a second lead. In F production, Steven Simons is leading Stephen Powers by about 1.2 seconds, both in Miatas. And then we've got to talk about a Mazda 2 that is a little bit different shaped. One of your favorites. Over in H production, Jesse Prather is out there in the chrome blue and is your current provisional pole sitter halfway through or coming up on halfway through this session in H production.
Yeah, our cameras don't do Jesse's car justice. It is basically a metallic chromed blue wrap that is absolutely fantastic. It's the Sunoco car. You'll see it out here. There it is right there. And on our pictures, but especially in the sunlight, it's overcast today, and you don't even get the full effect today. But when that thing is sitting in the sunlight and you see it, it changes colors as it goes past you. It is just really, really cool.
Yeah, it's awesome looking. And I think, Brian, maybe I'll either ask Jesse or he'll maybe hear us talking about it. It looks like some new front end bodywork on that car, trying to improve some of the aero. I haven't seen the front end look quite that muscular in years past. Or that low, as we see again in production. You can sort of modify the body lines of the car to flare things out. It's pretty open. I'm not exactly sure how they police that. Actually, I'm gonna have to look that up. But that car looking very, very aggressive this year.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the spare's different, or they've done something to that car. I will trek down there during this afternoon after done. See if I can get some answers to these inquiring mind questions that we have here. He says, yes, Patrick Lipsinick in the chat says, yeah, he did a new front bumper that Simons did for him. So I'm not quite sure who that is. That might be Steven Simons, I'm guessing.
I'm going to guess the same. Steven Simons is in the neon yellow F production Mazda, now working his way through a couple of these B-Spec cars on your camera there. And Stephen Powers, who is second in class, is the dark blue Mazda just behind. I guess these are all Mazdas. I should say Miata, the dark blue Miata.
Yeah.
As they're working their way through a whole bunch of Mazda 2s.
Jesse Prather does a great YouTube channel, and every week he does a garage tour with what he's working on. And apparently he talked about a lot of his garage tours, and I'm a little behind in watching. So when we're done today, do not do it right now. When we're done today, go check out Jesse's channel, and you can find out what is. And I'm going to do that tonight when I get home. So I'll be more educated when I come in tomorrow morning. Up at the top, Tyler Ladd, your pole sitter at the moment with a 123.195, followed by Jake Anton. That is both E-production cars. And you've got two F-production cars, Steven Simons and Stephen Powers in third and fourth. And we've got an H-production car, that's Jesse Prather in fifth, followed by Ken Kennard, Cameron Wogren, and Wade McBride. There's your top 8 in our production cars. Taking a peek down at B-Spec, Gail Corley. Apparently no issues coming back to Hallett for them. 59, car number 59 is your leader in B-Spec, followed by Chris Taylor, Kent Carter, Stephanie Anderson in fourth. Also a new livery on that car this weekend. Andrew Jansen is fifth, Joseph Gersh in sixth, followed by Josh Schmidt, David Ryder in H production, and then Chuck Davis has not taken a lap just yet. All right. 10.5 to go. It's a good time for a break. Let's do it. When we come back, more qualifying from Hallett. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live here from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Welcome back to another spectacular SCCA event here from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit here at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, one of the crown jewel little tiny club tracks in America. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O'Gorman, the great Tom O, with me. Jordan Worth is touching the buttons and making us all look good. And if you can't sound good, you better look good, right, Tom O?
Amen to that.
7.5 to go. We're looking at our field here right now. Tyler Ladd, Steven Simons, Jake Anton, your top three in our production classes. And then in B-Spec, we've got Gail Corley, Chris Taylor, Stephanie Anderson, your top three there. I see does it look like there's trying to some sun peeking through, or is my eyes deceiving me?
I mean, I'm all the way in Ohio, but I can see it as well. It looks like it's starting to get a little bit nicer. We do have a threat of weather in the area, as basically the entire plains do at this time of year. But what has my attention right now is B-Spec. The class, they're the slowest cars in this group, but they're the yellow cars on the timing screen on the left side there. They are so close. Get this, Gail Corley is your pole sitter right now, 32.7 is the lap time. Chris Taylor, a 132.79 in second. Stephanie Anderson, a 132.80. That's less than a couple thousandths of a second in third. Kent Carter, 132.81. That's another couple thousandths of a second for fourth. And then the rest of the field a little bit further back, but Andrew Jansen, Joseph Birch, and Josh Schmidt also within about a half second of each other for fifth, sixth, and seventh. But that top four, I mean, they're all Mazda 2s. They're all friends, but they're also doing exactly the same lap time as near as makes no difference, basically.
Yeah, they are all friends until the green flag falls, and then they become friends again when the checkered flag falls.
Right, exactly.
But the middle 20 minutes, not a lot of friendship going on out there. They all want to be fastest. They all want to get around the other one. They'll go elbows out. We saw that at VIR. And yeah, it's a great class, a lot of fun. So
it's also an interesting smattering on the production side of things between the three different categories at this smaller, tighter circuit. We're seeing a lot of overlap between the E production, F production, and H production cars. E is in the red, H is in the green, and then E is in, F is in blue on your timing screen. So when that goes back to overall order, you'll see how intermixed they are. But it's still Tyler Ladd at the top. Steven Simons went through for second overall, still holds the pole in F production. Then it's Jake Anton, Stephen Powers, and Cam Rogren in the BMW 3 Series, the tin top. And then we get to our pole sitter in H production, Jesse Prather, sixth overall.
Nothing I like better than a race with a good smattering in it. I appreciate that. Coming up on 5 minutes to go, and it looks as though most of our cars, I'm not seeing a lot of, and I said this last time, and then someone went up to the top and leaderboard. Not seeing a whole lot of green laps, although Ralph Lindau right now has got a couple of personal bests going on his lap in the Volkswagen Golf H production car out of Bellevue, Nebraska. You know, a guy named Rolf really needs to be driving a Volkswagen. So, Steven Simons, Stephen Power, Ken Kennard, your top three right now in F production. Bringing some of these, the Miatas and stuff into these, into our production classes really revitalized those classes. And used to be a lot of old British and Italian cars in the production classes and some older German cars. And as those kind of fell by the wayside because of not being able to get parts and maybe even a little bit of a lack of interest in driving some of those older cars, they were able to bring in some of our newer model cars, some BMWs, some Mazda Miatas into these classes. It's really brought the production classes back to life here in the last 10 years or so.
Yeah, consistently one of the larger categories in each of the classes, respectively, some of the larger races at the runoffs. So they still have great followings, but you're right that the tech of the cars, if you want to call it that, the tech has gotten much newer, at least by production year. Mostly kind of the oldest cars you see more commonly now is 80s and 90s. But we do still have some cars from the 50s, 60s, and 70s joining. There's one of them. Where is that? That's the MG Midget of Jack Schultz out of H production.
And in some cases, those older cars still competitive, depending on who's driving them and how well they're prepared. So they've done a pretty good job of balancing the performance between the newer cars and the older cars. So yeah, all good here. Going up on just a little less than 3 to go here in our qualifying session. After this qualifying session, we've got 2 more to go. The next one are big ground pounders, GT cars, GT1, 2, GTX, our A sedan cars, and our Touring 1 and Touring 2 cars. So that is next. And then we wrap it up before we go to lunch with Super Touring and Touring 3 and 4. So still some qualifying to go here this morning before we get to our racing action this afternoon.
New pole sitter in B-Spec, Kent Carter goes to the top in a quote-unquote big way for B-Spec. It's 2.5 tenths to be exact over Gail Corley, who has also improved. Last time through, Gail improved to a 132.5. Then Chris Taylor and Stephanie Anderson. We've got Adam Benaway in the live chat. Hello, Adam, a B-Spec competitor from the East Coast. Not racing this weekend, but asking if the switch of cars between Chris Taylor and Josh Schmidt is accurate. Yes, we believe they have swapped cars for the weekend. So we'll probably call them incorrectly all weekend long. There's Tyler Ladd, again, your overall pole sitter. That car still looks so loose, Brian. It looks like the back end of that car is all over the place. Tyler Ladd really in management mode, especially in these higher speed corners. He's plenty quick, but every time I've seen that car pop up on camera, it's showing signs of oversteer.
And it looks like Mazda 2 might be the car of choice in B-Spec. Our top 4 cars, all Mazda-clad Mazda 2s. Carter, Corley, Taylor, and Anderson. You've got to go all the way back to 5th place with the Honda Fit, a car near and dear to my heart, the Honda Fit, and then Andrew Jasson in that car. And then you've got Joe Gersh in a Toyota Yaris, and then that curious Mazda 626 of David Ryder in H production right there next up on the leaderboard. So it's, as you said, a nice smattering of cars in this class.
Let's keep an eye on this F production Mazda coming at us. He might hit some traffic. This is Steven Simons in the neon yellow, and he's nearly surpassed Tyler Ladd's lap time in a slower class. The F production car's smaller displacement. He's lapping less than 0.2 of a second right now off the overall pole sitter and E production quickest car. Looks like he might be on a cool down, knowing that he's coming up on these B-Spec cars this time. Otherwise, he would have run that. I think that is that Chris Taylor maybe down a little bit quicker. But Steven Simons is really flying as well.
And he's going to get to probably complete this lap and then be done. And so this should be, he might get one. No, checkered flag is going to come out here in just a few seconds. So this will be his final lap. If he's going to take over the pole, this is his one shot to do it. He set his fast lap last time by. Let's see when he comes through this time if he can surpass that. trying to beat a 122.667. Oh, and he's not going to do it. He's going to finish off here. He's going to be happy on the front row. And again, Tom, they're not in the same class. So front row is still the pole in his class. And he'll be doing that side by side with Tyler Ladd when we get to our race this afternoon.
Yep. So in fact, the E-Production cars will start nose to tail. Tyler Ladd first, Jake Anton third, and then the F-Production cars will start nose to tail with Simons in second overall, first in class, and Powers fourth overall, second in class. Kent Carter going a little bit quicker on the final lap, drops another 10th to put himself just even further out of reach from the rest of that. Carter is in the kind of darker pink, magenta colored with the teeth on the front, etc. There he is coming at us here to finish up. Maybe is he going to get one more lap? I don't remember if I saw him pet the checkered or not, but he would be one of the last cars that gets to complete this lap if he does.
We officially refer to that as a parody car because it's an homage to another car that's out there in the racing world. And it's really another cool livery if you get up close. That's the cool part about this B-Spec class. You know, they can't do a whole lot with the cars, so they really go all in on making them look great.
Yeah.
One year, they did a whole bunch of throwback tributes. There was a Mellow Yellow car, a bunch of Days of Thunder liveried cars at the runoffs at Indianapolis. So, yeah, they like to have a lot of fun in the class. So, all right, let's go and do our rundown here, your top 10 in our production cars. We've got Tyler Ladd, Steven Simons on the front row, then Jake Anton, Stephen Powers on the second row. Ken Kennard and Cameron Rogren will start on the third row, followed by Jesse Prather and Wade McBride on the fourth row. Your fifth row is going to be Larry Svatin and Mark Weber. Moving on to our B-Spec cars. Your front row on B-Spec, and there'll probably be a split start here. Kent Carter and Gail Corley on the front row, followed by Chris Taylor and Stephanie Anderson in row 2. Andrew Jansen and Joseph Gersh will be row 3, followed by Josh Schmidt. And if Chuck Davis does get out, he didn't turn a lap in qualifying, but if they do let him race, he'll be in that final B-Spec row with Josh Schmidt. We'll take a break. When we come back, GT1, 2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1 and 2. That's next here on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
You know, one of the most rewarding things about working a race experience event, which I get to do a few times a year, is just seeing the enjoyment. How much people enjoy just getting out there and driving when position doesn't matter, when class doesn't matter, when you're just kind of having fun. And for a lot of us that are very traditional SCCA folks that want to take that victory lap, I think sometimes we forget how the pure joy comes about, and race experience has reintroduced me to that.
now at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And Tom, I think people are going to stop believing me because every time a new class comes up, I go, this is one of my favorites. If you like muscle, if you like loud, ground-pounding cars, this is one of your favorites. How's that?
I like that.
Anyway, this is loud cars. This is the big V8s and big, huge turbo cars, depending on which class we're talking about. GT1, GT2, there is a 10-cylinder Viper that just came through our screen here. We've got a couple of actual Truon GT1 cars here this weekend. The Porsche, which is my favorite, right there coming through our screen. Love those cars. If I had all the money in the world, Tom, I would not be sitting behind this microphone. I'd be sitting behind the wheel of a Porsche this weekend.
Well, I'm with you. I was the kind of kid that could never pick a favorite color. I just liked all of them. So I'm with you. These are all my favorite classes because I'm bad at favorites. Looking at a little bit more of a time attack approach as the whole field backed up behind Dane Smith, trying to kind of pump some heat in the tires, but also Dane probably aware in that GT1 car, or even Tom Smith just behind in the Mustang going by, that they don't have a lot of time before they're going to catch the back of this field. There's a huge amount of speed spread in this grid with so many different kind of approaches. All big bore is what we would call them, bigger engines, but some of them are very lightly modified, some of them full-on tube-frame race cars. On a short little racetrack like this, you really have to get the car both up to temp and under you before you start running over traffic.
Yeah, it's in your best interest to try to kind of keep the field bunched up on the first lap of qualifying if you're the fastest car in the front, because that's going to give you the most clear track for the first couple of laps, but it will not make you friends in the rest of the cars behind you.
Yeah, you really have to be careful, especially if you're doing any sort of jockeying or even tire scrubbing. I guess it's actually not allowed to do full side-to-side weaving and scrubbing, but you can still do a little bit of warming up, but you just got to make sure that you're fully aware of what's going on both in front and behind, as the field is now still pretty packed up in the GT1 and GT2 classes. That's most of the cars we're seeing come through our camera shot into turns 8 and 9 now, and then we'll get into the touring cars a little further back. The difference between GT and touring: GT is probably tube frame, but it's definitely highly modified. Touring is a definitely production-based chassis and much more lightly modified. So they are by product of that a bit slower.
Yeah, and the A sedan's the same way. It is a production car with a welded-in cage, typically. Usually Mustangs and Camaros are the typical ones in A sedan. And so yeah, it was basically it was improved touring for American V8s. Essentially, is what its A sedan became. So, all right, moving to the top of the leaderboard early on. These laps probably won't mean anything in 5 minutes, but right now Tom Smith at the top in a Ford Mustang with a 118.133, followed by Charlie Peter in that Porsche 991 Cup car. Is one of the, I think that's a straight up Porsche Cup car here in GT2. And then you've got Lonnie it's Hostelter. I actually stopped and spoke with him yesterday. So I want to find out how to pronounce the car. The CH is silent. So it's Lonnie Hostetler in the number 24 car, followed by Renee Molina, Amy Wilson, and Mark Kirby, your top 6 early. But again, Tom, like I said, I don't think any of these times will mean anything in 5 minutes.
Yeah, the car's still coming up to temperature, all of them on some version of a race tire, but the GT car is likely on a full racing slick, not legal for street use or designed for anything but competition. And then the touring cars are technically on a DOT R compound, still not designed for street use, but it is technically DOT legal. It's a little bit more friendly, approachable tire that heats up a little bit quicker, drives maybe a bit slower as a result.
Yeah, those DOT non-slick tires typically have maybe one tread groove down the center or somewhere along it, and that's how it remains a treaded tire. That becomes almost nothing more than a tread depth indicator, where they're able to measure how much is left after each session, so they kind of have an idea of tire life. But it doesn't do much. It won't dissipate any water if there's actually rain on the course. But that's kind of how they get away with the DOT designation on those.
Pretty big field of GT2 cars here this weekend, 12 strong. The next biggest class in this run group is Touring 2. That's a lot of the C5 Corvettes and the Pontiac Solstices primarily that you're going to see kind of sweep through the camera. Here's a look at a bunch of those Touring 2 cars. Porsche Caymans also eligible in that category. So as they circulate, we'll get a good idea of which car is the best weapon for this weekend. Big stack up for these Corvettes, though, coming out of turn 3. That little wiggle. Charlie Peter is your fastest car in the session out of GT2. 1:15.1 is the time. He's quicker by 0.08 of a second than your top GT1 car, Tom Smith. But Peter, a past national champion in GT2, definitely a driver that knows how to get it done. He's going to try to maybe upset the apple cart here just a little bit. Running away from the rest of the field, but also at the top of everybody.
Yeah, and one would think on a track that may have varying track conditions that the mid-engine Porsches might not be a bad choice here, at least early on until people start to figure it out. Might be a good way to find some pace here early on as everyone here. You also notice, Tom, across all of our Super Tours, it varies by region. A lot of GT2 cars here this weekend. Maybe the next weekend in Portland there won't be, because you find one or two guys in an area that love racing the GT2s, and they start promoting their class in that area, and you end up with a bunch of them. And that happens a lot in the SCCA.
Yeah, big time. I know when I started, I was racing in improved touring, which is not a national class, but think of it kind of like the lowest level of modification. And the whole group emailed before the season and said, hey, we're going to do these races and we're not going to do these races. So we were either all there, 15 strong, or we weren't there at all. And that is very common across regions and different classes. Kind of learn who is in your group and try to compete with each other as often as possible. Look how busy that little straightaway is between turns 9 and 10. So busy, in fact, some of the cars may be going to pull the pit lane, try to get a clear track.
Yep. Yeah, it was the same for us up in Wisconsin with King Motorsports. We had tons of Honda improved touring cars in that area. There were some weekends where we'd have 20 Hondas in the different ITB, ITC classes. It has a lot to do with who's promoting a class in that area. So definitely we're seeing some sunshine here. That's going to heat up this track pretty quick. Oh, we got a car off here at the turn 2. It's one of the Porsches, and it looks like one of the Mustangs, maybe.
Yep, the GT2 Mustang. I missed the number on that, but the Porsche that's stuck, I think that's John Brown, who's basically just waiting for the car to get out of his way. Here's a little replay of it. It looks like the GT2 car should be the next. Oh, he's already backwards. He was trying to get going again, facing the wrong way. This is the 27 of Robert Kaprowczyk, and he's been stuck there for now over a lap's worth of time, just trying to get the thing turned around.
Trying to find a gap, yep. There we go. All things considered, that could have been a whole lot worse than it was, so no harm, no foul. Now, there is something I haven't seen yet. There's the first prototype I've seen here out on the race this weekend. That's the GTX car of Eric Press in a Ligier LMP3. GTX is kind of like a class for cars that the SCCA doesn't have any other place to put them. And a lot of times a car will go there for a couple seasons so they can figure out where to put it. But this Ligier LMP3 car doesn't fit in our prototype class. I think it's probably too fast for that. So they've put it in GTX here. Of course, we want to try to be a place where a lot of different people can come with their cars to play. So you find ways to do that.
Right, and it's also just a very different style of prototype than the actual SCCA prototype category. Those are
correct.
Much smaller. They're typically bike engine vehicles. So, as you mentioned, GTX, a catch-all. I mean, it would catch everything from 90s Le Mans prototypes to current Le Mans prototypes and GT cars. A lot of professional racing equipment that doesn't necessarily fit perfectly into pre-built SCCA classes. Just throw it in GTX, and we actually had really good racing a couple of weeks back at VIR between one of those LMP3 Ligers that we're seeing here, a different one, and a Lamborghini Super Trofeo machine, two different cars that they turned out to be turning the same exact lap time. They would never share the track anywhere else in competition than in GTX here.
Well, and there's so many X-Pro Series cars out in the world that don't have a place to play, and if we can find ways to fit them into our structure, it just brings some really cool machinery to the racetrack for people to see, and it gives people a place to go drive their race cars. And otherwise, those cars would sit in a garage with a tarp over them.
Right. Man, this track is so busy right now with all 6 classes trying to navigate their way through. Watching 2 of the faster cars, Eric Presby in the LMP3 car and Charlie Peter is the red Porsche. They are 4th and 2nd in the session overall, and they're working their way through some of the slower cars. Not just slower, but also trying to maybe do a cool down and get out of the way, as we're seeing multiple cars, kind of like you would in Formula One qualifying, where they pull over to disappear and go really slow. And it's just creating a lot of chaos on this tiny little racetrack for these big GT cars.
Yeah, and it looks like Presby's also being really respectful because he knows he's the only GTX car. So regardless of where he puts a lap down, he's going to be the top car in his class. He's been letting some people by that I probably don't think he needs to let by, and that's been really nice to see. So listen, we're at a little under 9 minutes to go here. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll finish up this qualifying session. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everyone.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, and we have a new pole sitter, Charlie Peter, at the top of the list now in his GT2 Porsche with a 1:14.405. That is a fast lap.
And with that, he's calling it done. That's the white and red Porsche that's just on pit lane now. So he must have finally found the gap in the circuit that gave him the lap that he was looking for, stopping with his crew to take a look at a couple things. And he's just in front of your GT1 pole sitter, Dane Smith, in the Corvette. Has jumped back up to the top of the class after Tom Smith in his Mustang, both Trans Am tube frame silhouette cars, of course, but Tom Smith was the quicker of the two. The double check, we'll add this to our list of research on whether these Smiths are related, Brian.
Yeah. Well, they're both from Arkansas, so that makes me feel that they might be. But real quick, though, Charlie Peter in that GT2 car at a 1:14.4 is 3.1 seconds faster than the second place car in GT2, the Dodge Viper. So not only did he put a fast lap in, I think he's pretty confident that he's not going to have to worry about any competition, at least for the pole in this session here in GT2. So a good, well-prepped Porsche, and Charlie Peter knows how to drive the thing, so he's gone right to the top of the leaderboard.
Right, and again, this track, not really a huge horsepower track. It is a good power down track, though. So if you got the Porsche 911, of course, rear engine, it's going to put the power down super, super well. And then these shorter straightaways with bigger digs. I mean, we're digging out of the corner at turns 2 and 3. We're digging out of the corner at turn 6. Go ahead, Brian.
So we've got a problem in turn 9. If we flip over to there, we've had some contact and cars just off the racetrack here. Maybe it's the 8-9. Oh, there it is, right there. So
that's the
contact with the tire wall. Yep.
Yeah, that's the number 52 BMW M2 CS of Matt Kopchak, who is your pole sitter in Touring 2. That's a long way down from the corner. That's actually about halfway down the straightaway, but it's on the pinch point over the bridge for the tunnel that gets you into the infield. So he either got some help or he went a long way to end up towards those tires.
All right, let's go check out our start-finish camera here as these cars start to come through here, and apparently there's been very, very heavy imp in that area, so they're going to get a lot of personnel out there to check on that driver and make sure he's okay. And this is probably going to end our session here with 3 minutes to go.
Yep, checkered flag is out early with about 3.5 minutes remaining in the session, so that will cut this thing just a little bit short. We haven't mentioned Touring 1 or A sedan yet, but Ross Murray is your pole sitter in A American sedan in the number 74 car. That's a Ford Mustang. And then Michael Pettiford is your current provisional pole sitter in Touring 1. That's a bright yellow C6 C06 Corvette. But all at the top of the board, Charlie Peter, Dane Smith, top 2 in the session, top 2 each in GT2 and GT1.
All right. Well, I don't think there are going to be a whole lot of drivers getting fast laps here as the track temperature is definitely going up with the sun out. Having probably 7-8 laps on their tires, we probably got most of what we were going to get in the session. So let's go through our top few in each class here, and then we'll take a break here. In A sedan, it's Ross Murray, Tim White, and Andy Schneidenmayer. In GT1, we've got Dane Smith and Tom Smith. In GT2, get the thing to switch over, Charlie Peter Kirby, Mark Kirby, and Robert, I should be able to say this without even thinking about it as a Polish boy here, Kasprowicz is your third place car in GT2. GTX, we've got Eric Presby, Greg Schneiderman. T1, your top 2, Michael Pettiford and Richard Grant. And then in T2, we've got Matt Kopchik, Christopher Miranda, AP Miranda, and Scott Sewell, your top 3 in T2. We'll take a break. When we come back, STU, STL, T3, and T4. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Hi, I'm Eliban Goulart, driver number 70, Cruise Speed, Spec Miata.
Hi, my name is Ethan Goulart, driver number 72, Spec Miata, Mazda Motorsports. 2014, 4 years old in a go-kart. I'm the 4th generation of my family, so he's my father, and then my grandfather ran a team as well, SCCA Racing, who we also ran with, and then my great-grandfather.
So racing together is, look, I'm sure I'm gonna step back and look at this a few years from now and be like, wow, those are like some of the best moments that I get to share it with one of my kids and race with each other. I never really look as like racing against each other, but there's definitely a little bit of a feud in there somewhere, so I'm not sure what the dynamic is. I got to keep him in his place once in a while.
Definitely a great opportunity to be racing with your father and, being bumper to bumper, working with each other. But at the same time, I want to beat him. He's just another competitor to me. So even though I want to work with him, I still want to beat him. So,
okay, all right, we'll see, right?
Obviously, we're working with each other. We're looking at the data and video after each session and seeing what we do differently. There's many things that he does better than me and many things that he's learning from me as well. So it's a combination of both. I'm still learning a lot with the racecraft side of things, and he's teaching me. And I even see things visually while on the track, just like yesterday during testing, I learned something like when he was passing somebody, You know, he just stayed a little wider, opened up the radius, and let me get in. So it's about teamwork and staying together, but I also learn a lot from other drivers as well, because everybody does everything a little bit differently. So I like to pay attention to everybody and pick up on things and make myself a well-rounded driver altogether. You have so many different competitors, right? SCCA Miata, you got 50+ guys out there and gals out there that we're running very close, so we're always learning from each other, right? So even after all these years, I still feel like I go out there always picking something up, even if it's a little bit smaller. Certainly from Ethan, even though he's still only 15, there are little things that I picked up that he does differently that may work a little better than what I do, and I'm sure that's vice versa as well. But I think with us running comparable times and so on, it's really a great tool to have and be able to share that data and that feedback and you know, relay it over to the guys to make the chassis better and better so that we can go faster together. So there are many sports out there. Racing is the one that I fell in love with, and I think that racing with your family especially is one of the most beautiful things out there. It's definitely a moment that you can share with each other. Intensity is high, the love is high, sometimes the getting upset is a little bit high too. But those emotions, I think, create a great bond. But just being around the whole paddock is a great family atmosphere. Being able to share those stories after the fact, being able to talk about it before coming to a race, just enjoying and sharing a similar likeness of things, I think that just goes with you for the rest of your life. So SCCA Club Racing is definitely one of the great places to go and accomplish that, and I think that everybody should have a chance to go and experience it.
Hey everybody, my name is Jonathan Stark. I'm racing the number 51 GT2 Viper ACRX here at Road America this weekend. We're going to kind of talk about some changing conditions that are happening this weekend. We're going from rain to wet to dry to kind of wet, trying to figure out the correct setup, which tires we might need to run in our particular racing line that we need. With racing in the rain, you usually want to soften up your vehicle. Some of the things that you can do is change your shock settings, change your spring rate, and maybe if you can also change your sway bar. We can change our shock setting, so we go soft. You really want to go soft in the rear in this car, so we can kind of put the power down a little bit easier. With any type of racing, you have different tires. In this scenario, as you start seeing that rain coming down, it's time to start trying to figure out which tire you have. There's full wet, there's intermediates, slicks, and what we call a DOT slick. This is where it kind of gets challenging, and the best of the best can really kind of figure out which tire to use at the right time. If it's drying and you think it's going to be really dry, you put that full race tire ready on that slick tire and go for it. But definitely if it's raining and you think it's going to be raining the whole time and wet, we use that full Hoosier rain tire. One thing that really factors into this is what you're going to do as a driver. A lot of people change their actual racing line or driving line. As you look, you're looking for puddles, you're looking for glare. If you're on the rain tires and it does start to dry, you're seeking the wet to keep those tires cool. But if you are on those dry tires and it is starting to dry out, you try to get to that dry line as soon as you can to keep those slick tires warm, and hopefully you have the chance to win that race. Hopefully these items that we covered today help you at the track and hopefully make you more successful. But it is my time to go. We're about ready to go race ourselves. I actually need to figure out which tires I'm going to use here in just a moment. Guys, have a great day. Thanks for watching.
We're back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, STU, STL, T3, and T4 on the track. Had a little bit of a break. We had to do a cleanup after the last session, but we're back qualifying here at Hallett. Brian Bielanski, Tom O in the house. Tom, this is another one of my. I'm just kidding. Great group of cars here, Super Touring and Touring 2 and Touring 3.
Yeah, these are really cool cars. Super Touring is a much more modern version of production, I would say. Maybe I don't know that I've ever made this comparison before, but you're allowed to do engine swaps. You're allowed to do bolt-on aerodynamics. You're allowed to do some of the more modern track day prep that you would see on cars from HPDE organizations, etc. And even like the tuner world is a bit more where the Super Touring regulations come from, as well as welcoming in a whole bunch of maybe 15 to 20-year-old pro racing cars with smaller displacement. And then the touring cars, those are basically showroom stock or showroom spec, a bit of modifications to the suspension, brakes, etc. But in Touring 3 and in Touring 4, those cars very, very similar to what you would drive on the street if you just modified it just slightly.
Yep. Yeah, I always describe Super Touring as the tuner class. You know, all that stuff in the tuner world tends to fall into this area pretty well. It's if you like tin tops, this is the class for you to pay attention to. So,
relatively
early on here.
Go ahead, Brian. Sorry, excuse me.
Early on here, we're on board with Ryan Gutile. This is his Spec MX-5 car that he double purposes. We call it double dipping here in the SCCA. So he also gets it out here in the Super Touring class. And I'm trying to remember, this thing falls into... he's not on my timing screen at the moment. I know he was late, having an interesting time entering the double dip this weekend, so he'll pop up on our timing screen at some point. I believe it's Super Touring Light for the Spec MX-5 cars.
Yep, that's correct. Interesting. I just noticed he had to go down to second gear for turn 2, which is kind of something you avoid at almost all costs unless it really, really makes a difference on the lap time. That 2-3 shift on a racetrack, especially while cornering through an exit, is a really risky shift to get used to and do quickly, consistently. So I'm going to have to remember that, especially in the SMX races. That's an SMX car. Just noticed we have Eric Krill on track in Touring 4 in a Mazda RX-8. Big lockup for Chris Edens. This car's been in every class in the SCCA, I think. That's a turbo Miata, Mazda Speed powered, at least as far as I remember. And it's been in Touring 1 before. It's been in GT3 before. Now it's still back down into STU. So it's kind of changed the modification approach to that car a whole bunch of times.
Well, now Ryan Gutile pops up on our screen here, slotted in the same way. That second place shift, Tom, do you think that might be just a early lap, a little slower, not quite what he would normally do, just because they're getting tires up to temperature?
It's possible, but he was working the car pretty hard, and Gutile's been on the track already once, so he kind of knows what the rhythm is. That's the blue MX-5 on the camera right there. And again, if the corner's slow enough, I mean, those cars don't make a lot of torque. They need to keep the car up in the RPMs to make the power. And this is one of the slower corners on the Super Tour schedule, period. So a lot of the corners, even some corners you'd think of as pretty slow, like turn 7 at Road Atlanta or Oak Tree corner out at VIR. Those are slow corners that come onto long straights. So you can still roll third through those in these types of cars. So it gives you an idea of just how much you really have to woe it down and park it to change direction over at turn 2.
Yep, the yellow car we just saw go through our screen. Another one of those that we don't get to see very often out on the SCCA is Pontiac Solstice GXP. If you get a chance to walk up to that track at the racetrack, it's a really cool race car. So check that one out as well.
That is Michael Pettiford in Touring 3. He's currently 3rd in class. Eaton's still struggling with brake lockup on the right side of the car. It's not even the inside tire. Kind of interesting there is maybe dialing in some brake balance or some of the setup changes that have gone into that car to change it from GT3 to STU. Now that maybe doesn't involve a whole lot because those who've paid attention to club racing over the last couple of years know that GT3 and STU were combined. So they run in the same class together now, making very similar speed, but with kind of some different methods to the rule sets there. Some two-frame cars allowed, some production cars allowed. All the details get into the weeds pretty significantly, but either way, Eaton's definitely on the working the setup curve early in qualifying here.
Yep. Gutile's now jumped to the top of the leaderboard in STL. You saw the black Miata with the pink headlights. That's Amy Mills. She's always at the front of the STL field as well. She is in second place right now. She was on the pole until Utah dropped down that lap of a 126.996 to take the provisional pole in STL. David Fiorelli is your STU pole sitter at the moment. Steven Johnson is your T3 pole sitter at the moment. And Austin Rowland in the Porsche Boxster is your T4 pole sitter at the moment. So that's where they stand right now with just over 14 minutes to go in the session. There's Amy in that Mazda MX-5 car with the pink headlights. Also in this race, if I don't see him here. Never mind, I won't mention it because I don't see him. James Eben in the 66 car. I believe that's dad to Cam Eben, who is SMX pole sitter, I believe. He ended up on the pole. Big SCCA family out of Wisconsin. Eric Hill has jumped to the top of the leaderboard in T4. Of course, Prill, a multiple national champion. Been dabbling in a bunch of other classes and a bunch of different cars over the last couple of years once he got rid of his national championship winning cars. He's kind of taken a bit of a step back from the driving role, but he does get into a car a couple times a year to keep his license up. And since they're based out of Topeka, so this is their home track now. And usually here he's in something this year in a Mazda RX-8 T4 car.
I think that's the car just coming at the camera there as we switch over. Good look at the Honda S2000. Heard from Peter Davis behind the wheel of that number 11 S2000. Yesterday he showed up to the track and loaded the car off the trailer and it had no brakes. Didn't know why at the time when he shared that, but clearly the brakes working okay, at least right now on the racetrack. And that car running in STL, so that's a 2-liter engine or lower, probably the factory 2.0 liter that came in that car all the way back pre-2004.
Yep.
In STL 7 strong this weekend, and he's running in the 4th spot.
If you're using your brakes, you're not going fast enough, Tom.
Right, he actually said that. He's like, do we need the brakes for Hallett, right?
No.
Unfortunately, yes, a couple times, maybe down at turn 2.
I so admire people who are fast enough that just get in any car and within a lap or 2 or 3 or 5 be at the end of the stick. That is such a great skill to have.
Definitely takes a lot of time to get there, right? You just have to be really confident in what your inputs of the car will give you, and then you apply that to the racetrack. So if you're confident in what braking application looks like, if you're confident in what throttle application looks like, what turn in, and just kind of drawing a general racing line around a racetrack, that's all pretty simple once you've got the data of what your car will do. Many times it takes years, but sometimes it can even be shrunk down to months. And sometimes drivers get really quick at it, even within a day or 2. And then you just apply that, like I said, to this current circuit. So you see those brake markers on the left side of your screen, that's on driver's right. If you know what brake application needs to be, you know what the turn-in of the car is going to do, all you have to do is do a simple math equation of, do I need to brake at the 4, the 3, the 2, or the 1? Most of the cars here are going to brake right around the 3. And if you brake a little too early, okay, I'll just push that equation down the braking zone just a little bit further.
Yeah, it also helps to know the track. Like Eric Prill, he's got probably hundreds, if not thousands, of laps at Hallett. So, it's one thing to have a new car and a new track, but when you only have to learn one of the two, that's a big help as well, as I have learned over the years. So
yeah, it's so true, especially a track like Hallett. There's so much small terrain and little things. We're looking at the braking zone for turn 1, and at times it feels like it's pulling the car to the right, and that can make you feel really uncomfortable because you've got to turn left at some point. So there's nuances to each track, and some are more difficult than others, but this track falls into that category of, like you said, kind of classic club racing circuit, which means it has a lot more texture and a lot more nuance and a lot less straightaways typically as well.
Yeah. Your current fast driver in STU, David Fiorelli. T3 fast driver is Steven Johnson. In STL, your top car right now, Ryan Gutile. And Eric Prill is the fast car in T4. Let's take our break. When we come back, the rest of qualifying here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everyone.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance. What's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Back here live at Hallett, David Fiorelli, still your fast car in STU. Steven Johnson, still your fast car in T3. Ryan Gutile, still your fast car in STL. And only change, Austin Rowland now has taken the top spot in T4 at the moment. But we still have 7 minutes to go, Tom. I bet you that might change.
It very well might, but that's a Porsche Boxster that's at the top of Touring 4. That's pretty cool. We don't see those cars quite as often as you might think, and he's just over about 3/10 in front of Eric Prill, so T4 battle is shaping up nice. As I was talking, a big improvement for Amy Mills. She goes all the way to the pole in STL, finally leapfrogs Ryan Gutale, who we're riding on board with here. Watch the footwork down into turn 2. And then all this management, these corners all very similar speed. There's an acceleration zone, and when I say similar speed, these next couple. So you're going to do a small speed adjustment here, turning in blind, but you have to really late apex, keep the car to the right side of the racetrack so that you can turn into this left-hander with as much radius as possible. Bumpy through the exit, then you go over this crest that wants to suck the car off the track, but you got to keep it just barely into this braking zone. All these corners, again, very similar, but so different when you add the terrain and the elevation and the flow of them linking together.
Look at all that blue sky. I hope that sticks with us for the afternoon. And hearing the weather system's supposed to come through overnight tonight, so we might get lucky this weekend, Tom, and keep dry on during racing time.
Just knocked on wood here.
Yes, definitely. Let me look with the sun out. Let's see if the temperature. We're supposed to get up to about 77 degrees, and currently right now it says it's 68. I have to think it might be a little warmer than that by now, but yeah, maybe the machine never lies. There they go across the start-finish line, and that tower that you just saw, I'm at the top of that tower. There's turn 1. It doesn't look as mountainous when you're in the car, but I bet you as you're driving through it, you feel all those little changes and nuances, don't you, Tom?
You really do. And again, it's not like huge elevation change like Road Atlanta, for example, where you're changing hundreds and hundreds of feet. I think the total elevation, again, is like 70 something feet. But because everything is so blind, you can see how many of these entries you can't see until you're really in the corner. It makes it feel, and then the bumpiness, of course, it makes it feel like there's way more elevation than there actually is.
Jordan, if we can stay with this until he gets back to turn 1, and then as soon as he gets through turn 1, go to the turn 1 camera so people can see what we're talking about. It won't look like much once we get there, about a quarter of a lap away at this point. It won't look like much from inside the car, but when we cut to the camera, you'll see all the different undulations that are there, and it's pretty remarkable how it doesn't look that way here. But like Tom said, you definitely feel it. Uh-oh, did we lose the... No, here we go. Back at it. So this is the final turn we're coming through here onto the main straight. And when we get to turn 1, you're not going to see it. It's not going to look terribly camber-ish, but yeah, that looks fairly benign. Now look at it there. You see you're coming downhill, there's camber, then you go uphill, all in the same corner. It's really pretty remarkable.
Yeah, that's great. I love that comparison there. At the top, we've got a pretty good race shaping up in STU. Look at this. David Fiorelli does still have the pole position, but Chris Edens, after a trip through the pit lane, maybe a little bit of tuning on the car, picked up a bunch of time and now is only 0.05 of a second back, not even a tenth back from David Fiorelli. They're going to be very, very similar, both turbo cars. David Fiorelli in the EcoBoost Mustang, Chris Edens in the essentially a Mazda Speed turbo-powered Miata. That's the NA coming there through turn. That's actually a different car. That's an STL car, but Edens in a similar-looking NA Miata.
While we were in car with Ryan Gutile, no camera shyness there. He was able to retake the pole position with a lap of 1:25.348. That bumps Amy Mills back down to second place. So I think regardless of what happens, those two are going to be the front two cars in STL unless something really big happens here in the last 3 minutes.
And Brian, the gap between them, 0.01. They're so close in STL. Touring 3 is also nice and close. Steven Johnson in the 350Z has about a 0.5 of a second advantage in qualifying here over Michael Pettiford. If it stays the same, they will start side by side on the second row overall. And there's a look at your current T4 pole sitter. Provisionally, the yellow Porsche Boxster of Austin Rowland in car number 10 down into turn 9. He's got about 0.3, maybe even 2.5 advantage over Eric Prill's dark blue and black Mazda RX-8.
Yeah, 1/100th of a second between Gutile and Mills here in STL. That's awesome. Yeah, I'd love to see the two cars shadowed over each other to see where that, if we can actually see where that 1/100th happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things they do at Indy when they do qualifying is they'll run the two cars with a ghosting over the other. Work on that, Jordan, for us, okay?
Right, yeah. Do a little graphics upgrade somewhere through the year.
Our director says he's going to get right on that for us. We'll have that after lunch, definitely. Minute and a half to go here, and up front at the top of our leaderboard, still Fiorelli and Eden in STU. Still Steven Johnson and Michael Pettiford, your top two in T3. We've been talking about Gutile and Mills in STL, and then in T4, it's still Austin Rowland and Eric Prill, your top two cars there.
It's a nice little improvement for Peter Davis in that red S2000 in STL. Picked up a couple of tenths, moved up a couple of positions, and now sits within about 1 second of the top two there in STL. That's Gutile and Mills still. So we have NC MX-5 over engine swapped NA Miata, or NB, excuse me. Amy Mills is an NB. And then a Honda S2000. That's your top three in STL. Pretty cool little mix of enthusiast sports cars there.
Yeah. All right, it's our last session. We're going to get the checkered flag here. Our last session before lunch, our last qualifying session of the day. When we come back after lunch, we'll have 7 races for you. The action's going to be fantastic. Oh, we got a replay. Something happened. Oh, that car was drifting through there. Wow. That was right on the edge of disaster.
Really good save, especially when you get out that far. The curbing on driver's left has that classic ridging to it, which kind of floats the tire in the air just a little bit as the suspension bounces. Makes it really hard to save. It's a good save for that driver. I'm trying to get a number on that car and see who it might have been. One of the STL cars, either Michael Kopecki or Charles Mathis.
All right, checkered flag is in the air. Anybody who's working a hot lap, this lap will count. But it looks like most cars are going to start heading towards pit lane now. Our lunch break here. Let me pull up the schedule while we're chit-chatting here. Let's see. The lunch break is going to be an hour, if all goes well. We're almost caught up at time. We had a really long cleanup after our first session today, so we're actually pretty close to being on time. Thank you to Race Control for pushing us along here. Let's go through our starting order now for the top 3 in each class, and then we'll take a break and come back after lunch here. In STL, your top 3 cars, Ryan Good, Amy Mills, and Peter Davis. I'll let the Honda S2000 pop up there in third place. In STU, 2 cars, David Fiorelli and Chris Edens. Then we go to T3. Your top 3 cars there are the 3 cars in the field: Steven Johnson, Michael Pettiford, and Jeff Ryan. And in T4, your pole sitter in T4 is going to be Austin Rowland, followed by Eric Prill and James Evan. That's how they're going to line up for our start of this race. The race for STL, ST, and Touring 3 and 4 is going to go off. It should be around 3:50 Central Time this afternoon. We're going to take a break. We should be back around 12:20 for our first race of the day. Of course, Central Time, 12:20. We'll be back. You guys have yourself a great little break, and Tom and I will be back in about an hour.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have 2 main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. That gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We are here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski and Tom O. First race of the day, Spec Racer 4-3. Tom, and this is always a good one.
Going to be so much fun. 35 cars coming to the green flag for our first race. It's 25 minutes or 22 laps, whichever comes first.
Yeah, it's a beautiful afternoon. Actually, the sun is out and it is warmed up a lot. That may change how these cars live. And we are going to get to our grids in just a second to get us started here. And we'll go through as many of them as we can. A short pace lap, so we'll go through it quickly and get to the first few rows definitely here. And on our pole is Tyler Stevens, him Peyton Long in row number 1. Moving on to row number 2, we've got Greg Heinig and Gary Glanger. Row number 3 is going to be Carter Coate and Stefan Schulter, followed by Russell Oakes and Davis Henry in row number 4. Moving on to row number 5, Jim Coate Jr. and Nick Heinig. Then we've got Rob Hilstecker and John Jansen. Row number 7 is going to be Craig Jansen and Sal Weber, followed by row number 8, Scotland Rowe and Carl Haywood. Moving on to row number 9, we've got Ben Pigeon and Paul Miranda. Row number 10 is going to be Matt Strathman and Robin Kirkland. Row number 11, we're going to have Tom Burton, Tim and Jim Coate Sr. Now on to row number 12, we've got Michael Seamer and Thomas Schulter. Row number 13 is Charles Pigeon and Brent Seward. Row number 14, we've got Timothy Blakely and Mark Hutchins. Row number 15, Dwight Ryder and Jeff Bedell. And row number 16, finish us off, Mark R. Carter and Frederick Haas. Do we have a row number 17? Oh, there we go. Close enough. David Roth and Thomas Davis. Coming into turn number 10 for the first time. They're going to come around this sweeping left-hander, get onto the front row, and they're going to come down to the start-finish line. Let's see if the starter likes what he sees, and he does. Green flag in the air. 32 cars flying down to turn 1 at Hallett, and this should be interesting, Tom.
Oh, and 6th place from the outside row, a bit of a poor start, kind of stacking everybody up 2 and 3 wide through turn 1. We hold our breath for a couple extra seconds here, and everybody makes it clean and clear through to exit of turn 1. It's Tyler Stevens, though, to the front. No, excuse me, Peyton Long took the lead. He led across the start-finish line, Long in the white and orange, and now finally one car backwards. We have a big stack up down at turn 2, but the inside lane is clear. Haven't seen much contact just yet. Everybody trying to get through, but I think that's just the number 33 or maybe the 73 having gone backwards. One more car spinning out, and that might make it actually all the way to the tire wall.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but that was actually kind of comical as the car tried to get back onto the racetrack. Still a little wet off of the racetrack, so something to worry about. Clean through 1, not so clean through 2, but now we're at turn 6, and most of the cars who made it through now single file through turn 7 on their way towards turn 8 and 9, where we've seen some problems. Oh, there's a car with a big wiggle there about halfway back, maybe 10th position or so as they come through. Now on through turn 9 and up towards our final corner.
That was indeed the 33 of Rob Peelsticker who ended up backwards. There was a little bit of contact, but it looks like everybody was able to continue no problem. It's about a 5-car breakaway at the front, and unfortunately, I misspoke. The 33 of Peelsticker is stuck in the grass, just headed slightly uphill down into turn 1. A little bit of a look. Tyler Stevens trying to get a move on Peyton Long. Drivers teammates, but competitors equally so in this race. They're coming into that local yellow.
Yeah, and they're going to have to come and probably get that car out of the way. That is not... Oh, that car got out of the way on its own finally. So good news there. But we'd already gone double yellow, so that's unfortunate here. They shouldn't take long, though, to get through this one, Tom.
Yeah, with no incident to clear up. We've even seen them before on this calendar of Super Tour events pull a yellow after throwing it. Looks like they're committed to it this time through, so we get to catch up on what happened at the start of this race. Peyton Long was able to take the lead around the outside of turn 1 on Tyler Stevens. Gary Glanger got through as well from the outside on Grant Heinig. And then a little bit further back, I think it might have been Russ Oakes. The yellow and blue car that started in the 6th spot, Stefan Schluter, excuse me, a little bit slow on the initial launch, and that allowed the inside lane to get a better run from 3rd, 4th, 5th. The rest of the field is still trying to realize that it's under full course yellow. They're still side by side at turns 8 and 9.
Yeah, looks like, I'm trying to see what's going on here. They should be coming around now. And it looks like they've dropped the full course yellow, and we're just going to go to green without a pace car here. So that's probably the best way to get through a not so good situation there. About a half a lap under full course yellow, and we are back to green flag action as Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens lead the whole field down to turn 1 again.
Oh, that's tough because it's not what you expect procedurally as a driver, so you really have to be plugged in, and Peyton Long, Tyler Stevens were a little bit sleepy. Gary Glanger got a run at him, but now it's one with the momentum. They're side by side down into turn 2. Stevens, with the preferred driving line, is going to just kind of slide job right across Peyton Long's nose and pick up the lead once again. We're still side by side for 3rd.
Stevens, Long, Glanger, Heinig, that's the way they're stacked up now, 2 by 2, going for 3rd place now. Looks like that's Heinig trying to get underneath Glanger as they come through turn 5 and now up through turn 6 towards turn 7. Now they've started to single file back out now as they come, and basically their first full lap at speed, because the first lap was marred by the incident in turn 2, and then they had to slow down for the pace lap. So this is their first full lap at speed here, and you can see the teammates of Stevens and Long starting to check out just a little bit, even with only about 2/3. Oh, a spinner there. Let's see if he can stay out of the way of everyone else. Hopefully they can negotiate that car sitting there in the center of the racetrack. Oh, there's another car with body damage.
And that all started with a move up the inside for the driver that ended up spinning, trying to get a number on that car from the previous camera shot, but he made a look up the inside. The second car in frame here and just lost it on the brakes. Too much brake pressure, and as soon as he tried to turn it in, the rear locks up and he goes around. He's going to drop all the way to the back of the field after running in. I think that was the 8th place car, and a bit of contact there did blow the bodywork off the back of another car. So there was contact much later than that initial just self-spin.
Yeah, I think what happened was maybe that car slowed down and the car behind it didn't expect to slow down, and that's where the contact came in. So no issues there. All of those cars able to continue once they got a little bit of a break in the action to get that car turned around, and you can see there that car is pulled off. And I guess that's going to decide. I think there's a cutout there that they can drive off the track. So here they come now into turn 7 with about a 5-10 car length lead about between Long and Heinig in 3rd place. Heinig has taken over 3rd from Gary Glanger. Stevens, Long, Heinig, Glanger, that's your top 4. Carter Coate is in 5th. Full course yellow and a pace car now this time, so I don't know what the situation. Let me listen to the flag net here for a second, Tom.
Sure. Before this yellow flag came out, we had a bit of a top 2 breakaway happening between Stevens and Long. Not a big surprise, as those cars qualified about 6 or 7 tenths faster than the rest of the field back in qualifying, but it was a good battle between Heinig, Glanger, and Coate. Grant Heinig had the 3rd position, but Gary Glanger in the number 11 was looking super, super racy at turns 8 and 9, kind of showed the nose on the lap prior to this full course caution come out. Whatever it is related to, I think, that initial self-spin from what we watched a lap ago, and there was contact just after that exited our camera shot.
Yeah, I don't think we've got a camera that can see it, but it sounds like we might have a car with some sort of a fire there. Oh, there was an impact there of one car just out of our camera angle on 9. Looks like it was the 88 car, Michael Seimer. All right, so we're going to slow down for a bit here. Let's do this. Let's take our break here while this is going to be a little bit longer full course yellow. So let's take our break, get it out of the way, and hopefully by the time we'll be ready to go back racing. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We're taking a short break here. We've brought everybody in for a moment. We're under a black flag all situation here. When we had that car spun around coming out of turn 9, a car kind of swerved to miss them and ended up in some sort of a barrier, and we've stopped the action to get that cleaned up and to fix that barrier and a bunch of other stuff. So if we take down the pylon, we might be able to see what's going on there. No, we can't. But you can see the tow truck out there. It's kind of on the other side. It's a right-hander there, and it's behind our camera. So, but we're gonna get that cleaned up here pretty quickly. And so yeah, it's got a short break. How are you, Tom? How was your lunch?
I'm great. I got to finish it here. You want to know? I was going to make some pasta. I forgot to boil the water, so I had to just scarf it down after we went live there.
Well,
but I would never tell you guys that because I am a professional and also a great cook.
I love it. I have no problem with that. No problem.
The good news is we have lots of time left in the race with 14 minutes.
Yes.
It's going to definitely go to the time instead of the laps. The laps go by quick here, and importantly for Tyler Stevens, he was able to take the lead on that lap just prior to the full course yellow coming out. About 6 corners before that spin kind of created the domino effect that ended up with us, black flagged here. The big question, I guess, is now if they had any sort of run plan strategy to maybe take it a bit easy on each other early. That's going to pull the gloves off pretty quick if we get back to racing.
We'll let you know. That's not usually how things are done. So we've got 13 minutes. The clock continues to roll over a black flag situation. But I'm pausing because I'm listening to the flag net here. We've got 3 cars caught up in this situation. I'm here. Those cars for pit lane. How am I sounding now, guys? Okay. Well, I apologize for my audio difficulties here. And let me, anyway, so what we're hearing is going to be an extended here stoppage. 3 cars out there all need to be gotten from their precarious place. And going to take just a bit of time here. So enjoy your pasta, Tom. We have a little bit of time.
Oh, we're all done now. But I did get a chance to go back and look at how this might have played out. So the car that initially spun was the number 14 of Robin Kirkland. That was, again, just kind of a brake lock-up self-spin. Ended up backwards, facing traffic coming out of that turn 9 section. And it looks like something after that involving Michael Seymour, Jim Coate Sr., and Davis Henry. Those 3 cars all not completing the last lap on timing and scoring. So I'm going to provisionally say that's who was involved out there at turn 9. Maybe a bit of a domino effect. We saw one car's bodywork kind of launch off as they clipped the number 14. And we have to speculate that maybe something ping-ponged back further to involve a couple extra cars. So that's what's going on here at Hallett for Spec Racer Ford 3. The clock is still running. I'm surprised they've said it's going to be an extended caution, but maybe just kind of concerned about butting up against the end of the day. We have to keep things rolling to an extent, but Spec Racer, a bit of a messy start, I have to say, for those first couple laps with a brief full course yellow and then a real one popping up another lap later.
All right, so we're going to take a short break, folks, while this gets cleaned up, and we will keep you posted on as soon as it's ready. We'll come back and we'll get all the action live for you. So stand by with us here. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Speedway.
Solo Nationals is the place where you get to come out and show what you've been working on all year, whether it's mechanical, whether it's your driving skills, and more importantly, it's a place to be with all of your close autocross friends from around the country that you see at these national events.
Solo Nats is a ton of fun and has some of the best people around.
Solo Nationals is the biggest party that I plan for all year. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's, all my friends are here, and then we get to go have fun with cars.
We're done, and it's time to go home. I woke up this morning and I see the parking lot's empty, and it makes me sad. That's kind of what Nationals is. It's lay everything out, and you wish there was more.
Back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Brian Bielanski, Tom O here, and just getting, I'm hearing the sweet sound of Spec Racer Fords in my ear here, Tom, and we're going to come back and we are going to get a green-white checkered finish, Tom. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh boy, that is really not. It's. I mean, maybe formulate my thoughts here. It's definitely high pressure for the drivers right now. If they learn that they only have the 2 laps, basically, you can make your moves. This is for Super Tour points for the National Championship Point Series. This is bragging rights, of course. But the cars are cold. The brains might be a little bit cold too, sitting there on pit lane while we cleaned up those couple of cars back at turn 9. And I love that we're going to give them a race, but what pressure these drivers are going to be under.
Well, and I'm hoping the word actually gets to all of the drivers so that no one thinks they're coming back to do 5 laps and can treat these last 3 laps like they should. So, but they usually do a pretty good job of alerting all of the drivers in a situation like this. So, it's going to be fun if nothing else.
Also got a good look on the break there of what the top level of SCCA solo or autocross looks like. This is, of course, the top level of SCCA amateur club racing. Amateur only in moniker because none of these drivers make a living as a race car driver, in theory.
Right.
Everybody does this as a hobby, but at the pinnacle of competition, of course. But anyway, back to the autocross or solo. This weekend as well, the National Solo Series is at Beeville, Texas for a national tour. So there's just a good look at all the different ways to get involved as a driver or anything else in SCCA land. I've also got SCCA's Track Night in America, which is probably the best way to get on a racetrack in your street car anywhere in the country. And we go national from coast to coast. I think the tracks are maybe more than 30 tracks now, including Hallett. We're here in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and the Hallett Track Night is at the end of what is becoming a popular thing in the SCCA called Targa. And Targa, Texas starts on Tuesday, I believe. And a lot of people are going right from this to Targa, Texas, which is kind of a mini 1 lap, which is pretty cool. And so a lot of stuff going on right in this area over the next few weeks, and a lot of SCCA opportunities, whether you're a road racer or not. So yeah, I see the one finger in the air by the grid person there, right there at the start of the grid there. So we're going to get going here any moment here. I've just heard now that the last course truck is off of the racetrack, so we should be going any moment. So we're going to get 1 pace lap. We're going to go green, then we'll get a white flag, and then we'll get the checkered flag.
So as they roll off the pit lane, Tyler Stevens leads this race over Peyton Long and Grant Heinig, all 3 out of the Hallett Motor Racing Circuit Spec Racer Ford camp. So you can guarantee all 3 of those drivers have plenty of laps here. If you can ever have too many laps, I'm not even sure that that's possible. But back to that, Grant Heinig and then Gary Glanger, Stefan Schluter. That's your top 5. As timing and scoring catches up with these drivers, they have a very short window to basically re-rack and restack this race to this is essentially a full reset now at this by the time they've sat that long.
Does look like all of the cars are able to restart and take off here after the black flag situation. That can be a problem sometimes. You always have to cross your fingers that your car restarts after it starts to cool down. And but everyone's able to get back out on the racetrack here. Pace car's making a pretty quick pace lap here, trying to get us going and back on schedule a little bit. So, Tom, do you want to be position 2, position 3? Where do you want to be coming to the green flag here? A lot of strategy going through people's minds, especially if you're in the top 5, 6 cars here.
You know, that's a tricky question at most racetracks, but here I just want to be in the lead. There's no opportunity for big drafts. But when we're coming to the green flag, the best opportunity to make moves is, of course, right there at the green. So these drivers are going to be really up on the wheel, ready to come onto the front straightaway with some momentum. I think this is maybe Peyton Long's best opportunity to try to get back in front. The longer it stays green, the more things settle in, the harder it is to make passes on cars around you. And then we've already seen so much churn in that bottom half of the top 10 and outside of the top 10 as cars struggled to get single file even after nearly a full lap on the initial green.
All right, just a couple corners to go. We'll see our pace car as we are right there. As I say, getting on the pit lane, and now the control of the field is under Tyler Stevens. He'll come through the left-handers, which is kind of like one big sweeper here, onto our main straight. We'll hear them put the power down, and we will see what happens from the starter here. And the starter is going to throw that green flag. Look at a quick move right from fourth place, trying to get to the lead early. That's Gary Glanger.
And he jumped that perfectly. He gets along side by side with Tyler Stevens. Stevens was feeling protective, goes up the inside from the very exit of turn 10, but he's the only one who doesn't get past. Glanger with a massive restart just there to get up into second spot. Is he still side by side with Peyton Long? Yes, Long has to go really deep on the brakes down into 2. And look at the rest of this mess. They're 2-3 wide as the track expands out to the very edge at the exit of turn 2, but pinches you back for turn 3.
Yeah, Long definitely had the more advantageous spot going into 2, was able to hold on to that position, and now it's kind of cycled through just like we had it originally. It's now Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, Gary Glanger, and Grant Heinig there. 1, 2, 3, 4 with about 4 corners to go on this lap, then 1 more lap to go.
Carter Coate also clinging on that top 5, pulling away just a slight bit. Stefan Schluter in the yellow and blue, kind of in no man's land in the middle. We're still side by side for about 15th spot, but this top group has worked its way out, and I think that big move from Gary Glanger at the green flag probably caught the drivers like Peyton Long and Grant Heinig really off guard. They were trying to make something happen in the first corner, and all of a sudden they were under attack before they could even realize it. Ooh, some contact and a pass in the background for Jimmy Coate Jr. trying to get through on Stefan Schluter. I think he got it.
All right, Stevens and Long broken away. White flag is in the air. 1 more lap to go here at Hallett. It looks like Stevens and Long have gotten a little bit of a breakaway. Glanger and Heinig trying to keep up to make it a race for the podium, but right now it looks like it's a race for third. Oh, 1 car going off there.
That was one of the cars in maybe 8th or 9th, going for a little bit of a ride through the dirt at the exit of turn 1. The orange car in about 10th, also with a huge slide through turn 1 as well. But at the front, they look very, very under control and uniform. A bit of a slide for Peyton Long. Tyler Stevens still leads this race and is nicely under control in the red number 105.
Long and then Stevens, that's your top 2 right now. My timing is scoring, waiting. It's Stevens and Long, I apologize. Then Glanger and Heinig. Stevens and Long. Long will probably try to make one last move here, coming out of 10 for the drag race down to the checkered flag. And there he goes, trying to make himself big in the mirrors. Glanger is in front of Heinig. Doesn't look like there's any move there. We'll see what happens when they come to the line. For the final time, it's going to be Stevens with the win. Long was second. Glanger across the line in third. Continuing on in the rest of the top 10, Carter Coate will finish 5th, followed by Jimmy Coate in 2nd. Stefan Schulter in Jimmy Coate in 6th, Stefan Schulter in 7th, followed by Scott Monroe, Craig Jansen, Russell Oakes, and Ben Pigeon, who moves up on the last lap from 12th to 11th.
What an exciting green-white checkered. I'm sure there's tons of little battles and scraps that happened all the way through the rest of the field that we weren't quite able to keep up with, but really, really high pressure for the drivers. We made it through with just a couple of dirt drops and a couple of slides, but a green flag finish. And I think this field going to be going into tomorrow looking for a bit of a longer run, a bit of a more, get some momentum behind the race before things get too crazy, as that was a very, very disjointed heat race before we get to tomorrow's feature.
Yeah, Gary Glanger had the restart of the century, threw it in there, but props to Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long for not succumbing to the pressure and holding him off, and being able to stay 1 and 2 to the line. All right, we're going to take a break. We come back. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 6, race number 2 up next. Stay with us, everyone.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Race Experience is our easy access wheel-to-wheel racing program that allows you to come in and race, where we're primarily focusing on safety aspects and not so much on balance of power and perfect classic. It gives more people an opportunity to come and participate in an SCCA road racing weekend doing wheel-to-wheel road racing.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O'Gorman is here with me. Group 2, Spec Racer Ford. I'm sorry, Formula F, Formula V, Formula 6. We should get 25 minutes, hopefully 22 laps, or at least a lot of them, Tom. But be another good race. All right, let's do our starting lineups here for this race number 2. On our pole, 7 rows of starters. Cliff Johnson is in row number 1 on the pole with Andrew McDougall in second place. Those are Formula Fs. Moving on to row number 2, we have Dale Evans and Timothy Price in 1 Formula F and 1 Formula 6. Moving on now to row number 3. Zachary Whitston and Hunter Phelps Barron. Those are your 2 cars in Formula V. We should have a bunch of Formula Vs now. Row number 4, Steve Whitston and Mark Richardson, also in Formula Vs. Now to row number 5, we have Rich Richardson and Simon Hughes, one in a Laser, the other in a Womer. Row number 6 is Goldnitz and Philip Holcomb, both also in Formula Vs. And you've got Ron Whitston in row number 7, and next to him in a Formula 6 is Carl Meyer. Meyer had problems in qualifying, so I'm not sure if he'll make it out here. Actually, I do see a Formula 600 off in the distance there, so it maybe, well, actually I see 2 Formula 600s, so they might be starting together, all the Formula 6s at the back, and if there's only 2, that means that Carl Meyer probably did not make the start. Can't see the card number there. We'll know when they cross the start line the first time.
Yeah,
It's out there.
Yeah, it looks like both F6s starting at the back, so that's going to be some faster cars coming through that Formula V field. The Vs, though, this is going to be a super fun competitive race. They qualified so close together, giving themselves a little bit of a gap for the green flag, which we're rolling to just now.
There's your Formula Fs out front with a little bit of gap back to Formula V. That's actually my preferred way to see a split start, nice and tight there. Gives the Formula Fs as much time as possible by themselves before they catch the back of the Formula V field. There's your Formula Vs running through turn 1 now for the first time, and they are, and you can already see that Formula 6 car starting to work their way up through the Formula Vs. Here's your Formula Fords for the first time through turn 2.
Still duking it out between the 3 of them, but it's a great start for Zach Whitston. He's in the blue and yellow Formula V car, sitting in the 4th position overall now. He broke away from the outside of the front row, and the Formula 6 is going at it as well. All 3 classes have a race, but Cliff Johnson leads Formula F, Zach Whitston leads Formula V, and Carl Meyer, I think, is still continuing to hold on just over Timothy Price for F6.
Winding their way through their first lap of racing action here at Hallett. Formula 6s have already made it past the back 4 cars in Formula V, so they've got about 4 more cars in front of them to get clear of the Formula V field. Formula 6s, in theory, should be a little faster. Well, in some cases, they're actually faster than the Formula Fs, but they should usually they cycle in somewhere between the Formula Vs and the Formula Fs on pace. If they have a really top-level car and a top-level driver, they could be as fast as the Formula Fs.
And they're going to throw it up the inside, the battle for F6, trying to work it through on 4th, 5th, and 6th in Formula V. Here they come onto the front straight. They weren't able to make the move. A bit of a slip as well for Zach Whitston coming onto the front straightaway. It's going to open the door for Hunter Phelps Barron in the 113. That's the black car with the red nose to try to get a move into turn 1. It didn't quite pay off that time, but he's still glued right there. And Steve Whitston also in the conversation as well in the solid yellow machine. They're down in turn 2 already.
Yeah, those Formula 6s already on the first lap, able to make it up into the top 6 here of this, of the Formula Vs.
Oh, a big spin in the
yes.
outside of turn 2. That's one of the F6s. I think it's Carl Meyer in the number 3. Goes a bit agricultural and now is stuck trying to get it pointed the right direction. Gets it turned around actually rather efficiently, and will continue on with just a bit of a bruised ego, having dropped away from the rest of the field.
And it didn't look like he put too much mud on the racetrack, so that's a positive as well. So that was Carl Meyer, as we said. I just heard the call from the flaggers. Spun all by himself. Able to get back in the fray, though. So here comes our leaders now coming through the turn 10 complex here for the second time here as they come across the line. Your leader, it's going to be Cliff Johnson, followed by Andrew McDougall and then Dale. Now your Formula Vs are going to start coming through here. Zachary Winston at the point with Hunter Phelps-Barron in second, Steve Winston in third. Looking at the chat, Brian Straczynski in the chat, I believe, telling us he's happy to see Hunter Barron's back with us. He says that's going to be a runoffs contender this year, he thinks. Dan Straczynski also in the chat, part of this big Formula V community showing up in our chat this weekend. Appreciate having them all here.
And this is going to be a really fun battle to watch over the next 20 minutes. We're going to probably be on time, not laps, in this race. As the pace of these cars just a little bit slower than that lap target. But it looked like Steve Winston had a bit of a look down into turn 1 on Hunter Phelps-Barron about a half a lap ago. That's the second and third place cars in Formula V. So far, Phelps-Barron's been quite patient, not really showing the nose, not doing anything in the background to try to pull attention for Zach Winston, who's your race leader in the class. But these drivers, it's so impressive to watch the racecraft that they've developed, especially the runoffs contenders, because they race more on spidey senses than anything else. You can tell that they know exactly what the momentum of these cars will do, not only for themselves, but for the other cars around them. And it produces such fun racing, especially when we get to bigger, faster tracks with a draft. This one, a little bit more of a driver's track, and all three of these drivers pulling away from the rest of the field in a big way.
Yeah. Question in the chat about Formula 6 is starting at the back. I think what happened, and I don't know for certain, but Carl Mayer didn't turn a single lap qualifying. So he couldn't start from that middle slot like they normally do. So what I'm guessing is that Timothy Freist was given the opportunity to be sporting and start back with the only other car in his class, and they chose to do it that way. That's my guess as to what happened. But that's my, because usually when they split start, the Formula 6s start up with the Formula Fs.
Right. So I would completely agree with that. Here's a great battle for fourth in Formula B raging on as well. Mark Richardson, Rich Richardson, and Simon Hughes running in that order on your screen. Mark Richardson with the yellow wheels, Rich Richardson in the silver car. And you can see they just sort of spread out a little bit in this handling section of the track, but then they'll pull back together down the side straight between turns 7 and 8, and then certainly up the front straightaway. Right now, Mark Richardson doing a decent job to pull away a couple car lengths in this sector.
Up front, we've got Johnson, McDougall, and Evans. Then our Formula V top three, Winston, Zach Winston, Hunter Phelps-Barron, and Steve Winston. That's your top three in Formula V. So some familiar names, a name that I'm being told was going to become very familiar to us here. So I don't know how long Hunter Phelps-Barron has been taking time off. It sounds like he was a racer within this class in the past. But I do know, I'm pretty certain in my 3 years of doing the Super Tour, this is the first time he's popped up on my radar. But definitely he's up with two of the best in the country in Zach and Steve Winston. So we're on a great show here.
Yeah, I know I've seen this driver at the runoffs, but typically Larry McLeod. I'll pause that thought. We have a pass for the lead about the driver we're talking about. Hunter Phelps-Barron down the inside at turn 2 and is able to push Zach Winston just a little bit wide and to pick up the spot. Typically in Formula Vs, if you add distance, you're losing time. And with that wide run around the outside, he wasn't able to hold the position. And new leader, Phelps-Barron, who I was going to mention, typically Formula V, my cohort at the runoffs, Larry McLeod, does that class. So I'm not quite as up on my Formula V as Larry would be. He would know all the ins and outs, and probably his birthday too.
Of course, our associate producers has jumped in. He won the pole in 2020 at the June Sprints, and he had the runoffs pole that year as well, and he ran the runoffs in 2021. So those are years that I wasn't involved, so that makes perfect sense why I'm not familiar with the name. But definitely a guy with some skills and showing it right now for everyone to see.
Ran a pretty patient first couple laps, but that was a fairly commanding move, I imagine, down into turn 2. We caught it just as it was starting to unfold. And he's been able to hold that 2 or 3 car length lead through the rest of the lap, just until we get up onto the front straightaway is when Zach Winston pulls in. Any bit of draft that you get around the lap is probably mostly in that section, certainly the most usable section. And they're just ever so slightly being reeled in by Timothy Freist in the Formula 6 car, who's leading and now uncontested after that spin from Carl Mayer. Hopefully he doesn't interrupt this battle, but he will have to get through it at some point.
Yeah, he'll find the right time, I think. You know, I think Phelps Barron would have been happy staying in second if Whitson hadn't gone wide and opened the door for him there. When he knows the company he's in, those 3 cars literally pulling away from the rest of the Formula V field, and that's perfect for those 3. They can race until the last few laps, and then they can race against each other to see who's going to win this thing. So, and our Formula 6 car trying to make up time spun there. And that's Freest, who's now fallen off the racetrack. We'll see if he can get back on, but no longer a worry for the Formula V cars. Well, he tries to come through because I don't think he's going to catch him now with what's left in this race.
Yeah, it'll take much longer than it would have before, as he was right there prior. And really, that only benefits Steve Widston, who doesn't have to worry about a car coming up from behind and interrupting his opportunity to stay involved in this 3-car race. This is definitely the best battle on the racetrack, as Cliff Johnston now has a 5-second lead. Johnson, has a 5-second lead over Andrew McDougall. 5 seconds yet again to Dale Evans. So Formula F has spread out. Now the Widstons running nose to tail. They're going to be so familiar with one another, and I imagine that they will make sure that they, if anything, try to take down Hunter Phelps Barron and not each other. Big momentum through turn 1, though, for Phelps Barron using all the curb.
Sounds like that Formula 6 car is stuck or stalled just off the racetrack there, so they're trying to figure out what to do with that car at the moment. There's our Formula V leader. That is Cliff Johnson, who just went through our screen. He has a 5.5-second lead off the second-place car here of Andrew McDougall. And then here's your third-place car. That's the one coming through now on Carl Mayer. That is Dale Evans. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about the Formula Fs because there's pretty good gaps between first, second, and third. Really the best race right now on the track is that race for the top 3 in Formula V. And now back to that battle. Geez, that's a different battle in Formula V. That might be 4th, 5th, and 6th that we're looking at right here.
Yes, indeed. Mark Richardson is just holding that 5-car length or so lead over Rich Richardson and Simon Hughes. No shuffling of the positions yet amongst these 3. Looks like Hallett might be presenting a bit of a challenge for passing opportunities, specifically in these Formula Vs. A big wiggle for Richardson over the crest. That was Rich Richardson, and he's going to run wide at turn 9 and give the opportunity for Simon Hughes to just drive on by.
Yep. So Hughes will take up a point now. It'll be 4th place in Formula V.
More issues for Rich Richardson. He's slow coming around turn 10. Stayed out on the racetrack, but clearly has some momentum broken in that car, whether it's driver or car. Remains to be seen. This is the battle for Formula V at the top, going around a lap Formula 6. It's no changes yet. Phelps Barron looks like he's got a little bit more pace in that car right now, or at least is extracting more pace out of it than either Widston behind.
He doesn't want to get too much of a lead because I think that will give the Widstons a chance to work together and catch up, and then he doesn't want to let those 2 guys just drive right by. It's actually better for that leader for them to stay packed up unless he can get a big lead and break the draft altogether, which is difficult to do in these cars. They're so evenly matched, especially up at the top of any of these fields, that to just pull away at this situation is probably pretty difficult.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Those little puffs of smoke you see are more, they're related to the throttle, not actually not brake lockups. You see them kind of rolling back onto the throttle. The car clears itself out, blows a little smoke occasionally. There again at turn 1. And good eye in the chat from one of our associate producers about the track record. We talked about it in qualifying. It's officially shattered now, as the fastest lap of the race, a 126.4, is well faster than the track record. We're side by side for the lead yet again. Every time I look away is when they throw the grenade and start the battle again.
Yep, that was Zach Widston trying to throw it in, put a little bit of pressure on Phelps Barron, but not able to get the job done there. Maybe that's just a little test move, as wondering what might happen here in the final few laps, kind of feeling the whole situation out. But let's do this. Let's take our break. When we come back, we should have the last about 8 minutes left in this race. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Spec Racer Ford, car number 33, or the driver of car number 33, report to the race director. Spec Racer Ford, car number 33, report to the race director. Back here live, 10 minutes to go here, and look at this action up front, Tom.
Yeah, Zach Whitston decided to go for a pass down the inside of turn 1, and they still haven't worked it out. Side by side, up the hill through turns 5 and 6. Finally, Whitston able to close the door. So once again, now back to the running order we started with: Zachary Whitston, Hunter Phelps Barron, and Steve Whitston in that order. But we're up to nearly a half a dozen exchanges for the lead. You made a great point right before we went to break about kind of testing the waters of making a pass. You kind of have to know where the last great passing opportunity is on any given lap. And here at Hallett, it seems like for Formula V's, it might consistently be turn 2, which means on that final lap, you want to be leading coming out of turn 2. Other tracks, it's the final corner. Other tracks, it's the first corner. But all these drivers have to kind of work that equation out and figure out what's my best possibility of winning this race without having to rely on a mistake from the other drivers.
This might be the highlight of my broadcasting career. The great Tom O suggested I made a great point, everyone. Let's write that down. Here we go here. 8 minutes, 58 seconds to go. Zach Whitston has retaken the lead here in Formula V. Hunter Phelps Barron in second. Steve Whitston in third, watching it all play out. Mark Richardson is back up to fourth place here. Simon Hughes in fifth in Formula V, followed by Rich Richardson. Michael Nitz is in seventh place in Formula V, followed by Philip Holcomb. Taking a look at our Formula F field, you've got Cliff Johnson, Andrew McDougall, and Dale Evans. Pretty good gaps between those three cars. So that's why we continue to focus here on Formula V. And look at that, Steve Whitston now taking second place.
Yeah, I was able to get a run around the outside of turn 2 with a bit of momentum. Hunter Phelps Barron had to park it after a pass attempt at turn 2, and he's going to lose a position for it. Some slower cars coming up pretty quickly for these drivers. And again, these cars, very small mirrors, visibility is challenging. The flaggers will have some blue flags out if they can, but only so much they can do. You really have to be heads up as a lap traffic car coming through with the leaders behind. Hunter Phelps Barron now all over the back of Steve Whitston.
Yeah, definitely we know, and there you see Carl Mayer making a lot of room for the faster cars coming through. That is as gentlemanly as a move over as you're ever going to see, folks, as he lets these Formula V leaders slide through unabated. But there's still some Formula Ford back markers that they're going to have to work their way through a little bit deeper into this race. This is the action that we've come to expect when we get enough Formula Vs out here. They are always putting together awesome racing for us to talk about. And today, no exception. Here they come, the leaders on a slower car. Hopefully that car won't be any too much trouble for them to get around. Timing these passes when you're the leader is really important, Tom.
It is so important. It looks like Whitston going to show the nose early and try to take the inside lane through turn 5. Does it nicely and does not have to worry about pressure from behind. The lap driver there doing a fantastic job to be predictable and relatively out of the way. Very heads up for Ron Whitston there. Oh, that might make some sense. It's just his family coming through trying to win the race.
And, you know, it's difficult as a flagger in this situation because the slower car was a yellow car. The car in the top 3 is a yellow car, and you might not even realize that that's a different car when they finally get to you on that lap. So we always like to try to get that flag out there as a flagger, and I spent 20 years on the flag corners, but sometimes that situation that it's really hard to know, was that a car, should I have thrown the blue or not?
And that's why it's only an advisory flag. It's not a mandatory flag to do anything with. But they're through on the traffic. It's Zach Whitston, Steve Winston, Hunter Phelps Barron, who is kind of going 2 against 1 in a lot of the ways. Hasn't directly affected his race yet, but you just kind of seen every time the Whitstons have to deal with each other, they're very polite relative to Phelps Barron. Every time he picks a race, it kind of goes against his favor. He's being a little bit more careful, not making moves down into turn 2 so he doesn't lose time. But it's going to have to be pretty creative here, I think, to figure out a way to get up and by both of these drivers.
Thanks to our chat for pointing out that leaders just drove past Ron Whitston. They were wondering if Ron was going to try to help out his sons as he came through, but that didn't. He did not do that, and I don't even know that the opportunity. Oh, there's a wide wiggle there from Steve Whitston, and Hunter Phelps Phelps Barron comes right by. And now a nice big gap for Zachary Whitston. 10 car lengths, the lead now in Formula V.
Such a small mistake with such big consequences, and that's going to gift a nice little gap up to Zach Whitston. That might be the game-changing gift that he was looking for, but it's just so easy to run a little bit wide back there at turn 6. The track falls away from you, goes a little bit off camber right towards the exit. You have to stay as full throttle as possible coming out of that corner in these cars to keep the momentum up. You just kind of slip an inch wide and all of a sudden the track pulls you right off.
And I think they got back together, Phelps Barron and Steve Whitston, enough, and I don't think the gap is completely insurmountable. If those 2 cars work together on the draft, they probably can catch Zach Whitston. But Zach Whitston is going to try to put down perfect qualifying type laps right now and hold this lead off for the next 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Zach Whitston really relying on that momentum line coming through turn 2, maybe finding out that sealer has some good grip and worth adding some distance to keep the car moving a little bit quicker. He has continued to pull out maybe another car length or 2 over Phelps Barron and Steve Whitston in 2nd and 3rd. The next car they have to navigate is Michael Nitz. Little joke in the live chat. Wait, Nitz is at the racetrack and it's not raining? It's a miracle. We've seen that car in the rain at Road Atlanta. I think we saw it in the rain at VIR. Finally, some dry racing for the green car just up the road. They're running in the 6th spot in class. About to go a lap down, though.
Yeah, and the one thing now that is much easier is that the lead car without a pack is a lot easier to negotiate slower traffic. They'll also get the benefit of probably more effective blue flags when you're out in front like that. So this should be a little bit of help to Zach Whitston as he comes up on a few more slower cars.
Don't forget, we still have Formula F and Formula 6 in this race as well. I think both Formula 6 cars may have retired at this point, but Cliff Johnson continues to lead the race overall. Whoa, Michael Nitz, a really awkward spot to let by Zachary Whitston. I think he had to make a bit of a late move and pinched his entry into turn 1 ever so slightly. It's going to lose him maybe a couple tenths at worst, but now Phelps Barron is so much closer. Look what that did.
Wow. Exactly what they were hoping not to have happen, and now Nitz gets way out of the way for Steve Whitston to come through. But now Whitston, the big loser, Phelps Barron, the big winner and all of that. Whitston now probably out of the draft, and the lead 2 cars of Zach Whitston and Hunter Phelps Barron could probably just pull away here in the final 2.5 minutes.
Unless they start racing side by side. I also just caught Cliff Johnson, the overall leader. There's the red Formula F. coming up, and that's a quicker car by about 5 seconds a lap or so. Although last time through he was only 3 seconds quicker. So that bit of traffic is not said and done for the lead in Formula V, which is still raging on. Hunter Phelps-Barron in the black and red. The yellow and blue of Zach Witston has the lead, but Phelps-Barron definitely wants it.
And now you can see our leader in Formula F. You can see our Formula 6 leader now that he has done enough laps to win, even though the other car was in the race. It's now off. He's pulling on the pit lane, but there is your Formula F leader coming up on the back of this Formula V battle for the first. That's Cliff Johnson in the red Formula F. He's going to get around Nitz, and then the next car up the road for him is going to be Steve Witston. But now with the draft loss, Steve Witston's just hopeful now to be able to hold on to third place. That shouldn't be an issue. Our battle rages on, though, for the lead, Tom.
White flag next time by as well. And I have to say just how fast these drivers are going. They are now 4 seconds under the track record, mostly thanks to that new pavement. But also, I mean, you don't just inherit going that fast. I mean, that's the biggest break over the track record we've seen. Phelps-Barron thought about it down into turn 2, but he knows how that played out when he got his momentum pitched a couple of laps ago. Now he's got to try something else, or at least wait another lap and try to make it happen on the very, very last lap. Remember, we speculated the last passing opportunity you have any control over might be all the way back at turn 2.
Yeah, I do not want to make the pass for the lead until the final lap on this race if I have a choice, because that's the best scenario here for these Formula V drivers. Here they come, second to last time through that turn 10 complex here. Big sweeping left-hander onto the main straight. Oh, and we did not get the, oh, here they come. Oh, the white flag's going to our Formula 4 driver. So it's going to be 2 more laps. Unless the Formula Fords can get past the leader, unless Cliff Johnson gets around the 2 Formula V leaders, we may have 2 more laps of racing here for Formula V.
Oh, that's such tricky timing. And we've seen in the past, a driver like Cliff Johnson might notice that this race is still raging in front. He has no competition. He'll wait to pass. But other times, he'll just blow right by. He is, again, about 4 seconds a lap faster or close to it. Coming up quickly, still though, Zach Witston has the top spot. Hunter Phelps-Barron has slipped back maybe 2 car lengths since the beginning of the previous lap, but he looks really strong in this section, setting up turns 5 and 6 just a little bit better, closes in, and rolls the car down into turn 7 for the second to last time. Brian, I think they're going to stay ahead of Cliff Johnson just enough.
Yeah, Cliff Johnson could be catching them, and he's not. So I think he's doing exactly what you just said. He's going to let these guys get their second to last lap here, see the white flag, and get a legit final lap here, which is very sportsmanly. He definitely had the pace to catch those 2 leaders, and he's choosing not to do that here. So we're going to come down to the white flag now for Formula V, as these 2 cars, Zach Witston, Hunter Phelps-Barron, they're going to have 1 more lap to go here to see who's going to win Formula V. All right, there's your checkered flag on Cliff Johnson. He will be your race winner here in Formula F and overall. Steve Witston has taken the checkered flag, so he's locked into 3rd place. The only 2 come to change here is going to be our leaders in Formula V. Is it going to be Zachary Witston or Hunter Phelps-Barron? Just about 8 corners to go to find out the outcome in Formula V.
Great run through turns 2 and 3 for both drivers. This is much closer than Phelps-Barron was last time through, and this is the section of racetrack I think he looks maybe a little bit more comfortable in the car placement. You see him open up that corner just there. It's an extra half a car width or so, and he's going to get a big run into turn 6. They're side by side in the braking zone.
Side by side into 6. Phelps-Barron on the inside, Witston on the outside. Who's going to win the drag race down to turn 7? It looks like Zachary Witston has been able to hold off, but now another attempted move by Phelps-Barron, but no go there. Witston holding on as he comes through turn 9.
All the momentum in the world that Phelps-Barron could muster opened up the corner. Witston goes defensive into the final corner. Here we go, Brian.
Witston on the inside, Phelps-Barron on the outside. The better track for Phelps-Barron. If he can put the power down enough, it'll be a drag race to the checkered flag. Who's going to get there first? Is it going to be Witston? Is it going to be Phelps-Barron? It looks like Witston at the line with the win.
Wow. What a race between these two, and that outside move, I thought he might have the slingshot for it. I thought Phelps Barron might get that extra little oomph, but Zach Winston nailed the inside line, and he led the majority of this race. What a well-earned victory. That's one to be proud of.
The difference at the line, 9/1000ths of a second between Zachary Winston and Hunter Phelps Barron. When it came down to it, Zachary Winston was able to hold him off. Phelps Barron in second, Steve Winston in third. Looking at Formula F, Cliff Johnson with the win and probably the sportsmanship award for this race by not making that move on the final lap to put those Formula V's a lap down and giving them one more exciting lap to do. And thank you to him, and for all the fans at home, we thank you, Cliff. Andrew McDougall in second in Formula F, followed by Dale Evans. Looking at Formula 6, your race winner will be Kyle Mayer. He won the battle of attrition in Formula 6 to take the win. Timothy Freist in second place. Wow. How about that, Tom?
One of our associate producers there pointing out, yeah, but Zach beat Steve by a full lap, and he beat his dad by 2 full laps. That doesn't tell the story. That's some pivoting there if I ever heard it.
There you go. There you go. All right, that's going to do it for this race. Coming up next will be another barn burner. Spec Miata, Spec MX-5 is next. Stay with us, everybody.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
All right, we are back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I am Brian Bielanski. Tom O is with me on the call today. We've got Spec Miata, Spec MX-5 at a pretty decent-sized field, so let's get right to the starting grid. For Spec MX-5, they're going to start up front. Cam Evans is going to be your pole sitter. He is in, of course, a Spec MX-5 car, shockingly. William Wallace will be on the outside of the front row with Evans. Moving on to row number 2, we have Lincoln Larson on the inside with Logan Stretch on the outside of row number 2. Moving on to row number 3, Christian Hoagland will start there on the inside with Gavin Wardle on the outside of row number 3. Now on to row number 4, it is Ryan Gutile in the number 116 car with Joey Andrews next to him in the 111 car. And the last car in Spec MX-5, our Mark Carter, starting in row number 5. Now moving on to Spec Miata, your pole sitter is John Salerno in the number 34 car. Next to him, Brett Kowalski in row number 1. Now there, row number 2, Vinny Barata and Matt Stretch, Logan's brother, will be on the outside of row number 2 in Spec Miata. Row number 3, Chris Haldeman on the inside with John Hamner on the outside of row 3. Now we move on to row number 4. Hayden Manis on the inside with Will Robinson on the outside of row number 4. Row number 5, you got Preston Pardis and Nick Leveroni on the inside and outside of those rows. Jim Drago on the inside of row 6. Next to him, Christopher Schaefer. Row number 7 is Charles Bear and Matthew Davis. Then we've got row number 8. Amy Mills and Dylan Morgan make up row number 8. Moving on to row number 9, Jeremy Wilson and Chris Morton. Row number 10 is Roman Rez and James Bial. And then row number 11 is Perez and Jackson Kimbrough. Coming to the line now, your Spec MX-5 starters. Green flag is in the air as we get this race underway as our Spec MX-5 field heads down to turn 1 for the first time. Side by side, Tom.
Nice orderly start, but look at the commanding move for William Wallace around the outside, trying to hold Cam Evan honest. Evan is in the gray and white. Wallace has the red accents on the car, and then the green flag for Spec Miata coming a little bit more spread out, but John Salerno with a good start. Brett Kowalski with a push from Matt Stretch behind. Can he work the outside similar? He's going to try it.
Yeah,
Looks like he clears him.
Yeah, somebody from row 3 or 4 went a little slow through 10, and that kind of gave a little gap to the first couple rows. They've now sorted it out as they head down towards 2 for the first time here. Our Spec Miata crew now mostly single file until you get to row 3 there as they go side by side through 2. No issues, everybody seeming to make it through okay.
Salerno looked like he might have got a little run around the outside. He's still trying it, and now they're side by side for Chris Haldeman and Matt Stretch. Stretch has the point, but he's offline just a little bit, slots into 3rd, but Haldeman might get a little bit of a run out of turn 6. Does he look for it? No, he's going to slot back in. He knows better than to pick a fight this early in the race and lose touch with the leaders. Very, very orderly for Spec Miata. A little bit of a dirt drop, a mistake for Kowalski from the lead. Salerno's coming back at him in the blue.
Yep, side by side, coming up towards 7. Salerno takes the point again in Spec Miata. Now he tries to pull away just a little bit. Hard to do in this class. The draft, such a big part of what happens here. Not as much on a shorter track like this, but on a bigger track, the draft definitely a big deal.
Big time. Matt Stretch a little defensive there in 3rd. Those 2 maroon-colored cars still going at it. Stretch is the one in the lead of the 2. Chris Haldeman is right all over the back of him, and Vinny Barata in the black machine is right there as well. Here comes Haldeman up the inside for turn 1, shows a nose. Meanwhile, Cam Evans still leaves an SMX.
Salerno, Kowalski, Stretch, Haldeman, Barata, Robinson, Hamner, Drago, Preston Pardis, and Manis, your top 10 in Spec Miata at the end of lap number 1. Another move for the lead there in Spec Miata. That is Kowalski trying to get by Salerno. Little contact there, it looks like, coming out of 2.
Salerno says, I'm not going to lift to get in line. I'm just going to push you just slightly further in front of me. Is Kowalski in the black and white car, looking like he's feeling like he wants to lead this race. Every time he's made a mistake, he's made big effort to get back to the front of the train. Haldeman has gone through on Stretch. It looks like Barata might have gone through as well. Indeed, they both have. at the last sector. They'd already made it, but look at this train of about 12 or more cars still in the conversation for Spec Miata.
And here is your Spec MX-5 cars as they come here. And that is Cam Eben and William Wallace up front at the point with a little bit of a gap. Back to Lincoln Larson and Logan Stretch in third and fourth there. Not much of a gap. That's certainly not insurmountable here as they start to work their third lap of the race. Eben, Wallace, Larson, Stretch, and Wardle, your top 5 right now. Wardle several car lengths back. As they wrap now through turn 6, the left-hander here.
Oh, one car on the bottom left, then maybe is it the 111 of Joey Andrews with a mechanical issue, turns hard left to get back into the paddock. Smoke coming out from underneath the hood of that car. Corner worker's going to go double check, but that car's in a nice safe spot. It's actually still moving under its own power as the Spec Miata leaders now come back into this section of the racetrack. Bit of side-by-side jockeying just behind Preston Pardis. I think that might have been Hayden Manis and Nick Leveroni, maybe going at it just a little bit. And Manis holds the spot. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Andrews had a lot of problems on the VIR race weekend. Thought he had him sorted out for this weekend. Corner workers are reporting that as that car drove through the gate where it was pulled off there was a puddle of oil underneath the car, which is never a good sign. Eben, Wallace, Larson, your leaders here, as now we get back to our Spec Miata race, and wow, look at it, still absolute fast and furious action all the way back through what, 13th, 14th place here?
Yeah, and a retirement for Chris Haldeman. That's the car you just saw dive to the pit lane from the top 5, so that's a bit of a heartbreaker there for the number 40. That makes it a bit of a top 2 breakaway as well. I think Haldeman might have been running in third. So that means Kowalski and Salerno now have about a 5-car length lead over the rest of the field. Also point out on this Spec MX-5 side, those cars do take a little bit more management, a couple 100 pounds heavier in that newer Miata on not all that much more tire. So you don't necessarily see those drivers beating on each other the entire time like you do here in Spec Miata. Trying to get back single file is one of the cars running there just in the top 10. He's going to lose, get freight train, really losing about 3 positions. Nearly contact at turn 5.
And tomorrow's race longer than this one, and they have to run tomorrow's race on the same tires as today's race. So definitely have to think towards tomorrow and manage things today to make tomorrow not be completely undrivable.
Very, very true. I'm trying to get a number on this car that cannot get single file. Is really struggling to try to slot back in. It's the blue and yellow car with red wheels. I haven't been able to pick up a number on the side of that car just yet, but now finally gets single file. Almost looks like the fabulous Hudson Hornet from where I'm sitting.
All right, here comes Brett Kowalski and John Salerno through again, down to the start-finish line. One more time, Kowalski still at the point. Salerno right behind him, a little gap then back to Matt Stretch, Vinny Barata, and Jim Drago is third, fourth, and fifth in Spec Miata.
More drama for the car that had my eye, but also John Salerno had a pretty aggressive look up the inside back at turn 1. The other car, I was going to try to point it out at some point, and he's finally giving me a good reason. Preston Pardis has come from about 10th on the grid up to 5th. That's a multi-time national champion. It's the plain white number 42 now at the front of this train, just in front of, I believe, teammate Jim Drago in the number 2. I was a bit surprised at Pardis being a little bit more off pace than you would expect a national champion to be, but now racing his way forward just exactly the way you'd expect a national champion to do.
Yeah, the big question is he too far back now to even catch that second and third place train? I know we still have 17 minutes to go, but if he can get some help from Jim Drago, he might be able to bridge that gap.
Oh, look at the confidence.
Just that good. Yeah, just
that
was
good. Beautifully floated over turn 8 into turn 9, and he pulled out about a car length more over Drago for it. I don't know that we have to worry about how much time he has. Now Drago under attack from behind. That's Hayden Manis trying to go up the inside in the dark colored car. He's going to get there, but that's the short way around. losing a little bit of momentum. Drago's going to have a look back at him down into turn 1.
Yep, 3 wide there going into the entrance of 10, and that was a pass that was completed, but now Drago fighting back, and he's going to get that position back going into 1, it looks like, and getting the push from behind is going to be John Hamner pushing Drago through. And now Hayden Manis tries to fight back going into turn 2 again. And it looks like he's going to slot in between Drago and a couple of other cars have all popped up here as well.
Oh, there's still side-by-side great respect between Hayden Manis, and I think that was the number 7 of John Hamner. And Hamner just trying to maybe shuffle Manis off the track. He's got the long way around. He's off the new sealer as well, is Manis, so he's going to lose that spot and open the door for Nick Leveroni, who is the next car in line. That's 8th position in class with the orange headlights, but it's still 2 by 2 by 1 at the front for the top 5.
Yep, and Brett Kowalski and John Salerno, they are right at that point where they are about to break the draft back to Barada and Stretch. Stretch is now making that move there on the inside, or at least defending. But Kowalski and Salerno, it's about a 7-8 car length draft. And it looks like they are well beyond that now. So if Salerno and Kowalski can hook up and continue to work together, they can kind of seal their own fortune here if they can pull another couple car lengths and really put this one out of reach.
Bit of a disagreement on track position there, let's call it, between Matt Stretch and Vinny Barada. That's going to bring Preston Pardis just a little bit closer as well for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Matt Stretch was able to hold the position over that number 58 car of Barada, but Barada was certainly looking at it a couple of different times. Real quick, at the front in SMX, no changes. Cam Evans still leads by 3/10 over Will Wallace, but Wallace has consistently been turning ever so slightly faster laps here and there. Now going to get a look for some clean air. Here they are up the front straight.
Yes, similar situation in Spec MX-5 where those two leaders have pulled away, Evan and Wallace. They're definitely broken the draft back to Larson and Stretch. So if they can continue doing what they're doing and not do this, which is side-by-side racing, they will be able to continue to pull away there. Again, the draft not as big in Spec MX-5 as it is in Spec Miata. So while it's 6 or 7 cars back to where they really lose the draft in Spec Miata, in Spec MX-5 it's only 3 or 4 cars before that draft is really broken. So that's something you got to keep an eye out for as well.
Very true. And the other variable that hasn't shown its head yet is lapped traffic, as these faster NC MX-5s are going to come up on the back of Spec Miata in the next couple of laps. It'll start slow. You see that one car, it'll be a bit of a trickle, but once they get into the scrum of Spec Miata, that could be a deciding factor. Maybe William Wallace knows that that's inevitable and is trying to save the car just a little bit longer than Cam Eben, letting Cam Eben set the pace. They're going to easily power around that first of many lapped cars that they'll come across.
And because Spec Miata is so popular at these Super Tours, you're going to get your top 10, 12, 15 drivers in the country at a lot of the Super Tours, but you're also going to get drivers who come out and race 2 or 3 times a year and may not have the pace of those front drivers, and they will become part of this conversation specifically for the Spec MX-5 cars, but even if some of the Spec Miata front cars might start lapping traffic as well, and something they all need to take advantage of or be very careful about when they get to those slower cars. There's your Spec MX-5 leaders coming through. Evan up front, Wallace right behind him, and then a little gap back to Lincoln Larson and Logan Stretch. It was standing yellow at turn 11.
Where is turn 11? This track has 10 corners.
Well, it's the exit of turn 10. There's a corner station 11.
Got it.
So that's kind of, there it is. That's why. There's a car right off there at the start-finish line, and I believe that's Amy Mills.
No, it's Gavin Wardle, unfortunately.
Okay.
I just noticed he was kind of tumbling down the timing screen. Sometimes that's a fluke. Sometimes it's a race ender. Unfortunately for Wardle, it is a race-ending mechanical issue. Parked on the left side of the racetrack there on the front straight.
Yeah, I wondered if maybe he tried to get to pit lane and couldn't get over enough with all the traffic on the racetrack, and ended up that's where the car decided it was done.
Right.
curious position to park a mechanical, you know, so.
Yep.
But if you've got cars, if you're slow and cars are going around you, you just can't safely get over to get to the pit entrance. So that's my thought there. Checking back in now, this is our Spec Miata leader that we're just seeing going through our screen at the moment. That is Brett Kowalski, followed by John Salerno, and they've opened up that gap I was talking about, Tom.
Yeah, 2.3 seconds last time at the previous sector line. A bit of an off for Nick Leveroni. He's going to go agricultural for a second and have to softly rejoin in the background. Loses about 3 positions from it. And look at this, for third, Preston Pardis has joined the battle as well. So it's a 2-car duel between Kowalski and Salerno. They have yet to really start the duking it out, but it feels inevitable. And then this battle for third, fourth, and fifth. I have to imagine Stretch and Barada had sort of settled into a bit of a rhythm. Barada maybe being patient, but they're essentially battling for third at that gap. But now Preston Pardis is going to be really urgent. Look at the defense for Stretch.
Yeah, defensive and keep holding off those cars behind him very nicely as they come through turns 2 and now into turn 3. About 11 minutes to go in this race, just past halfway. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll hopefully go green flag all the way to the finish. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back live at Hallett, 8.5 minutes to go in the race. We've got 2 classes on the racetrack, Spec MX-5, Spec Miata. 2 of the new premier, well, one have been a premier class in the SCCA for a long time, Spec Miata. Spec MX-5, kind of the newcomer, the new kid on the block, if you may. Here also putting on a great show this weekend. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O'Gorman is here with me, bringing us all the great insight from his years behind the wheel. As we're watching some fun stuff here, Tom.
Yeah, and some awkward stuff here working lap number 12. That lapped car with the black bumper and the white hood separated our top 2 and is now kind of interfering, not by any fault of his own, he's just trying to do the race as well, but really interfering with the top 3 battle as well. Preston Pardis has gone through on, that is Vinny Barada.
Yep.
Barada now just trying to lob the car down the inside on that lapped car, but that really shook up the top 5 quite a bit. It took away our lead battle and it introduced a different battle for third.
Yeah. And that can be a problem that, that we deal with multi-class racing, even with only 2 classes here. And like I said, we've got this big gap, even within the Spec Miata class, between the front drivers and the drivers who didn't qualify so well. And it's just a level of experience and maybe even car prep at this point. Those top-level national cars are prepped to 10/10ths of what they can be. And sometimes some of the Spec Miata cars are older, maybe they're a little tired, maybe they're a little down on power. And they come out every couple, times a year, and the drivers love driving them, but they're just not quite ready to run prime time up front, and they can kind of, not on purpose, but get in the way a little bit.
Absolutely, and the difference between a really, really primo Spec Miata might make something like 130 to 140 horsepower, just kind of in that realm. If you have 120 horsepower, I can't even use words to describe how difficult your job becomes, because you just can't overcome that horsepower on a racetrack. Luckily, a shorter track like this, a little bit easier. But we mentioned, to pivot back, SMX is in traffic at this point, coming through the Spec Miata field. Cam Evans still leads the race, but William Wallace yet again just set the fastest lap. Not the cars we're watching on camera. That is the battle for 6th and 7th in SMX, but both classes still not settled.
And I believe now we have found your Spec Miata leaders.
Yeah, SMS. Yep.
Yep. That Spec. That's what I meant to say. Spec MX5. That's Eben and Wallace there, coming into our frame now. So it's these 2 cars. Is Eben up front, Wallace in second. As you can see, making their way around a Spec Miata car. There's another one coming up on them. And this negotiation of traffic, Tom, especially when you've got second place right on your tail, it is an absolute skill. Some guys do it well, some not so much. And these 2 drivers, Wallace and Evans, seem to be working well together. You also kind of have to work together also, which is not innate to do when you're in second place. It's, I don't want to work with this guy.
Yeah.
But you kind of have to.
Right, and if you stay just in the back of the leader, you're kind of in the pocket where every decision he makes opens the door for you. So right now, William Wallace, we haven't seen a whole lot of this battle, but so far Wallace seems to be fairly patient on trying to do anything with Cam Eben. Again, maybe kind of knows that that's how this plays out. Now they just finally get racy. Eben has been protecting the inside of turn 2 basically every time we've seen them, and then gets a good exit, kind of using that extra sealer for some grip to run the exit of turn 2. And is able to maintain his distance back to Wallace. Just floats the car up the hill, but they've got a lot of traffic, and this is top 10 traffic in Spec Miatas. These are some of the quick cars.
4.5 to go. I'm expecting maybe 3 laps to go next time by. So this is far from over, folks.
Really tough spot. We're coming into a single file thread the needle section, and it looks like the 151 of Will Robinson saying, nope, I don't want any of that. I'm just going to open the door and let these leaders through. The leaders have to get aggressive on Nick Leveroni. They both get through. Leveroni gets shuffled wide yet again at turn 9, and it's going to allow the patience to pay off for Robinson. Look, he's going to go around the outside.
I mean, the good news now is they're getting towards the higher end of the Spec Miata field, so the drivers there are real experienced and know how to deal with this. The bad news is they're getting into the higher end of the Spec Miata field. The drivers up front are really experienced and are pretty darn fast. 3:45 to go, and it looks like Eben and Wallace have basically cycled through without too many issues. They've stayed together. Their gap back to Lincoln Larson is almost 4 seconds now, so they're on their own. They don't have to worry about those cars for the most part, unless both of them have a big problem. But now they're just negotiating traffic until they get to the final 2 laps, and that's when I think we're going to get the big show of the day here.
Oh, Wallace looks up the outside for turn 5. That is nearly impossible to pay off there, but it might pay off all the way down at turn 7. He goes for the triple over under. Does he get the nose on the inside? No, because Cam Eben covered it perfectly.
Minute 24 laps, 3 minutes left on the clock. So when they go by this time, it'll be 2 to go here, it looks like. Hearing from race control that our number 17, Jackson Kimbrough, has spun and continued. Oh, no, spun and not continued. That's not a fun spot to be. Hopefully he's not stuck in the mud there, although with all those tire tracks there, he might be, Tom.
Yeah, he went for quite a ride, and the leaders of the race are coming into that corner in about 10 seconds time. They're in turn 1 right now with 1 car to pass. There's the local yellow, which means you cannot pass. Even out of class, they won't be able to make a move and lap cars in this section of the racetrack. The cars just in front of them are running in the top 7 in class.
2 to go, and the good news is that the distance between the yellow flag and the car in question is not very far. So here they come now, passing that slower car as they come through. No issues for either car as they still stay stuck together like glue. Wallace, really a smart race, not putting himself in any bad positions, trying to negotiate the traffic, working with Cam Eben. But that working with Cam Eben thing, Tom, goes out the door pretty much now.
Yeah, absolutely. Gloves are off for sure. Let's keep an eye on this battle, but just want to point out that Brett Kowalski actually lost the lead to John Salerno at some point. You have a new leader. There they are into the final corner, and then a big defense from Stretch on Barada. Somehow Preston Pardis has also dropped back to 5th. So both battles are on in both classes. Coming to the white flag now for your overall race leaders. They're the next 2 cars to come into shot. Nope, there they are. The next 2 cars there onto the front straightaway. White flag flies for Cam Eben.
All right, the good news is we'll be able to watch this battle for the lead for 1 lap and then pick up the leaders in Spec Miata because they'll just be starting their last lap once these 2 cars come to the checkered flag. So we can keep an eye on Eben and Wallace here for the final laps as they try to negotiate the last bit of traffic here. Here they come up over towards, we've got a couple of cars in front of them that they're going to have to deal with. What a bad spot, hit slower traffic, but they're going to get through it okay.
Some good communication from Hayden Manis there with the red back bumper, telling them to go up his right side so they don't interrupt or have to second guess what to do. Unfortunately, that's broken Manis off the back of John Hamner, who is the silver car next in the crosshairs of this battle for the overall win and in SMX. And the opportunities for passes are dwindling. About 2 more braking zones is all William Wallace has got. Cam Eben has been defending absolutely perfectly. Made a good Instagram video yesterday about some terms we should use. One of them was a loaf of bread. Loaf of bread meaning you're just sitting on the racetrack, can't figure it out. That's not at all what Cam Eben is doing. He's got this thing completely under control, positioning the car perfectly every time. Look at the defense.
Here comes the defense. 1 more big sweeping corner to go. Evans on the inside. Wallace is going to try to make that move around the outside. They've got a slower car. Let's hope that one doesn't get in the way. Cam Eben is going to be your winner in Spec MX-5. Let's see if we can now pick up our leaders in Spec Miata. That's the John Salerno, Brett Kowalski group here. They should be just slightly ahead, and here they are. Right there is your leaders in Spec Miata. The car out front is John Salerno. Brett Kowalski is the second place car as they battle up 3 towards 4 for the final time. Where is Kowalski going to try to make the move, Tom?
No, he's going to try to set up for this over-under down into turn 6, but it's so tough to pull off in this narrow section of racetrack. Salerno covers it just a little bit of jig to the inside for Kowalski. Now he has to go back to opening the corner back up. In the background, Barada picks up 3rd over Stretch and Pardis. But the battle for the lead, again, down to these last 2 passing zones.
Coming through turn 7, 3 corners to go. The blue car is Salerno. The white car is Kowalski as they come through turn 9, up the hill till turn 10. 1 more chance for the move for Kowalski. Can he get it done? Looking to defend is going to be Salerno. Now he doesn't defend, surprisingly. Kowalski tries to put his nose in, but doesn't get it done. It looks like Salerno's going to be able to hold on as they come towards the line. The winner in Spec Miata, John Salerno. Brett Kowalski will come in second.
What a race these 5 all put on. I can't wait to hear the story. We missed it on our cameras, but at some point, the last time we saw them, Kowalski had like a 5 car length lead over over John Salerno, but somehow Salerno was able to get back up to the bumper and through on Brett Kowalski and win the race.
Yeah, I'm wondering, 2 things. Either Kowalski had a moment or just slower cars made it difficult for him to navigate through. But whatever the case was, we were fortunate to be able to have 2 drag races to the finish line in Spec MX-5 and Spec Miata. Cam Eben, your race winner in Spec Miata or Spec MX-5 and overall. William Wallace finishes second. Lincoln Larson will take the third podium spot in Spec MX-5, followed by Logan Stretch, Christian Hoagland, Ryan Gutile, and Mark Carter. Then you've got your top 10 in Spec Miata. Your race winner, John Salerno. And then the rest of the podium, Brett Kowalski, Vinny Barada, followed by Matt Stretch, Preston Pardis, John Hamner, Hayden Manis, Christopher Schaefer, Matthew Davis, and Will Robinson round out the top 10. Up next is going to be Group 4, Formula Atlantic Continental FE2, and our prototypes. That's next. Stay with us, everybody. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Solo Nationals is the ultimate test of all of the hard work that you've put in up until that point.
I look forward to Solo Nationals every year. I want to be here because it's an intense competition, it's a great community, and just so much fun.
Solo Nationals is probably my favorite and only event that I would do for the rest of my life if I had to pick one. There's a combination of the agility that it takes to drive the car through the course in autocross that you don't get anywhere else in motorsports. You only get 3 chances at it. It's the national championships, which all of us care a lot about. And it's people I've known for 20 years at this point. So, and I've grown up with these people. I love it over there in paddock. I love it out there on course.
It's really a chance for everyone in the nation to really come out, have a great time together. The camaraderie is amazing, but also have the best competition that you can really find. Let's go!
When everybody comes to Nationals, it's instantly overwhelming. Just coming to the site and seeing how large it is, it blows you away. The entertainment value, the family value that's out here is unprecedented.
As a competitor, you try to keep it in your head as just another event. That's the healthy place to keep it. But at the end of the day, it really is something special. There's no other motorsports in the event where you have 1,300 competitors all driving the same obstacles, the same course, all competing against each other. Yeah, there's nothing else like it in the world.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Hoosiers here at Hallett. Hoosiers at Hallett. That's got a little alliteration. We should go with that. Anyway, we're for Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula E2, FE2 prototypes. Let's do our starting lineups. On the pole, Hans Peter in his Swift 16 and a Formula Atlantic car. Next to him is going to be Daryl Wills in the FE2 car, number 47. Row number 2 is going to be another FE2 car, Kenny Russo, number 23. Next to him are, I think, our only Formula Continental car here for the weekend. It is, actually, there's 2 Formula Continentals. Bill Johnson in a Van Diemen RF01. Then you've got Moss Moses in a Formula Mazda. There used to be a whole gaggle of Formula Mazdas now, all in Formula Atlantic. Moses Smith and Jarrett Voorhees in row number 3. Moving on to row number 4, Brock Evans and Stephen Thomas, both in Formula Atlantic Formula Mazdas. We'll explain that a little later. Brianna Zemlock and Bill Tex Johnson. One's in a Formula Mazda, one's in an old Star Mazda car. Again, we'll explain that a little bit later as well. Row number 6, you've got Mike Sauce and Paul Crabtree. Moving on to row number 7, we've got Robert Henson in a Formula Continental. That's a Van Diemen RF93. Next to him, we've got Philip Marshall. And in row 8, Wesley Woods in an FA Kart Furman. I don't know much about that one. And then John Jansen in his Formula Continental Van Diemen USF 2000 car. A lot of different cars fit into a lot of different spots on this race, Tom.
Yeah, and some of the fastest cars that we will see all weekend, probably the fastest, especially Hans Peter in the red car on the inside of the front row. And then the 2 cars next to watch are 2 Formula Enterprises. The blue and yellow machines in 3rd and 2nd are going to be battling for class win as well.
All right, here they come down to the line. And in the air is the green flag. Here they all head down to turn 1 for the first time. Hans Peter off to an early lead. Cycling in right behind him is Daryl Wills in that FE2 car. All of them making it through turn 2 very easily. And as you see Hans Peter driving away, kind of expect that. That is the traditional Formula Atlantic car, which is the overpowered car in this group of Formula Atlantics, which has now become a place with a lot of different makes and non-traditional Formula Atlantic cars. We were talking about the Formula Mazdas, and the Star Mazdas are now in Formula Atlantic.
Yeah, and they make up a majority of this field. Starting after the 4th place car, Bill Johnson's red Formula Continental, the next stream of cars are a combination of the newer Formula Mazda with the Mazda MZR motor in the back of it, or the slightly older Star Mazdas, the Pro Formula Mazda Series cars. They're all, I think, kind of relatively in the noise. That red one is a good example, and the green one, or sorry, the black and orange right behind, a good example of the Pro Mazdas, showing that they don't have the pace in Formula Atlantic to be a Formula Atlantic front runner, but all of these cars are very, very similar on pace, so they're all racing for class position. They're probably having a little bit of a race within the race, starting with Jarrett Voorhees in that number 15 machine.
Yeah, it's suggested that maybe there should be a Formula FA1 and FA2 kind of situation, which would be helpful to get at least cars that can race against each other speed and pace wise. But yeah, it is what it is, and the other thing you can't discount is how good of a driver Hans Peter is.
Absolutely, a past national champion here in Formula Atlantic, and just behind Daryl Wills and Kenny Russo having a good battle. Wills is in the dark blue Formula Enterprise, ironically also with a Mazda MZR engine in it, but a little bit quicker for Wills, and then Russo in the yellow car right behind. There's about 5 car lengths between the 2. Then your Continental leader, the red car, that is a 2-liter Ford motor. So that kind of gives you an idea of the engine size and power output range that we're talking here, somewhere in the maybe high 180s to low 250s, kind of somewhere in that range, around where you would see kind of out of a Mazda Miata.
Yeah. And the perfect example here is we've got that 108.7, the fast lap early on here from Hans Peter. And then the next fastest Formula Atlantic is doing 114.6s. So just a different class literally within the class.
Yeah. The other thing is this means Hans-Peter will probably complete all the laps in this race, all 22, or a 25-minute race if we get a delay. But this being the fastest cars, he will certainly have plenty of time to finish the race. Bit of a spread out in the back of Formula Atlantic, though. And good moves up the inside for, that is Mike Sauce, getting passed by Bill Tex Johnson, I think.
Yep. And I think Tex Johnson goes by that because there are two Bill Johnsons. They probably race together a lot. Bill Johnson, that is not the Tex, is a Formula Continental driver out of Leawood, Kansas. And then Bill Tex Johnson is a Formula Atlantic driver out of San Marcos, Texas. So that's how we talk, differentiate between the two. 19 laps to go here as we start.
Boom.
Oh, car goes way off there between 8, just kind of drove right off the racetrack. And once you go off there, it is hard to stop before you get to that tire wall. So I'm hoping that that car was able to slow down enough to not hit the wall, but we will see whether that car emerges from up over the hill. Has not emerged yet. As we sit here, they're off. So if you're looking in this camera, kind of where the V in that tree line happens, that's where that car ended off down there. So looking there to see.
And that was Bill Tex Johnson that we were talking about. Give him a little bit of commentator's curse. Sorry, Bill. Hopefully able to resume. There's Hans-Peter already through and leading this race by now closing in on 16 seconds.
Pretty good battle here for second place in Formula Atlantic. It is, a second, I'm hearing the flag call for that car that went off. Standby. And then they stop talking. So they got a pretty decent battle for second place in Formula Atlantic. Mike Sauce, Brianna Zemlock, separated by about a half a second, and then about another half second back to Paul Crabtree. So that's a pretty good battle there. That was what we were looking at.
Also looks like here Kenny Russo in that yellow Formula Enterprise is going to have his hands full with Bill Johnson from Formula Continental. Thank you to Misfits in the chat sharing that Bill Tex Johnson and Bill Johnson used to race each other in Formula Continental, so that explains that even further. Here's the battle you were talking about, though, a little further back, down through turn 1 and up to turn 2.
All right, so as I suspected, Bill Tex Johnson did get to the firewall. Waiting to hear if that's okay, so that car is stuck there, whether it's, I think it might be stuck under the tire wall is what I'm hearing, so. Yeah, so it sounds like the driver's okay. They tried to get the car going and it's stuck under there, so they're going to deal with that. We'll hear more about that in just a second, so.
Watching the battle for fourth in Formula Atlantic, Mike Sauce, Brianna Zemlock, Paul Crabtree, Robert Henson, all running in order. I think Henson in Formula Continental, though, so maybe in a different class in the blue car in the background, it looks like, yes. And then the next Formula Atlantic, another Formula Mazda MZR, that's Brock Evans. But Sauce leading the way over Zemlock and Crabtree in that order, down into turn 1. Brock Evans was able to get through on Robert Henson as well.
And these are, we're talking about Mazdas that are much more evenly matched, as you can see here. And some pretty darn good drivers in that group too as well. So this is being interesting to see how that plays out.
Here comes Brock Evans around the outside of Paul Crabtree. He's going to make it stick just through turn 5 and into turn 6. Seeing a full course yellow movement. Yes, we're going to go full course yellow, I think, for the car stuck in the tire wall down at turn 9. Is that correct, Brian?
Yep, that's what this is for. They're going to go and get that car out of the way there. Stuck in the tire wall, exit of turn 9. So Let's do this now. Since we're under full course yellow, this is going to take a bit. Let's get our break out of the way, and hopefully by the time we get done, we'll have a good idea of how long this is going to take. We'll do that right now. This is a Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Back here live at Hallett, under a full course yellow for a car off the track at the exit of turn number, oh, there it is. I think what I'm hearing is that they're going to try to let this guy drive away. They just had to get him out from under the tire wall and the mud and a whole bunch of other stuff down there, making it difficult, Tom.
Another good sign for, I mean, we've seen multiple times today. In qualifying, there was a spin with a little bit of a hit between two cars, and they were both able to drive away. This car made it to the wall, was able to drive away. Pretty stout for these. They were all Formula Mazdas that had that happen. Also notice just at the front, Hans-Peter has two lapped cars between himself and the next car on track is Darrell Wills for overall race position. The Formula Enterprises 2-liter is the dark blue car, sitting fourth in the train of cars. That's going to make their restart quite interesting. Might give an opportunity to Kenny Russo, sitting second in the yellow Formula Enterprises, fifth in the line, an opportunity to make some moves.
Yeah, this full course yellow is the least problematic for Hans-Peter and problematic for everyone else. Right. But he does gap up the field and, you know, give some folks a bit of an opportunity. So, you know, never want to see a phantom caution, but I'm sure that there are some people who are not unhappy with this.
That will probably pivot our race duration to time as well, with 12 minutes down and 12 minutes to go. Ramirez makes no difference. I think we'll end up turning maybe 18 laps with the 22, or roughly thereabouts.
Okay. You're better with the math than I am, so I'm going to have to trust you on that.
Or I'm just braver to talk without actually doing the math. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, and none of us are going to check at the end to see if you were right. So
Right,
say whatever you want. All right, lights are out on the pace car, which means when they come around this time, we should go back to green flag action here. It'll be about 11 and a half minutes to go here in this race. Let's talk about where we stand with things. Hans Peters, your race leader in Formula Atlantic. Then you've got two FE2 cars, Darrell Willis and Kenny Russo. Bill Johnson, your race leader right now in Formula Continental. Then the other group of Formula Atlantics, Jarrett Voorhees, Stephen Thomas, Mike Sauce, Brianna Zemlock. They were all pretty much together on the racetrack. Now they've been joined by Brock Evans and Paul Crabtree. So that's interesting there. All those cars together here as we take the green flag and we head back down to turn 1 on our restarts.
Watch the Enterprises. Here they go, single file. They both clear the lapped cars, as well as Bill Johnson for Continental. Jarrett Voorhees goes through as well. Looks like they're all going to make pretty quick time of that. But does Kenny Russo get a look down into turn 2? No, he slips back a couple car lengths, actually, and now has to try to settle back into his race pace.
Everyone makes it through turn 2 and 3 here pretty cleanly, no issues. They come up over the hill from 4 and down towards 5. Look at Hans Peter just driving away. That's what happens when you're driving a car. It can get you a 4-second a lap, 5-second a lap advantage.
Right.
And the crazy bit is it kind of discounts how good he is. You know, I mean, he's just fantastic race car driver. When you've got just that much more power, everybody thinks it's just the car, which is not the case here.
No, not at all. And those cars are quite a handful as well. I mean, the potential and the speed ceiling is just so high in a Formula Atlantic. Just catching back up on what's happening outside of Hans Peter in Atlantic. Jarrett Voorhees is pulled away maybe 10 car lengths over Stephen Thomas. Voorhees is in the black machine, Thomas in the white car. Then Mike Sauce, Brock Evans, and Paul Crabtree all in fairly close. No, excuse me, just Sauce and Evans in pretty close quarters here, coming down into the braking zone for turn 2. Here comes Sauce in the red machine just there, and he's got to look up the inside from Brock Evans, who slots back in at the last second. They almost overlap front wing to rear wing at the apex.
That is the battle for 4th place in Formula Atlantic. You know, a lot of times we don't get a chance to really capture on our cameras the topography of a racetrack, but this weekend at Hallett, the camera positions are so well set up that we're really able to see the different undulations of this racetrack and really showcase why so many drivers love Hallett.
Really is worth making the trip. We've talked about it already, but the SCCA Track Night in America is coming here in a couple weeks. If you go to tracknightinamerica.com and you have a street car that is effectively, really the only rule is that you have to really worry about is if it's wider than it is tall, so it doesn't flip over. But basically everything else, we've had certain styles of trucks and SUVs and all sorts of things at those events. You want to come drive it, and you're within a maybe 3-hour drive, I'd say, is worth it. Here's some lap traffic causing some issues. Yeah. This is Philip Marshall in the white and green Star Mazda out of Formula Atlantic. He's in front of this cars behind. The cars just behind are a lap ahead. That's Brianna Zemlock, I think, and Robert Henson trying to find a way through, but Marshall is not making it easy for them.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in when you are a lap down during one of these full course cautions, because it's hard to be aware of whether the car behind you is for position, whether the car behind you is for, a faster car coming through a lap, to put you a lap down or 2 laps down.
Yep.
Most of these drivers have radio communications with their pit crews, but not necessarily all of them. It's not a requirement. So they may not really know who's coming up behind them, but...
Well, and after the full course yellow, Philip Marshall's pace is not poor. He's lapping a very similar pace to the cars around him, but he was split by the overall race leader under a circumstance that put him a lap down and let him start in front of all those cars that he's technically behind in the race. So he's really racing with cars that he probably is similarly paced with and had maybe a couple car lengths back from. The overall leader goes through, full course yellow comes out, and now his race is pretty broken up.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see the scenarios that happen to play out that you really can't plan for. So, yeah, just one of those hard luck moments of, you know, where the green flag falls and where the yellow flag comes out and where it doesn't. So,
Exactly.
up front, Hans Peter with a 14-second lap, only in like 2 or 3 laps, a 14-second lead. He's been able to open up over Darrell Willis. Kenny Russo, 4 seconds back in second place in FE2. So that's your leaders up front. Then you've got Bill Johnson. Now this battle we've been paying attention to. Jarrett Voorhees, your second place car in Formula Atlantic. Stephen Thomas and Brock Evans, that is second, third, and fourth in Formula Atlantic. Followed by Mike Sauce, Paul Crabtree, Brianna Zemla, and then Robert Hansen, your second place car in Formula Continental. Yep, second place in Formula Continental. So then we got a couple more Atlantics here to round out the field here as we come up into the last 6.5 minutes of this race.
Watching third, fourth, and fifth overall on our cameras right now. That's Kenny Russo in the yellow Formula Enterprise. Then the red Formula Continental is your leader, Bill Johnson. And just behind is your second place car in Formula Atlantic, Jarrett Voorhees in the Formula Mazda MZR, in the black car. Pretty interesting how these cars are all making very similar pace. 2 of them even have the same engine, but all in different classes.
Right.
Also just took a peek. Hans Peter's fast lap of the race, a 107.56. The previous published track record, a 107.49. So he's about 0.06 of a second off the track record. If he gets a clear lap, I have to imagine he's got the pace to do it. Just needs to put it together and get maybe a bit lucky.
Coming up on 5 minutes to go here. Hearing from the corners that 14, Robert Henson in the Formula Continental is smoking. So they're going to keep an eye on that car.
Brian also just caught we have a battle for third formed in Formula Atlantic. It's Stephen Thomas and Brock Evans. Those 2 cars right there. Thomas in the white car, Brock Evans in the dark colored car. And Brock Evans has been on a bit of a tear coming back from behind. I think he was back in 7th in class and now challenging for a podium. Both drivers in the Formula Mazda MZR, so equal machinery underneath them, but I think Brock Evans is a little bit quicker. It's just got to find a way through.
Our defending B-Spec national champion Eric Yeagle is in the chat saying hi. Thank you for checking in and seeing how things are going.
Racing us
Here's
with
that
his
battle.
presence.
Yeah, there's that battle you were talking about with Thomas and Evans as they come now through turn 10 down towards the start stand here. 4 minutes to go, so probably 3 laps left is my guess at this point.
My guess as well. Brock Evans continuing to try to find a way through on Stephen Thomas, who's been in second the entire race, but now finds himself with a lot of company. Well, not a lot of company, but one very, very persistent company. Just kind of following in lockstep for right now. Not looking too frantic, trying to figure out a way, maybe just peeking and poking and sort of watching what opportunities might come his way over these next 2 laps.
You know, this all goes back to the full course yellow, Tom. You know, you can have a nice little lead, be set into your pace, and then all of a sudden you need to flip a switch because now that nice little lead's gone, and now you have to defend for the last 10 minutes of a race.
Right.
Do you find it difficult to reset in those situations, or are you pretty good at picking up and saying, okay, now I got it? Oh, there looks like a little look to the inside from Evans. He is very intent on trying to get this pass done, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. And to your question, it is honestly something I struggle with. If you see the car behind you catching you and you know you don't have anything for them, that's kind of a worst case scenario. And over the years, I've gotten used to kind of resigning myself to the fact that that's probably going to happen. I can do everything in my power to make it not happen, meaning get past. But in reality, you start to see either the car in your mirror get a little bit bigger, or even talking in the simulator, you start to see that relative just get a little bit closer. The car behind getting a 10th closer here, a 10th closer there, and you don't have it for them. I really think the best thing you can do is not worry about it and just try to run your own race. Maybe read the opportunities for them to pass. Here it is, though.
Yep. And the pass gets made. There it is. Brock Evans now cycles into third place in Formula Atlantic. And now the question is, did he have enough pace? Will he just be able to pull away? Let's see how much Stephen Thomas was really slowing him down. And even in 3 or 4 corners, he's opened up a 3 or 4 car length lead here as they go into turn number 10.
It's a really nice textbook move. Whoa, look at the oversteer coming up onto the front straight. He's trying to pull away. That was a big rock from that car as he had fast hands to catch it. These cars are still, I don't know a ton about these cars, but I know from the specs that I just kind of looked between sessions that they're a relatively mild Formula car, not one that depends wildly on downforce, still relying a lot on mechanical grip, and he's really pushing the limits of that.
Yeah, and that wing on those cars is shockingly tiny.
Right.
All right, we've just got 2 to go. Next time by, it'll be the white flag for Mr. Hans Peter. Haven't talked much about him because he's way out front.
He is setting purple sectors on this lap. We can still keep an eye on that track record conversation as he has no other challengers on raw pace here in Formula Atlantic. Needs to get into the 107.3s essentially to claim that track record.
And this may be because he's putting down a purple sector here. Maybe the first really clear lap he's had, but he had a bunch of clear laps right out of the full course yellow as well. But maybe now the tires have come up to temperature.
Yeah, they're going to be a full racing slick that wants quite a bit of heat in them. Comes across the start-finish line any minute now, having completed the first 2 sectors to take the white flag. What is it? He was all by himself. Didn't quite go fast enough to take the track record, but final lap.
He's not going to probably have a better opportunity than he is right now, so we'll kind of follow him around and see what is going to happen with that. He did not go purple in this first sector, so maybe he's decided that he's done the best he is for today, and he's just going to bring this one home.
Yep, I would agree with that. I also noticed, Brian, over the last race or so, the clouds have come back. The wind has picked up maybe just a little bit. I don't think that's affecting this race, but I do think it's worth pointing out, if you're trackside, to at least check the forecast. I saw there's hail potential and some pretty severe stuff maybe coming overnight. Think about that before you leave the racetrack.
Yep. Yeah, definitely batten down your tents and your canopies, and so hoping to get back to the hotel before that hits. All right, here comes our leader now through turn 10 for the final time. Here he comes to the line as he comes into our view. Checkered flag is in the air. Your race winner, Hans Peter, did not improve on that lap. His best lap was a 107.563. Darrell Willis will come through here now. I'm sorry, Darrell Wills. He was quite a bit back. I think this is those 2 cars here. This should be Wills and Russo. Yep, there we go. 45 seconds back is our FE2 car, who comes across the line in first place with Darrell Wills. Kyle Russo will take second. Bill Johnson will take the win in Formula Continental.
Right there, I just saw Jared Voorhees put a late move. This is out of class, but Voorhees in Atlantic for second put a move on your leader in Formula Continental. They're in the last corner to finish 4th overall. It's still a good battle between those 2, even though they're out of class.
And now coming across the line in 3rd, Brock Evans. Looks like Stephen Johnson will take 4th. There we go. We'll run through a couple more. Mike Sauce still not across the line, but it looks like he'll come across in 5th. followed by Brianna Zemlock. So that's going to wrap it up here for group number 4. Up next, group number 5, production cars and B-Spec. Now I know why Eric Yeagle is checking in. His B-Spec crew coming up next on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Back here live at Hallett for our 5th race of the day, EFH Production B-Spec. And it is going to be a great race here, some really good cars. And let's get right to our starting lineups. On the pole, Tyler Ladd in his BMW Z3 E-Production car. Next to him, Steven Simons in an F-Production Mazda Miata. Row number 2, we've got Stephen Powers in his Mazda Miata. Next to him, Ken Kennard on the outside of row number 2. Then we go to the next row. Cameron Wogren is on the inside in a BMW 328i. Next to him, Jesse Prather in his H-Production Mazda 2. Moving on to row number 4, you've got Wade McBride in a Mazda Miata and Larry Svatton here in the red Caterham, which you just see there going through our screen. Behind him is going to be the Mark Webber car, number 25. That's a Miata. Next to him is a Volkswagen GTI Golf of Chris Albin. Now, row number 6 is Ralph Lindo in a Volkswagen Golf and H-Production, and David Ryder in a Mazda 626. Row number 7, Jack Scholes in an MG Midget, and Jake Anton in a Mazda RX-7. Now on to the first row of your B-Spec Split Star. On the pole in his Mazda 2, that is car number 91, Kent Carter. On the outside of row number 1, Gail Corley in a B-Spec Mazda 2. Now moving on to row number 2, 2 more Mazda 2s, Chris Taylor and Stephanie Anderson. Row number 3, Andrew Jansen in a Honda Fit. And next to him is going to be Joe Gersh in a Toyota Yaris. Last row here, Josh Schmidt in a Mazda 2, Chuck Davis in a B-Spec Honda Fit. Josh Schmidt normally races a different car. He's a new car, new track, so he's getting up to speed here. I was talking to him during the lunch break. He was a lot to learn here, a lot to learn. So here comes our production cars here as they come into the final corner and get ready to head on to the main straight. We'll see if the starter likes what they see, and they do. Green flag is in the air.
Big start for Cam Wogren in the BMW. The sedan muscles its way. It's an E-Production car, so that's not a surprise around the F-Production car of Stephen Powers. But Stephen Simons in the neon yellow F-Production Miata gets a breakaway and will lead just behind Tyler Ladd in his own class.
And coming up, there is our B-Spec crew as they head into turn 1 for the first time. That purple car out front is Kent Carter. Makes it through without any issues. And now they come down to turn 2 for the first time. Kent Carter coming through without any problems, but the whole field is behind him with Chris Taylor, Gail Corley, Andrew Jansen, all keeping on him and not letting him get off easy. They've got one slow B-Spec car. I think that's Chuck Davis out back.
Pretty orderly stuff, but it was a nice start. It's slow because it's got a mechanical. The 124 Honda Fit has no drive coming off of turn 3. It's an unfortunate start to that race.
Oh, that car has stopped just off the racetrack, so we'll see if that causes any significant issues here. As our production cars now come across and complete their first race lap. Still out front, we've got Tyler Ladd, followed by Stephen Simons, Cameron Wogan, and Stephen Powers.
Brian, I also noticed the 159 of Jake Anton from E-Production. That car was scheduled to start 3rd position overall, 2nd in E-Production, but started at the back of that entire wave. For whatever reason, that's the white RX-7 coming into their shot now. And that car has quite a bit of pace. It was running with kind of on the same second, maybe or so, relative to Tyler Ladd. So that's an unfortunate, what we thought might be a good duel, over before it even started, and now losing a ton of fuel out of the overflow on the bottom.
Yeah. We don't tend to love that, but we'll keep an eye on that. I'm not quite sure what the problem was on the 134 car, but he was able to get it going enough to at least continue on. I'm not quite sure if he's going to go right to the pit lane with that car, but it's no longer there, and it has proceeded. You were right, though, in your observation, Tom. The sun has definitely gone away. We're back to a full overcast sky here.
Nice for track temps. It doesn't get too hot if the sun's not out, but I'm sure the ambient temp is up and stable at this point. The damage is mostly done for whatever track condition that affected. Excuse me. Tyler Ladd, fast lap of the race by quite a bit, a 123 flat. This battle for B-Spec, so far it's been, again, quite orderly, as Chris Taylor was scored the leader last time across a start-finish, last time across a timing loop, but it's definitely still the Mazda 2 at the front of Kent Carter.
Eric Yeagle in the chat asking who's in the Caterham. That is Larry Spaten in the Caterham. As we said during qualifying, we're used to seeing Peter Norton out here in a Caterham. He did not make the trip out to Hallett this year, but we still got our Caterham fix here, so that's good to know. Yeah. Debbie Schmidt is in the car, in the chat, rooting for Josh Schmidt. Eric Yeagle says he's coming out here next year, so he's doing some research by watching our show today. So there's our B-Spec cars. Kent Carter still doing a nice job of holding off Chris Taylor and Gail Corley as they're right there here with just under 21 minutes to go in the race, starting to pull away a little bit from fourth place.
It's a good start for Andrew Jansen as well in the second-gen Honda Fit, running in fourth spot. I think that car qualified in sixth, maybe. Picked up a couple of spots in the first corner, essentially. But if I could give Mr. Yeagle a piece of advice for coming to Hallett next year, if you got a year to plan, try to find a Mazda 2, because it looks like those are the ones that are the strongest cars. They were the top 5 in qualifying, if memory serves, and so far the 3 of them are running away. It looks like Stephanie Anderson maybe stuck just a little bit behind Jansen. And the main reason for that is probably down to gear ratios. The Mazda 2s tend to excel whenever there's a second gear corner or time spent in second gear, and certainly here at Hallett down at turns 2 and then over here at 9, both relatively slow corners. The car tends to get out of those just a little bit better. And then the other cars maybe just don't quite have the chance to make it up in other sections, as Jansen really slings the Fit through turn 1.
Yeah, there's a little bit of extra dig you can get out of sec gear if you need it, and that looks like it's helping the Mazda 2s definitely there. Got racing all the way through the field. There is the battle for fourth place coming up right there. At this point in the race, this is pretty one of those spots where the next, I would say probably 9 minutes or so is, if it were me, I'd be settling in and just trying, especially in your top 3, no real reason to be pushing, save those tires so that in the last 10 minutes of this race, you really have something ready for you, whatever comes at you. So,
yeah, the other big part of the conversation, especially in production car racing, these cars are pretty high-strung little race cars. And mechanical attrition can be a part of the experience of racing a production car. And you can manage that by just being a little bit easier on it for a majority of the race. Maybe Jesse Prather as an example. He's running pretty comfortably in the lead in H production. And yeah, maybe he could go for, track record, full qualifying pace, lap after lap after lap. But you're risking mechanical wear and tear that is not really necessary. Basically, everybody has to keep that in mind to an extent. But, especially like you said, in the next middle third of this race or so that we're getting into. That's the section of the race where maybe just take it a little bit easier. We're talking just slightly slower shifts, slightly more methodical car placement, no dirt drops and hitting anything. A little bit of brake lockup smoke maybe hanging in the air there, although that looks rather blue for brake lockup.
Yeah, certainly the case for the production cars, and the absolute polar opposite for the B-Spec cars. They're just smash the gas cars. Essentially, they're stock motors in these cars.
Right.
And you can pretty much abuse the living dickens out of them, and they're just going to keep going. So I think the bigger problems are transmissions than motors. Still worried about the fuel leaking out of car 159. That's that RX-7 of Jake Anton.
There he is now sweeping around the outside of the Mazda 626. That's an H production machine from David Ryder, number 13. And yeah, look at that. It's just absolutely dumping the fuel out of that overflow.
You would think, though, by now that A, would have burned enough off, and B, that it would be nothing left to take out of the overflow because they're taking enough gas. I don't know. I wonder if there's something else wrong with that.
Yeah, I agree with that. Maybe it's a breather that is supposed to be pointed up and now it's pointed down. Something like that. We can speculate till blue in the face, but either way, it's losing a ton of fuel. And I know that the corner workers are going to have seen it because we have trackside spectators in the live chat on YouTube that have seen it and have been continuing to give us updates. Yeah. On the flip side, negatives aside, Jake Anton's pace is pretty incredible right now. He was able to basically run the fastest lap of anybody other than Tyler Ladd. So he's kind of reeling in Cameron Rogren, for second place in class right now.
Right. Coming up on 16 and a half minutes ago. Oh, there's a big puff of smoke there, it looked like. Or is that maybe that's just my monitor with tricks on my eyes.
No, I see it too.
Okay. Got a little bit of glare. Yeah. Got a little glare on the monitors up here. So.
I think that's the 07 of Wade McBride in the green and white car. It's coming out of the right side.
Oh, that is not the quick way around turn 2 for that. I think that's the 626 Mazda. There's the MG Midget, the yellow one, coming through our viewpoint there. That is Jack Scholes out of Monette, Missouri.
There it is again.
The green car, that's smoking is the Mazda Miata. I think that's Wade McBride.
Agreed. And every extended left-hand corner, that again looks rather blue to me. So I think that's coming out of the drive line somewhere. There's a kind of a running joke in production categories that as long as you have enough smoke in the car to finish the race, you're okay. Jesse Prather, interestingly, pulling over to the side, letting him through. Prather is your leader. They're in H production in the glowing blue Sunoco liveried Mazda 2.
So here's the unfortunate part for Jake Anton. He is running in third place right now, and the next time by the start-finish stand, he is going to be displayed the mechanical meatball black flag, which is going to force him to come in and have whatever it is checked out, but more importantly, it's going to take him out of third place. It spun off too, so his problems are mounting, Tom.
Yeah, from bad to worse for the third place car out of E production. Also just now noticed on camera here, Stephanie Anderson running fourth place in B-Spec in the white, pink, and black Mazda 2 has gone through on Andrew Jansen and now has set the fastest lap of the race in B-Spec last time by.
Wow.
Yes, it is the fastest lap of the race, about a half second faster than all the cars in front. So Anderson is on a charge now, trying to get back to the podium. Here's Roy Lobster with another mechanical issue. Things are falling apart for some of our production cars.
Yeah, you were talking about some of these cars have attrition issues. The 98 car now sitting there, that's between 2 and 3, or up 3 towards 4. And that is 98 is Ray Lopshire. That's a Toyota Tercel. There comes our leaders in B-Spec through. And there is Stephanie Anderson making big gains here on that front 3. So she is definitely, maybe hit the button with the nitrous or found 7th gear or something. No, I'm just kidding, folks. Yeah. But she is definitely making pace on the cars in front, and they're going through some slower cars too, so it's very interesting.
That is the 124, Chuck Davis, the Honda Fit that had the mechanical issue early in the race. Paying attention nicely to the mirrors, opens up the racing line for the leaders of the class to come through. And it's Carter, Taylor, Corley. They all get through around the outside of turn 9 nicely. Now Stephanie Anderson has to hope it goes as smoothly for her.
And it looks like she's going to hit that car at just the right time to get around it. But now look at the yellow Miata coming up through. He is on a flyer and going to want to get past these B-Spec cars as quick as possible. So now if Stephanie Anderson can do it, she should jump in the slipstream of this Miata and try to get a little bit of draft and help her get closer to the front three. But that car pulled away just a little too fast.
Yeah, probably
and
close.
I don't know how much slipstream that little tiny Miata is going to throw off either.
Well, those open cages, actually, they create a huge hole in the air. They're just really inefficient.
I would have thought that that would have been a little more streamlined. What a mess of traffic here. Here they come past that car, sitting dead stick right there.
Yeah, covering that car with just a local waving yellow back at turn 2. So they're letting the cars race on. Steven Simons now knifes his way up underneath the leader in B-Spec. That's Kent Carter still leading the way in the purple Mazda 2 over Chris Taylor, Gail Corley. And they now have Cam Wogren and Stephen Powers trying to work their way through. Wogren in the BMW from E Productions, Powers in the blue Miata from F Production.
Well, good news for Stephanie Anderson. We're going focus yellow, and she's going to get to hook up with those front 3 cars. And that's going to help her out a ton. I've been waiting on our break because I've had the anticipation of this full course yellow for a couple of laps with that car sitting there. And it has come out. So, Tom, let's take this opportunity to do our break while they go help that Toyota Tercel. And hopefully they can get that car moving fast and we can get back to racing. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back live at Hallett, we're under a full course caution here. And getting that car hooked up and towed away. So if we're lucky, I think we're going to probably get lights out here on this car here.
I would agree with that, and we're looking at a very interesting restart scenario that, as a lot of the field was just kind of intercepting itself with the faster cars catching the slower cars and splitting each other up throughout that previous lap. Basically, the top two are fine. Then we start to get into some of the lap traffic and slower cars. That's going to break up battles for basically all the classes. It's going to be a pretty high stakes, high pressure restart here. Luckily, single file, and that final corner is relatively close to the start finish line, so it just kind of have to be paying attention and make your choice early with what direction you're going to go. So the black number 13, that Mazda 626, is a lapped car. All the B-Spec cars are lapped cars relative to the production cars that might have ended up behind them.
All right, just the official word that at some point in this lap, the lights are going to go out on the pace car, and I'm hearing the pace car operator saying sprinkles on the windshield at turn 5. Sorry to mention that out loud.
Pace car driver said it first. You're off the hook. That would certainly make things very interesting as all these cars are on their racing tires. If we were to get any sort of actual saturation on the surface, that would make things very interesting. And I also don't know, that new black sealer that we've talked so much about, it's grippy in the dry, but who knows what it's like in the wet. I have not heard any stories of driving this new pavement with the sealer on it in the wet yet.
Well, we may find out next race. I think they'll probably get through this race with, not a whole lot of troubles, but if we start to get a rain like that, and I'm looking at the radar right now, and it's not a big cell, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully it'll get past us before it develops into something larger. Pace cars on pit lane. Tyler Ladd's going to bring them down to the line. They are trying to black flag the third car in line. That is the black Mazda 626 for some sort of an issue. Not exactly sure which one. Oh, we did go on the pits. Okay, great. Saw the black flag. And we're back to racing, Tom.
Ooh, and a good move from Cameron Rogren in the BMW 3 Series to get around the slower class car of Steven Simons and give himself an opportunity to maybe bring the fight to Tyler Ladd. He's been lapping on the same second, but maybe close to a second back at times. Now Simons responds and throws it up the inside at turn 2. It looked close, but look how wide the track is when we cut to our turn 3 camera. In the background, the B-Spec cars are still basically 3 and 4 wide as the production cars try to find their way through. Oh, the Honda Fit wanders across the track just in front of Jesse Prather, and they all maybe had to come to a bit of a slowdown there as it took them a second to pop back up into our camera shots.
Yep, and we have a new leader in B-Spec. Chris Taylor is taking over the point. Kent Carter has dropped all the way back to 3rd place now behind Gail Corley. And don't look now, but Stephanie Anderson is now within striking distance. Almost caught Kent Carter here as they got a little faster car coming through.
That's Ken Kennard. We haven't talked about that driver at all in this race, but typically behind the wheel of a Acura Integra in a very similar color scheme, but this weekend bringing out a Mazda Miata for F Production, still trying to work his way through that 4-way battle for the lead at B-Spec as they come into the braking zone for turn 10. Taylor, Corley. Now Corley has some pressure from Kent Carter trying to get at the inside.
Yep. And then you've also got Jesse Prather, who's trying to get through that whole group with his H production car. And all of that schmozzle has caused a little bit of problems for Stephanie Anderson. She's now fallen back about 6-7 car lengths from that lead trio. But she's going to try to battle back here, coming up on 4 minutes to go. So right now it's Taylor, Corley. Actually, Corley got around Taylor, so it's Corley, then Carter, Taylor, then Carter, then Anderson. Things are changing every half a lap here, it looks like, Tom.
Yeah, Carter up the inside at turn 2. That was a great move to pick up the position over Chris Taylor. And now that's brought all those side-by-side exchanges. Brought Stephanie Anderson back into the conversation.
Yep. But while all of that's happening, Gail Corley has taken advantage and has started to pull away just a little bit, but now it looks like the 3 cars behind him are starting to catch up. So this is far from over. Here comes another quicker car coming through, one of our production car Miatas.
Stephanie Anderson got to be getting a little tired of this being broken away from the back of the pack just by the merit of being the last car in the train. Wade McBride didn't hold her up much, but now the gift that took it, or the thing that took it away, might become a gift as the rest of the cars in front
comes through. Yep, and here comes the Caterham coming through as well. So just a tough position to be in. And this traffic is really causing problems for all four of these leaders out front. Gail Corley is getting the best of it. Now you've got Chris Taylor going back underneath Kent Carter going into turn 1. So now Taylor takes over second place again as Albin comes around Carter. You know, it's not as if any of these other cars are giving them a really hard time. They just have to through the field, and this is the way on a really tight and twisty racetrack. There's no real issue. Now Chris Taylor comes back around, and he gets in front of Kent Carter.
You're exactly right. There's nothing wrong with anything that's happening here, but it's inevitably frustrating at times to share the track with multiple classes like this. The field now sweeping through turns 4, 5, and 6. Coming up on 2 minutes to go, I imagine we'll be seeing the white flag either this time or next time by for Tyler Ladd, depending on where he is. He might have already come through. But that means the time is ticking for B-Spec. Here he is up on the front straight. No white flag just yet, so we're going to have 2 to go this time by.
You know, in addition to the actual just strategic frustration, there's the mental frustration of it. And you let that get into the way of you trying to just manage it as well as possible. And some drivers do that really well. Some drivers do not. As we come down now, Gail Corley with a 5-car length lead over Chris Taylor, and then Kent Carter in third place there. Taylor and Carter hooked up, trying to bridge that gap to the lead driver. But Corley, it looks like he's got a pretty good chance. He's going to have to hold on for 2 more laps, though.
Yeah, that's a pretty big lead in B-Spec, maybe 3 or 4 car lengths, but Chris Taylor looking really brave into turn 1, slings the car through. Carter having his sightline interrupted just a little bit, looked a little bit less confident, and now that Caterham 7 is going to get a run up the inside on both of them, splits the difference between first and second in B-Spec.
Probably the best scenario there for those cars. That Caterham's now going to get around the leader as well and give everyone else a chance. Now we've got those 4 B-Spec cars, at least in the same order. Now we have another car off drivers left. They'll probably leave that for the rest of this race.
Likely so. That's Cameron Wogren in the BMW from E-Production. Mechanical failure stopped at drivers left over at turn 6. White flag flies for Tyler Ladd and Steven Simons, your leaders in E and F production. And then the B-Spec battle will be the next one that'll be Jesse Prather seeing the white flag for H production, and then we'll get back to this battle in B-Spec.
All right, all 3 of our leaders in B-Spec now nose to tail, and Stephanie Anderson is a little further back, maybe 5-6 car lengths. You know, she's in the catbird seat if these 3 cars have any issues with each other on the final lap. It's not unheard of to see something like that happen. So the best she can do is kind of hope for problems for those other cars. And here's a little bit of that. Caterham slows down coming through 10.
Yeah, maybe some driver error for that Caterham, but now it's going to interrupt the battle for B-Spec potentially. Once again, also noticed Stephen Powers pulled off to drivers left between turns 9 and 10 with another mechanical issue. That's yet another production car having dropped out of this race, but Corley still controls B-Spec nicely over Taylor and Carter.
On the final lap here, a 3-way battle for the lead in B-Spec. Chris Taylor now all over the rear bumper of Gail Corley. Kent Carter's trying to stay there so he can be part of this as well. Kent Carter led most of the first half of this race. Now he's in third place, trying to keep it together here. There is your race leaders coming across. That was Tyler Ladd coming across with Steven Simons in second place, your E and F production race winners. But now back to B-Spec. 4 corners to go to see who's going to win B-Spec. Corley in front, Taylor in second, Carter in third. 1 big sweeping corner to go. Will there be a move for the lead here as we come into the final corner? No issues for Corley. Here's Taylor trying to push it into the final corner. They're going to go side by side through 10, and it's going to be a drag race down to the line. Who's going to get it? Right now, it looks like Corley is there. Taylor in second, Carter in third.
Wow, what a photo finish. I'm trying to look about how did Chris Taylor get there? They're under local yellow into the corner, just past the car that's broken down, so back to green flag racing. It looks like Corley just didn't quite see it coming, maybe thought he was safe. in that section. Chris Taylor, one of the bravest drivers you'll ever meet, and tried to make it work, but came up, I mean, it's a Mazda 2 bumpers width short.
Yeah, I thought I saw Corley come across the line first, but timing and scoring says I'm wrong with that. So, the line is past our camera. Got it. So that's what happened at the start stand. Corley had the lead, but at the finish line, Chris Taylor took the win. So that was what my issue was there. So in the end, it was Taylor, Corley, and Carter, with Stephanie Anderson coming in fourth. Looking at our other classes here, E-Production. Let's see, E-Production, your winner, Tyler Ladd, also your overall winner. Larry Svott in second. Cameron Wogren in third. F-Production, we've got Steven Simons, followed by Ken Kennard and Wade McBride, your top three there. And in H-Production, we've got Jesse Prather, Chris Albin, and Ralph Lindau, your top three in H-Production. We'll take a break, come back in just a bit. We've got a couple more races to go here from Hallett. We also have some weather. It's trying to make itself known here. That could make the rest of the afternoon interesting. We will see what the deal is coming up next. Stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
I'm John Hunter, and you might know me as the SCCA's Time Trial Program Manager. But did you also know I'm a driver? I've been autocrossing and doing time attack for a couple decades now, and here we're going to talk about some of the similarities and some of the differences in driving style between the two. So what we mean by plan of attack is you want to make sure you have a really good game plan going out, and that involves making sure that you only give yourself one or two things that you want to fix, whether you're going out for a new session of laps or that next run in autocross. So next, let's talk about things that are similar but slightly different. And the biggest thing of all is where you're looking. Obviously, with both, you want to look ahead. But with time attack, you're looking so much further ahead to find the exit out of that corner. Where in autocross, you're looking for the exit and the next element and the next element, and it's more rapid fire. So one's a little faster pace, but one requires you to look way further out into the distance. In autocross, things come at you a lot faster. It's rapid fire, and you need to move the weight around very quickly, typically. Whereas on a track, you'll have a lot more space between corners, so you're slowing the weight transfer down and making sure that you're maximizing your grip in a different way. So when you're coming from autocross and moving onto track, you'll really want to slow down your hands because you have more time to properly set the car up and get that weight transfer done to maximize the grip through the corner. Another thing that's similar but different is how you use the pedals. In both instances, you want to be aggressive but squeeze and maximize the weight transfer in each situation. However, once you move to the track, you really want to know how to heel toe so that you can manage that weight transfer even better. So let's talk about what's different. The biggest thing that I can think of is in autocross, you typically want to make a plan and stick to it because you only get 3 runs. But on track, when you're doing time attack, you typically can run that track over and over and over again. So it affords you the ability to change up that plan and explore new options on lines and how you take certain areas of the track. So even though I'd autocrossed for decades, once I started doing time attack, I found it helped me as an autocross driver as well. So don't hesitate to try the other sport. Whether you're an autocross or a time attack driver, do both. It'll make you a better driver either way.
All right, back here live at Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. If you see the car out front, this Mazda Miata, in that car is an absolute Hallett legend. Actually, the founder, the guy who wrote the racetrack, who decided where the rights and the lefts would be, that is Anatoly Arudinov. As you said earlier, Tom, the good, the bad, and the Tolly. Well, this is the Tolly that they're talking about. I think he's now 89 years old, ran a race last year, drove a race last year. He's 1981 SCCA National Champion, President's Cup winner, and he is the guy without Tolly, this track wouldn't be here. So they're honoring him today as the honorary pace car driver or rider in this particular race. And I just want to say hi to Tolly from everybody out here.
Yeah, how cool. Happy to have him here as the Grand Marshal of the event.
Yes, Grand Marshal.
We don't always have a Grand Marshal, but this is a very, very good reason to have one. And I think he might be getting, Brian, just a little bit wet in that convertible because the rain has started to fall just a little bit in turn 4, and I think it might be coming down quite a bit harder over at turn 10.
Yep. Let's do a quick rundown of as many of the starting lineup as I can get in here. John Apple, Charlie Peter, your front row, Mustang and a Porsche. And you've got Dane Smith and Tom Smith in row 2. And into row 3 now, Eric Presbury and Mark Kirby in row number 3. Row number 4 is going to be Robert Kasaparitz. I can't do that. Renee Molina in row number 4. Kasperwitz, Paul Ruth, and Greg Schneiderman in row number 5. Lonnie Hostetler and John Brown in row number 6, followed by row number 7, Ivan Curio and Matt Kopchak. Row number 8, we've got Christopher A.P. Miranda and Scott Sewell. I didn't even know his name was Christopher. Ross Murray and Tim Moser in row 9. Michael Pettiford and Amy Wilson in row number 10 as our cars come onto pit lane, pace car. And I don't know how many of these cars are on wet tires, but this is going to be really interesting, Tom.
Yeah, lots of horsepower. Your overall pole sitter is from the GT2 category, but he picked the outside lane. If it's any wet, that might be very, very slippery. Green flag flies for the big board group.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's just a full-on rain track right now, but we're going to see what happens as they all come into turn 1. Hopefully everyone negotiates this pretty safely here. So far, so good. That's pretty impressive considering these weird weather conditions right now. Oh, well, I spoke too soon. We've got a car. That's the Ligier off there on driver's right, backed off right there. But all the rest of the cars are really gingerly dancing their way through these conditions, Tom.
Yeah, this is one of the only race groups that has to worry about the crest coming out of turn 1 down towards turn 2, and it looks like the back end of that much lighter but still plenty of horsepower LMP3 car probably got away from him back there, and he had to chase it into the grass. Really tight stuff between a couple of Touring 2 cars, the Porsche Cayman and the yellow Corvette. But everybody being very, very careful on this first lap, trying not to make any large mistakes. Charlie Peter still leads the race, but John Atwell in his Ford Mustang holding him honest. And then the rest of the field kind of gingerly stringing through. A good start for Mark Kirby. I know this driver's been here quite a bit in that Dodge Viper. I've even watched his videos on YouTube to study this track at times. And using that local knowledge to be a little bit braver and start to bring the fight back to the top 2 in his class. Look at how hard it's coming down. Our cameras make it look a little worse than it is, but that's plenty of rain.
Yeah, it is plenty of rain. The cars that might have a little bit of an advantage here are those Porsches with the weight over the rear tires more. So we'll see if they take advantage of that at all. But we're getting ready to complete lap 1 here, and that was actually a much cleaner first lap than I was expecting. Across the line first, Charlie Peter, and guess what? A Porsche, followed by John Atwell, Mark Kirby, and then the rest of the field. Oh, there we go. There's a Corvette GT1 car sliding off. Will he stay out of the way of these cars, or will he come back in front of him? Oh, look at how great a job he is keeping. That is such a good piece of driving.
What a guy, Dane Smith in the number 21. He lost it in the braking zone somewhere and knew to crank the wheel to keep the car off the track. It looks like he was already tank slapping, and he came into that braking zone and full right hand down, keeps the car off the racing surface. I mean, that deserves an award.
Yeah, that could have been an absolute, that could have been hundreds of $1,000s of race coverage there, and he had that wheel full lock to the right as he was backing up to keep it off the racetrack. What a great piece of driving. Now, is he stuck there? Because that's going to be a tough place for him to get out. Yeah, if he's high-sided in the mud, that corner worker is doing an exercise in futility right there. Here comes the field now through turn 8 and 9. That little pack, there's a Porsche out front that we're not seeing. They're far off out front. And here's the second Porsche coming through who's doing a nice job. This is Greg Schneiderman. And we're going to go full course yellow here, Tom.
Yeah, for that car stuck at the apex of turn 1, that makes a lot of sense. I also just noticed that yellow Corvette of AP Miranda, another huge start. Oh, the LMP3 car is still stuck there as well. So multiple cars stranded as the rain, I think, is only going to get a little bit worse. But again, that Corvette up from outside the top 15 in a Touring 2 car, that's basically, in theory, supposed to be the slowest cars in this race group. And he's all the way up in the top 10 in 8th. And he brought Tim Moser and Scott Sewell in another Corvette and came in with him. The T2 cars are are definitely shining right now.
Yeah, that little piece of driving there at the start as he was going in, I'm going to clip that and turn that into a TikTok viral sensation because that was pretty fantastic. And you can see a lot of cars staying off the driving line, trying to find the grip here, even under full course yellow conditions. Yeah, they're going to have to block the track with a tow truck to get that car out of turn 1. So, all right, let's do this. Let's take our break. When we come back, hopefully all the cleanup will be done and we'll get back to racing. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from a soggy Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
All right, we can come back. We're back here live at Hallett. Tom, it sounds like we're going to go black flag all here because they need to block the track entirely to get that car out in turn 1. And they certainly don't want these cars going off in the grass to get around it because with all the conditions we've got here. So it looks like they're going to try, maybe they need to get the pack together before they do this. Because if they send half the pack in with a black flag all and they get around to the corner not knowing without a pace car, there'll be other cars that'll continue on. So it looks like we're going to do one more full course yellow here lap and then black flag this. Hopefully they can move once everything's black flagged. And they're saying that once the 21 car gets unstuck, it should be able to continue on. It's just in just a spot where it can't get out. So.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense, but we can kind of recap what has happened up to this point. I think, Brian, we might have missed John Atwell was maybe the pole sitter. I think he had some timing discrepancy during qualifying. We didn't talk about that driver much, but shows on my screen at least as he was the pole sitter. Anyway, Charlie Peters took the lead early and basically scampered off. He was 10 seconds plus up the road before we went to full course yellow. And then behind them, John Atwell did do a nice job to hold on, but was again about 10 seconds back. The hard charger is Kirby in the Dodge Viper, up from 6th to 3rd. And the top 7 are all in GT2. Behind that, Robert Katzprowitz, Renee Molina, Lonnie Hostetler, and Paul Ruth. Before we get to Touring 2, all of these Touring 2 cars really with a burner of a start. AP Miranda, Tim Moser, and Scott Sewell. That's your top 10, and those T2 cars are the yellow, black, and red cars just sweeping through our camera now.
Yeah, and looking at the time and scoring sheet, the paper sheet, John Atwell was the pole sitter. So, and hopefully everybody is now collected by the pace car. They'll roll them onto pit lane.
The other car that had a really great start is that silver, green, and black Mustang out of American Sedan. That's Ross Murray. Qualified, again, one of the slowest classes in this grouping by design. He qualified all the way back in 18th overall and is charged up to 12th. Now, of course, 2 of those cars were stuck in the grass, but the rest of them was good, clean, safe passing for the Mustang.
All right, so now we're going to go black flag all. And that should give everybody the word they need to go to pit lane. It's really tough, though, when you have to block the whole track. There's no other option than to do what they're doing here. Unfortunately, with 15 minutes to go, we may end up with another one of those, 5-minute or very short shootouts here. So,
yeah, we're getting into the point where the track is going to be pretty saturated. Most of the field probably didn't have a chance to respond to these types of conditions while sitting on grid. So the race control and powers that be are going to have to determine what is safe and what is smart to do at this point, with plenty of time left to race, but cleanup and changing conditions challenging the drivers.
And during a black flag, I'm pretty certain they can touch these cars. So they can't change tires, they can't switch. Unless this race director were to declare this a rain race, there's a whole lot of weird rules that we don't touch on very often in situations like this. So I'm never as clear as I should as to what should happen, because this is not your typical black flag. Because if we started dry and we went to wet,
sure, and there is
I don't see anybody. Go ahead.
I was just going to say there is some ambiguity in those rules that makes it a little bit difficult for us to tell you exactly what's going to happen, because here in amateur club racing, race control being flexible and quick to make decisions to make the racing experience and the decisions as safe and good as possible for everybody racing. It's not quite like pro racing where it's a if this happens, then this happens for sure, no matter what.
Right.
But typically, you wouldn't be allowed to work on the car during a red flag, and you would be able to work on the car as it basically is a pit stop under yellow or black. But again, ambiguity here means that's just it's kind of a norm in motorsports more so than the rule that we're working on here.
Well, I can tell you that most of the field now is on pit road, and I don't see anybody running out to their cars with air guns and tires and jacks. So whether they can or they can't, they aren't. And they're all going to take a swing at this with the tires they've got. So, and there we go. They've got that car freed from the surly bonds of turn 1. Now they got to get it turned around. This car should be able to get back to pit lane on its own once they get the thing out. and hopefully it can turn around without getting stuck again. There is the Ligier that was at the top between 1 and 2. It is now out of the grass, so hopefully that car can just restart and get going. It didn't look like anything hit it. And they've disconnected the tow strap, so my belief is that that car is going to drive back as well.
Yeah, I would think so, although the steering radius in those cars is pretty terrible. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it turned around without doing a little clutch dump burnout and flick it the other way. Both cars stuck in that situation. And just to the right side of our camera here, there's a really abrupt crest. And these cars probably have to think about it. You know, most of these cars making north of 500 horsepower, no matter what class they're in. They're going to have to think about that crest in the dry, let alone in the wet. And I think that's how that Ligier ended up there.
Yeah. It looks like Dane Smith, from what I'm hearing, has decided to call it a day for today, because I think it's going to drive. It's been given permission to go back counter race and just go to pit lane and be done for the day. So that makes it easier. He doesn't have to turn it around in front of God and everyone. And yeah, he's given permission to follow the tow truck back to pit lane counter race. So that solves that problem. Good thinking. I like that. And here comes, now it looks like they're towing the Ligier back. Maybe there was contact that sent that car off at the start of the race. Wouldn't entirely surprise me. We can't see it from there. Now they've red flagged it as well. So that's in a whole different rule set. I see some crew members at the cars, but they're not doing anything other than maybe one thing, Tom, they can do in this situation is they can wipe off the condensation on the inside of the cars. I'm sure that's probably an issue on some of these cars. Hard to drive a race car when you can't see out the windshield.
Yeah, big time. And sitting still is pretty much the worst case scenario for that to start to happen, as the cars just sit stationary, kind of cooling off and then just creating that condensation on this on the front windshield. The longer you run, the longer you sit still, especially with the engine running, the worse it can get.
Yeah, and the humidity and the dew points are off the hook as well. So this is like the perfect situation for visibility issues. All right. Well, like I said, I don't see anybody feverishly working on race cars. So we'll be pretty clear of the racetrack here shortly, and I know there will be an effort to get this race underway pretty fast. Fortunate this weekend that I do have an access to the FlagNet race control, so I can hear the decisions as they're being made. Oh, I just heard all drivers have been notified, but what have they been notified of? Okay, here comes grid. The good news is when 30 big bore cars start their engines to go, I'll know it.
It's true. Very true.
Because these ones I'll hear.
So, Brian, you're trackside, and I am at home out in Ohio. Yes. But is the rain still coming down harder? Is it stopping? It's kind of hard to tell. It looks like getting maybe a bit foggy.
Yeah, it's just kind of icky out. It doesn't look like it's coming down hard anywhere. And I haven't heard any reports from around the racetrack. So we did have somebody out trackside in the chat. I know Mr. Lipsinick was giving us information.
Yep.
And I don't see an update. But it's not pouring.
That's
I can
good.
Definitely tell you that.
The other thing I saw is once we go ahead.
We've just been given word that the drivers have been given 15 minutes to change tires. So they've declared a red flag. they have declared it a rain race, and they've started the clock for 15 minutes, and the drivers have the choice to change tires. They don't have to, and that's what the situation is here. So we're going to have a little bit of a break. Let me consult with our boss here and see if we're going to blather on for 15 minutes or if we're going to take a break ourselves. Stand by. All right, Tom. We're gonna show some content, as us content creators would say, for a few minutes, so that you and I don't have to pretend like we know what we're talking about for 15 minutes. And we're gonna let them do whatever they're gonna do, and we will come back as soon as we're ready to go back to racing. Does that sound good to you, Tom?
Sounds great.
All right. Let's take a break. We'll be back. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're at a soggy Hallett. We're on a short break, and we'll come back in a few minutes.
Hi there, John Hainsworth from Vineland, New Jersey. This is my number 95 E-Production RX-7. When I bought this car 7 years ago, I knew it was a special car. I knew it was going to take a lot of work, but it's the best thing I've ever done in racing. I was able to get in a top flight car for pennies on the dollar. Yeah, it took a little work. It was so worth it. I would do this 100 times over, and I would recommend if you have an opportunity to buy a previously front-running car, take a look at it, see what it would take, give it a shot. It can be well worth the effort. A car that was this fast prior to being put away for a couple years, they have a lot of secrets to them. First rules do no harm. You don't want to start ripping out all the special parts that the people before you had put in there for good purpose. You have to see what's working and what isn't. And once you figure out the weak parts, fix them, and then figure out what makes the car go fast. The transmission was definitely one of the things that makes this car go fast. But again, no manual. So you got to find out who built the transmission, who helped maintain the transmission, where do you get the parts, where do you get the bearings. The motor is the same motor that was in there, except it's been rebuilt a couple times. In the 7 years that I've campaigned this car, I'd say just about every single part has been replaced at least once. But a couple parts need to get replaced every few weekends. You need to figure out what they are so you can be reliable on the track and make your track time count. When we started taking a look at some of the aerodynamic aspects of the car, the front splitter that came with it, there's a lot of different pieces. I wasn't sure exactly how they went together, and I knew there was a different solution. So this is one of the aspects of the car that I had confidence in changing myself, and I knew I really wasn't doing any harm. We've campaigned RX-7s for quite a number of years. So this is actually a splitter that we used on our ITS RX-7. So it was a part that we actually downgraded from what was on there, but it was reliable, it was predictable, and it was one of those no-nonsense things. We just knew it was going to work, put a splitter on that we knew about, and it was going to work. When it came to suspension, I used what I had on there. Just because it worked for the previous owner, why not give it a shot? Just don't start pulling parts out and throwing in new parts until you see if you got good stuff. It might not look pretty, but it might work really well. You know, the seat, your pedal box, your distance to the wheel and the shifter, they're all critical. I did not like the pedal box when I got this car, but the good news is I know the way you can make a pedal box feel in an RX-7. So we applied that to my pedals. Wheel spacer, help bring the wheel right to where I needed it. It's natural, it's exactly where it belongs, and you can go fast if you're comfortable. When I started working on the car, you know, you could tell it had good bones. There were a lot of really well thought out aspects to it. They just needed to be refreshed. You put a little TLC into it, and you can put it right back up at the front where it was initially designed to be.
Hey everybody, my name is Jonathan Stark. I'm racing the number 51 GT2 Viper ACRX here at Road America this weekend. We're going to kind of talk about some changing conditions that are happening this weekend. We're going from rain to wet to dry to kind of wet, trying to figure out the correct setup, which tires we might need to run, and our particular racing line that we need. With racing in the rain, you usually want to soften up your vehicle. Some of the things that you can do is change your shock settings, change your spring rate, and maybe if you can also change your sway bar. We can change our shock setting, so we go soft. You really want to go soft in the rear in this car, so we can kind of put the power down a little bit easier. With any type of racing, you have different tires. In this scenario, as you start seeing that rain coming down, it's time to start trying to figure out which tire you have. There's full wet, there's intermediates, slicks, and what we call a DOT slick. This is where it kind of gets challenging, and the best of the best can really kind of figure out which tire to use at the right time. If it's drying and you think it's going to be really dry, you put that full race tire ready on that slick tire and go for it. But definitely if it's raining and you think it's going to be raining the whole time and wet, we use that full Hoosier rain tire. One thing that really factors into this is what you're going to do as a driver. A lot of people change their actual racing line or driving line. As you look, you're looking for puddles, you're looking for glare. If you're on the rain tires and it does start to dry, you're seeking the wet to keep those tires cool. But if you are on those dry tires and it is starting to dry out, you try to get to that dry line as soon as you can to keep those slick tires warm, and hopefully you have the chance to win that race. Hopefully these items that we covered today help you at the track and hopefully make you more successful. But it is my time to go. We're about ready to go race ourselves. I actually need to figure out which tires I'm going to use here in just a moment. Guys, have a great day. Thanks for watching.
My name's Pat Prevenus. Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years. I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
Oh, it's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing. Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot. There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since. This is the best seat in the house.
We're back here live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Let's get us back up to speed here and let you know all what happened. So we had a short break after we had to go full course yellow and then a black flag to get a car freed from the racetrack. The decision was made at that point for us to allow the stewards to allow cars a 15-minute window to change to rain tires if they chose to, and that's what we just completed. We're coming back to a green flag here, and we're going to have something around between 13 and 15 minutes to go in this race at that time. I think I got it, Tom.
Nailed it.
The clock on our ticker, I'm just going to warn everybody right off the top, it will not be official. It's kind of hard to resync everything now. So it'll be close. But we'll be following, and I'll let everyone know what race control says as far as when the white flag is going to come out and all of that kind of stuff. So we're just going to kind of do the best we can. And racing is a lot like Survivor. You just kind of have to adapt and outlast, and then somehow you win.
Exactly.
So, somehow.
The thing I'm curious most about, Brian, is what that new sealer does now that it's completely saturated.
Yes.
We didn't really get a good idea of where drivers were finding grip because it was just kind of a scrum at the green flag, as it always is. But in that camera shot prior, you can really see how shiny it is, and that usually means it doesn't have a lot of grip. On the flip side, new pavement or new sealer tends to have a lot of grip because it's not polished down yet. So It could be one of either. It could be somewhere in the middle. It'll be a big tell watching some of these drivers, especially the ones who get creative. I have driven here in the rain before. It did have a pretty significant rain line that involved driving at least a car width off the driving line, the typical driving line, but that was prior to this sealer. So these drivers are all kind of guinea pigs at this point.
Sure. All right, so our clock says 12:50 to go, and then we're gonna kind of hope that's close to being right. But we're going to warn everyone ahead of time. I don't want anybody getting all mad at me in the chat when it might be a minute earlier or a minute later. That we're doing the best we can with what we got going on here. So coming down the line, Charlie Peters going to take him to the line. Dodge Viper of Mark Kirby's in second, and that's how we're going to start this thing. And one car has decided that they don't want to continue in these conditions, and that's the 07 car of John Atwell. So he is not going to take the green flag. He's going to call it a day. So, all right, we are back to green flag racing conditions. Let's see how everybody plays nice, hopefully, for the first lap or two, so we can figure out how this racetrack drives now that it's wet.
Ooh, both T2 Corvettes leading this race just had big flat slides through the exit of turn 1. Also noticing that Mark Kirby in the Viper appears to be very uncomfortable with what's happening on the racetrack right now. That's either a sign that he didn't change tires or is feeling just a little bit uncomfortable with what's underneath the car right now. He's lost 2 positions so far. So Charlie Peter leads the race. Robert Katzberwitz now up into second in the Ford Mustang. Rene Bolina in the Dodge Charger bodied Silhouette Trans Am car is third. And there's the T2 battle, the Corvettes, and it's an outside pass for Tim Moser. Goes through and now leads the race in T2, the black car.
You know, when it rains in SoCal, Tom, it's not uncommon for drivers to say, I don't got rain tires. But you would think in this part of the country, rain tires would be pretty acceptable and on the trailer, ready to go.
Yeah, I would think so. But, I mean, that's a lot of work to do by yourself if you didn't have anybody to help change those tires. They only got 15 minutes, actually less than, by the time they got back to do it.
Right.
Everybody through the first half of this lap looking pretty good, and this battle for T2 is a lot of fun. It looks like team cars there between the two. Tim Moser leads the race there over AP Miranda, the black machine over the yellow car.
Oh, look at that slide, side by side sliding through turn 9. T-Rex 58 giving me a hard time about the timing in the track. Thank you, Tristan, one of my best friends, trying to keep me honest. Not shocking. Here they come. Past start finish line. You can see the corner workers with their rain gear on now, and on the start stand, our starters as well. 5:25 on the clock as these cars gingerly try to navigate this very, very damp racetrack now.
AP Miranda back to the lead in Touring 2. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just say, I think we can officially declare the track washed out at the moment. It is fully wet.
Yeah, big time.
Yep.
Charlie Peter pulled out 6 seconds on that first lap alone. He's basically gone in the Porsche Cup car, the 991.2 Cup car. Here's some more battling, all out of class battling. Ross Murray, your leader in American Sedan in the silver Mustang, going side by side with Amy Wilson in the red Corvette out of Indiana. All these drivers pretty confidently driving on the normal racing line on that new sealer. No slipping and sliding that we can tell, but they do look rather tentative still, appropriately so.
Yep. Peter continuing pull away here. Circulating at a 128.7, and that is still and it says it's his best time, so obviously they didn't get a whole lot of laps in early, and if he switched to a rain tire, that's going to be good for him there. But he's also driving the Porsche, which, do you think the Porsche drivers all get up on Monday morning and do a rain dance for the weekend? Yeah. Please rain. 8:54 left on the clock. We've got one more race to go after this, folks, so hang tight with us here. We've got our Super Touring and Touring cars coming up when this one's over, so keep with us. That should also be rather adventurous. They'll all know to have rain tires on, so it shouldn't be as big of an adventure.
Yep. Already got some messages from some touring drivers that they were switching to their rain tires maybe even 10-15 minutes ago, so they committed pretty early.
They also don't have 300 horsepower to deal with.
Right, yeah.
That's another part of this equation. So
P2 is still the best battle on the racetrack. Touring 2, AP Miranda leads the race in that yellow Corvette, then the black car, and Scott Sewell in the red Porsche Cayman. You're talking about Porsches, and here one comes. He's made a ton of time up on those two Corvettes in the Porsche Cayman. Once he got clear of, is that Kirby? Yes, Mark Kirby. Once he got clear of the Dodge Viper, he's run down. I mean, he's closed the distance back up to half, and it's closing quickly.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll keep an eye on that. Charlie Peter now a 14-second lead over Robert Kasperwitz here in the Ford Mustang. Then you've got Renee Molina, AP Miranda, Tim Moser, Scott Sewell. That's your top 6 right now. Your first, Greg Schneiderman in the GTX Porsche is also in 11th now, right behind Ross Murray, the first place car in A Sedan. He's in 10th place. And your fast car right now in T1 is Michael Pettiford, also in a Corvette. Yeah, we lost our eyes and ears on the back half of the racetrack. Patrick Lipsinick was helping some of those cars in the next race get those tires changed out in the paddock. So he's back in the chat. Thank you, Patrick, for being back with us here. All hands on deck. You know, it's the whole put two dry tires, put 2 rain tires on, and then so you only have 2 to change when the time comes.
Yeah, it can get so frantic. I'd rather it happen in the middle of the race and get the chance to change than have to sit there and wait to figure out what my choice would be before. That at least makes the choice for you. But Scott Sewell in the red Porsche Cayman, 3rd in Touring 2, is there. He's on the back bumper of Tim Moser and trying to make a move up the inside to turn 4. Does he show the nose? No, he actually gets the nose chopped off as the Corvette slams the door shut.
Some of these cars are going so slow that you wonder if they're actually racing.
Yeah.
It's just tough conditions for some of these cars. And this is probably the worst class to be driving in the rain in, with the big power and all of that. So
yeah, it's tough because in the car, the car can still achieve some decent grip. It's just that it can't do it quickly. So if you do something fast on the steering wheel or on the pedals that shocks the system of the car, the first thing to break, obviously, is the contact patch at the tire. If you load that tire nice and smooth, nice and slow, then you can actually carry some decent speed. But the reason that it gets scary, obviously it's slippery, but it's just because you know you can't really make any of those sudden moves that you get confident with on a racetrack.
Right. And it just comes down to it, Tom. Some drivers love it, love the challenge, embrace it, and others just absolutely despise it. And you can usually tell which is which.
Right.
And some of it comes down to experience. You know, maybe you've done 1 rain race or you've done 20. That's another thing. So now the question is, how will this Porsche be able to get around these 2 Corvettes? What's going to be will the Corvettes make it easy on them or not?
That's the other challenge, is racing in the rain is a lot like driving on the street in the snow, in that you have to be a little bit defensive if someone else appears to be out of control. You kind of do the, oh, I don't really want to be near that person type reaction. Right. And right now, all three of these drivers looking pretty confident, but there's a little bit of a slip and slide from Tim Moser. Is going to let Scott Sewell get a run up around the outside. In theory, there should be good grip out there. It's the rain line. Right. But is a little bit nervous to commit to it, not quite able to do it this time as they come up on the lapped Panos out of GT2. That's one of the drivers that definitely appears to be a little bit less comfortable in these conditions than the top battle in Touring 2.
4.5 minutes to go on the clock, so we're thinking about 3 laps maybe here. I believe that's Michael Pettiford in the yellow Corvette. Actually, no, that is... now I've lost track who we've got here.
Yeah, this is AP Miranda leading T2. It's a C6.
And Tim Moser. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pettiford is in a C6 Z06, but also still a yellow Corvette.
Right.
Tell you what, AP Miranda doing a really nice job to keep the car rolling with momentum, not creating any opportunities for the cars behind to make a pass, but also just kind of covering the middle of the racetrack, which gives much less option for the cars behind to do anything with it. You see they kind of cheat to the inside just a little bit in the braking zone for turn 1. Sewell looking a little bit more confident on the brakes. That Porsche probably has maybe another decade's worth of anti-lock braking system technology packed into it, where those Corvettes are really rather rudimentary in the way they drive, especially in the rain.
Well, these are all GT2 cars, so they're all racing for podium positions here, and if Sewell really does have the faster car, in these conditions, he's going to have to make a decision when to send it. And we don't have a lot of laps to go here.
Yeah, we're going to be coming up on the white very, very quickly. Sewell again trying to carry some speed and create an opportunity, but the Corvette's in front, running in lockstep, just covering it all very, very nicely. Again, look down the middle of the racetrack, trying to find some grip, but also, as a byproduct, will protect the racing line just a little bit. Sewell opening the entry, trying to go for a run down towards turn 8, but that would be, that would be the bravest move of the century if you're making that kind of move at that section of the racetrack in these conditions. He's going to try it around the outside. He thinks about it anyway. Doesn't quite go.
Well, I think he's trying to, next time by, Charlie Peter is going to get the white flag here. Depending on where that lays out, it might be 2 laps to go for this group or just 1 more. So they're going to come through now, and so there's going to be 2 more laps for this group of cars here. Because here's Charlie Peter coming up behind that group, so he's going to catch the white flag right after this GT2 battle crosses the line here.
He's lapping over 10 seconds a lap faster, so if he goes through on these T2 cars, that would be the end of their race as well. And I think that's kind of inevitable unless he's heads up enough about it to see that this is a class battle. Really tough to keep track of in a race, especially when your bandwidth is already spiked by the conditions.
Yeah.
Tim Moser in the black Corvette, very protective down the inside on Sewell, but it ends up being protective on Charlie Peter as well. He's going to get the power down and knife through. This will be the last lap for this T2 battle, I think, Brian.
It will be. You're absolutely right. So, got to get around 1 more car, and that'll put the whole T2 battle a lap down. So, would have loved to see 1 more lap of this, but and it looks like here that AP Miranda's taken real advantage of this situation, has opened up a 3-4 car length lead over Tim Moser. So really the only chance now is going to be for Scott Sewell to possibly grab 3rd place, but he's far enough back where I don't think that's going to be in the cards. Well, no, now he's catching up again. Got just a couple of corners to go. I don't think he's going to get it done, Tom.
Oh, especially with that slide. He just lost the back end on entry. Yep, and lost the ability to get out of the corner quite as fast. What a race for AP Miranda and Tim Moser. Really well done. They're in the top 6 overall in essentially the slowest class of cars. They did get 1 lap put on them by the overall winner, but it's a checkered flag and a win. Well earned for Charlie Peter. Just checked out. Sets the fast lap of the race on the final lap to boot.
Yep, and there's your T2 battle coming across the line. AP Miranda, your race winner in T2. followed by Tim Moser and Scott Sewell, who fought the good fight, but just wasn't able to get around those Corvettes to make a run for the lead here. But those 3 cars is your podium in T2. Let's run through the other classes here. A sedan is going to be Ross Murray, who will be your winner in A sedan, followed by Andy Schneidermeyer and Tim White. It's actually almost a pretty decent battle for second place in A sedan, only 1.8 second gap there. Moving on to GT1, we've got, Dane Smith took 1 lap, so he won't be considered a finisher here. Tom Smith didn't take the green flag at all. Moving on to GT2, the race we've been following all along here, Charlie Peter will take the win, followed by Robert Kaspowitz in second and Renee Molina in third. And GTX, we had just the 1 car there. It is going to be Greg Schneiderman. And in T1, Michael Petterford gets the win there. And 8 laps down is Richard Grant. He will not be considered a finisher because he didn't complete half the distance. And then moving on to T2, we talked about it earlier, Christopher AP Miranda. Like I said, first day I even knew his name was Christopher. Tim Moser in second, Scott Sewell in third, Amy Wilson will come in fourth. Well, that was definitely entertaining, Tom.
Sure was.
All right, let's take a break. We got 1 more race to go. STU, STL, T3, and T4. That's next. Stay with us, folks. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Back live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour. Last race of the day. STL, STU, T4, and T3. Or maybe T4, T3, STL, and STU. 25 minutes ahead, probably. I don't know that we're going to get to 22 laps in the rain, Tom, but let's get to our starting lineups. On the pole, David Fiorelli. Next to him, Chris Edens, both STU cars. On the second row, we've got 2 T3 cars, Steven Johnson, and a guy who knows the conditions. He was out here last race, Michael Pettiford. So that should be a little bit of an advantage for him. Moving on to row 3, Ryan Gutile and Amy Mills. In row number 4, Jeff Ryan and Austin Rowland. Row number 5, we have got Eric Prill and Peter Davis. Moving on now to the next row, James Eben and Michael Kopecki will be in row number 6. Followed by row number 7, Charles Mathis and Leanne Falk. Then on to row 8, Nick Leveroni. That is how they're going to start here in STL and STU, T3 and T4. On board now with Chris Edens, driving the Jesse Rather powered car. And we also have the Gutile car at some point here. Pettiford and Gutile are on slicked tires. So that is either, Tom, the most brilliant strategy or the absolute most disastrous strategy you could come up with.
Well, if Pettiford hadn't just been on the racetrack, I would think that's a disastrous choice, but he was just on the racetrack. I mean, from this image, I still think that's a bold move. I'm really don't. I don't know. You said it. I did. Yeah. But either way, that's bold move. I'm also bummed to see. It looks like our T3 pole sitter T4 pole sitter Austin Rowland in the Porsche Boxster did not make the grid. That car was bright yellow, and I don't see a bright yellow Porsche Boxster. So it looks like Eric Prill is going to inherit that pole position, and it's up to James Eben and the rest to hold him accountable.
Well, we're going to find out in 25 minutes whether all of those decisions were fantastic. We're also thinking Charles Mathis is on slicks, and we also know that it looks like it might be raining a little harder now than it was 10 minutes ago. Here they come, down into turn 1 for the first time. And, well, let's see. Ryan Gutile's in that blue car and seemed to negotiate turn 1 okay. Now, he's a California guy, so he might not even have rain tires. He's one of those guys who might get a free pass on the decision-making process because there might have been no decision to make.
Right. But he is doing a good job trying to get into the top 3. Big wiggle there. If he's on dries, he's doing a killer job. At the front, the battle between the two in STU, David Fiorelli in the Turbo EcoBoost Mustang and Chris Edens in the Turbo Miata. Very, very different cars. I'm not actually sure which one would be the preferred vehicle for this type of race, as both would come with their challenges, and Steven Johnson in the 350Z keeping with them as well.
All kind of trying to figure out where the grip is here on this opening lap of what will probably be a 25-lap race here. There's on board now with Ryan Gutile. As you can see, those front 3 cars are pulling away a little bit, which is fine because the front 2 cars are STU cars and a T3 car, so that's not a class battle. So his big deal is more on what's in his rearview mirror than what's out in front of him. And in the rearview mirror is Amy Mills. Amy Mills will try to keep up with him and do the best. Amy, of course, out of Manson, Washington, so she should know how to drive in the rain. And look at on that camera, you can see the rain coming down significantly there on that camera. And now we're starting to see rooster tails, Tom.
Yeah, you really can. In Touring 4, though, we got a good battle as well. Eric Prill lost the lead to James Eben. Eben in the black MX-5 just coming into the camera shot there. Leanne Falk also going through on Prill. Prill in the RX-8 struggling just a little bit. Now slips down to 3rd. That's all in-class battle. Every car in front of them is out of class, so that's the top 3 in that category.
Now it's Jeff Ryan going around Amy Mills, but Amy Mills had gotten around Ryan Gutile to take the lead in STL. presumably rain tires helping her in this situation. So that's Amy right in front of Ryan there in that black Mazda. And then in front of them is Steven Johnson. I'm sorry, Jeff Ryan, who's made the pass and is starting to pull away as well in that T3 car. Now, I'm going to guess the T3 cars, Tom, have all of the factory traction control that comes with it and all of that. So that's probably helping Jeff Ryan in this situation with, maybe switching it out of sport mode and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's unlikely they would have disabled any of that, and these cars are just production cars with a cage and some modifications. So you're right, they probably do have some of that. I don't particularly find the driver aids in a basic car like this to be very helpful. Ryan Gutierrez, big slide to the outside of turn number 9, and it looked like he just couldn't get out of his own way going up the hill. Is now the signs of dry tires on that race car starting to show. How about Leanne Falk here in the Mazda 3, absolutely hounding for the lead. James Evan has it. It's a Mazda MX-5 versus a Mazda 3S, but that front wheel drive mixed with these conditions, I have to imagine is probably best case scenario for a car like that.
Slide.
Wow.
Woo! Ryan Gutile questioning his life choices right now. Yeah, that's absolutely Ryan Gutile. Questioning his life choices at the moment.
Yeah, no kidding. Eric Prill also retiring to the pit lane. He texted me about an hour ago that he was switching to Reigns, and I have to wonder if they maybe got tempted to put the dries back on, and then now it's pouring rain. But whatever the case is, on the pit lane himself, Leanne Falk, though, is maybe the quickest driver on the racetrack in T4, going to try to go for the over-under up the inside for turn number 4. Not enough power in the Mazda 3 to do it. And they're just on the back end of Amy Mills, who is your leader in STL now, that Ryan Gutierrez has started to slip and slide.
This may be one of those situations where, drivers have to do a certain number of races to qualify for the runoffs. And you only have to get to halfway to become an official finisher in this race. So if, in fact, Ryan didn't have rain tires, he's probably going to go to halfway and then probably call it a day so he can get the time in to qualify for the runoffs. Here's Leanne Falk making the – oh, well, there you go. There's Gutile off the track here. He is absolutely struggling.
Yeah, my heart goes out to him. This is just kind of hard to watch, but he's not doing anything wrong. He's just in the situation. I mean, you're on no treaded tires, and there's nowhere for the water to go. It's probably hydroplaning at 40 miles an hour. Leanne Falk tried to make the move up the inside at turn 8. It didn't quite pan out. They still run nose to tail for touring 4. James Eben in the 66, the Mazda MX-5, with a 2-car length lead over the Mazda 3S. Apparently the sleeper car for the rain in touring 4.
Yeah, we also still have that battle up front between Fiorelli and Edens in STU, only 0.8 of a second, and Edens just went purple, dropped a 137.8 in these conditions, so his fast lap was his last lap. So David Fiorelli's being pressured here, and here is that battle. Fiorelli's in the Mustang up front, that Mazda MX-5 GT3 Turbo, one of those GT cars that are being switched into STU. So very different design thought processes between how these two cars were built. And we're kind of seeing here whether or not one has an absolute advantage over the other in these wet conditions. Still pretty well and evenly matched.
Yeah, very much so. Really impressive between these two. We got fans in the chat for Chris Edens on YouTube. I'm sure we've got fans watching for David Fiorelli as well. If you're there, sound off. But a cool little battle shaping up as we're just past 7 minutes into this race, coming into the middle third. The racetrack still wet as ever. Chris Edens probably dealing with some spray issues as well. Now that it's wet enough, dealing with a lot of spray up onto the windshield following David Fiorelli.
Yeah. 18 minutes to go here in our last race of the day. Want to remind everybody we'll be back at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for new qualifying sessions, and then more racing tomorrow as well. We'll have 1 race before lunch and then 6 races after lunch. So if you like what you saw today, it's time to tune in tomorrow and watch some more action here from Hallett.
Definitely. I'm curious also, we had an onboard camera of Chris Edens. The other thing to keep in mind is fog as well. Unfortunately, director says died, so we won't be able to see exactly what Chris Edens can see. Coming up on Michael Pettiford now. Pettiford also, you named it, he was on the slicks. Seems to be struggling just as much as Gutiel, but instead of pushing the limits, he's just rolling around nice and chill, probably trying to get past half distance, to your point about qualifying for the runoffs.
Yep, that's what I would be doing if I was in that kind of a situation. Just get to the middle point of this race, make sure you get it on, don't bend the car, and then put it back on the trailer, hopefully with all four wheels pointing in the right direction.
Got another interesting battle forming in Touring 3. Steven Johnson has company. Johnson there in the 350Z. The headlights in the background is Jeff Ryan in the BMW 330. Has actually set the fastest lap of the entire race from Touring 3. That's really impressive. He's about a couple tenths quicker than anybody else has been able to go, including your overall leaders. Just barely clearing their right front fender of Michael Pettiford, trying to keep the momentum going in that BMW. And it looks like BMW maybe a little bit better weapon, or at least better driven at this point in the race, let's say, than Steven Johnson. Jeff Ryan feeling comfortable, I think.
Hearing the unfortunate news after having a great run early on, Leanne Falk has gone off between 3 and 4, and it does not look like she'll be able to continue. They're calling for a flat toe at the end of the race. Might be just off to the point where she can't get back on because of the wet conditions of the grass. Oh, yeah. There she is. That almost looks like she just drove off right there.
Yeah, probably a mechanical issue under acceleration from the previous corner.
Right.
Oh, and continues to struggle backwards once again.
Yeah, we're gonna do a documentary with his in-car camera here, but he's still soldiering on. Coming up on 15.5 minutes ago, so not quite halfway yet on the clock. That is about. You know, we usually get the in-car camera here, Tom, and we see him sawing the wheel left and right. There's absolutely no sawing going on now. He's just trying to make as smooth inputs as possible and do the best job that he can to keep the car between the white lines.
Good news is it looks like the rain has subsided pretty much 100%. The amount of streaking you see on the windshield is probably just from water in the air and the spray off the car just in front.
Right.
There's that standing yellow for Leanne Falk. Continues to be held out. Just in front is the STL machine of Peter Davis, the Honda S2000. Just shows you so much how much work is going on in this MX-5.
Yeah, working hard to just get ourselves to the halfway point here. He might be having fun. I don't know. Jeff Ryan in the T3 car just put in the fast lap of the race at a 1:37.008. So what should be one of the slower cars out here is just gone fast lap in the Nissan 350Z Nismo. I'm sorry, no, he is in the, Jeff Ryan in the BMW. I just put down the fast lap.
A full second faster than Steven Johnson last time through. Yeah. Here's your overall leaders again, working the traffic, now coming across some of the cars that have been struggling. David Fiorelli gets through on Ryan Gutiel. Chris Edens is just going to get through, I think, around on the outside, and then that battle for Touring 3, the top spot is just going to come over the crest here. The headlights on the BMW, but the 350Z running for its life.
All right, so your top 5 right now is Fiorelli, David Fiorelli, and Chris Edens and S.
Checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen. Your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
All right, we're back live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Our second place car has gone off at the exit of, or in the middle of turn 10, and he did get all the way to the tires. Oh, another slide through 8 and 9 for the 116 car. They're sending track and course workers out to check on him right now, so I'm not quite sure what the situation is going to be there, but we'll keep an eye on it. There is that has made Steven Johnson now our second place car overall, followed by Jeff Ryan.
Yeah, man, that's heartbreaking for Eagles there to have that sort of incident in these conditions. But the battle for Touring 3 is still raging between those two, separated by 0.8 of a second, basically every lap across the line, which is probably just about comfortable following distance out of the final corner. There they are now, the 350Z and the 330 BMW, the 3 Series. Jeff Ryan has turned the fastest lap of the race, but Steven Johnson has responded beautifully, and these two in a rather unlikely duel after qualifying. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, fun to watch. It looks like they're actually having a good time with this.
So we talked about the opportunity to change racing tires in the previous session when they went from dries to rains, and that essentially means that you get both a treaded tire and a much softer compound. If you've never driven on a proper rain tire, it really is kind of a cheat code. You can more or less get away with just about anything. Even if there is a rain or dry line, it really takes the consequences of running over slippery pavement way down. And that's what these drivers are allowed to use. If they were to end up driving in the dry, they would burn those tires off the car in maybe 10 laps or less.
Yes.
In these conditions, it's just about perfect. And a lot of times, I think you could plug most drivers into one of these cars in the rain, not these drivers, any driver into a car on rain tires in the rain, and they might not even notice because the tires can perform so well.
Yeah. Yeah, the bigger issue becomes spray and vision and, what you can and cannot see.
Yeah.
Sometimes that is, your limitations aren't based on the tire, but
and just comfort in the driver. There are some drivers who, like you said, love this. Oh, mistake, first being free. It's going to be a lead change. Steven Johnson grabs the painted curb and gets just the smallest little tank slap, and that allows the BMW to get through.
Now the question is, can there be a recovery? Can Johnson be able to get back on it and get back around Ryan? We are hearing that that Chris Edens in the 2.6 car is okay. So if that car is in an okay enough position, it looks like we're going to drive this thing all the way to the finish, which is local yellow there.
It's good news. To finish the thought about the rain tires, just that the confidence of a driver, you mentioned some people like it. if you're excited about driving in these conditions, the chances are you're going to do a little bit better than if you're not excited.
Yes.
It's as simple as that. If you kind of have that positive mental attitude about whatever the conditions may be. This T3 battle is catching the overall leader. Look at that. David Fiorelli is on the same straightaway, in the same camera shot nearly as the next two cars on the racetrack.
Yeah, and that just goes to show you how, a slower paced car, both those fat STU tires on it, and not maybe putting down as much power to have to worry about spinning the tires in any situation, isn't always the best car in the rain. So we've seen that before play out many times.
Now that he's got clean air, Jeff Ryan just reset the fast lap of the race in that BMW, and it was over 3 seconds faster than David Fiorelli just on that single last lap. It was 4.2 seconds at the start-finish line. I think that means Jeff Ryan, if my math is correct, will catch the Mustang this lap.
Yeah. Well, I've driven a Mustang with all-weather tires in the snow. Well, there you go. Already driving right around him. He knew he wasn't going to hold him off, and they're not racing in the same class, so there's really no reason to contest that. Fiorelli doing, look at the big slide for Steven Johnson. That's going to allow it's going to allow Jeff Ryan to open up the lead even more here. It looks like something's going away, or he's just pushing that hard to try to catch up.
Yeah, he's working it really hard. Just from some personal anecdotes of driving these two different styles of cars, meaning a BMW 3 Series, an E46, and a 350Z. The 350 is a little bit sportier. It's a little bit quicker in the way that it's tuned. It's got a quicker throttle response, a little bit of a faster steering rack. It's obviously a newer car, and some of that can actually be a detriment in the wet. You want a car that's a little bit softer, and again, a car that's easy to be smooth in. And I think that BMW is a little bit more of that, but either way, whether it's a better car for these conditions or not, Jeff Ryan is doing a fantastic job. Look at that big slide for Steven Johnson through the entry of turn 1. Kept it on the racetrack.
I'm pretty sure Jeff Ryan did not wake up this morning with wind overall on his bingo card, but that is what he has set himself up for the potential of doing here. And he is managing the tires, managing the weather, doing a really nice job here, and pulling away from the second place car here with 4:40 to go, really showing us how to drive the rain. James Evans, still your T4 class leader. Amy Mills, still your STL class leader. Even though David Fiorelli's given up the overall, he is still your STU class leader. So with 4:20 to go, everyone's kind of hanging on for dear life, except for Jeff Ryan, who seems to be having a blast and driving away. We've also heard that they were able to go and get that car in turn 10 from the outside the track, pull it to a safe spot. So they've actually pulled all of the yellow flags from that area as well. So we're in a full green flag track condition here with 3:50 to go. Props to the corner workers today. They have hustled a lot to keep us as much green flag racing as well. I've not seen track workers hustle like this in a long time.
It's been a long day for them. They've seen just about every style of weather other than snow. I guess there's still time of the day. Yeah, right.
Careful, I got to get back to the hotel from here. Let's not talk about snow. No, it's not going to happen today. 3:30 left here. There is your ST leader, David Fiorelli. And right behind him is James Eben. That is the T4, I believe that's a T4 Mazda right behind him. So the T4 car may actually get around. Yeah, I believe that is James Eben there. So for both T3 and T4 to get in front of STU would be something to talk about.
Yeah, I think this is actually, excuse me, this is one of the
Is that a lap car?
It's an STL car. I'm actually having a hard time
Okay.
finding it. That might be Michael Kopecky in the white machine, but he is running down David Fiorelli. Yeah, the number 14, excuse me, that's Charles Mathis. Sitting 6th in STL.
Okay. But like we said, Fiorelli, this is going to be a pretty easy run to the win here in STU, so no big issues for him. And Amy Mills has a nice big lead in STL as well. So coming up on 2 minutes and 11 seconds to go. Let me take this opportunity to thank all of the corner workers here out in the weather, all of our track workers, whether you're a corner worker or otherwise, out in the elements here. We appreciate all that they do. Could not be racing without them. We've got some final laps here with Ryan Gutile. He has had an absolute adventure in this race. Not at all what I'm sure he was hoping for, but he's made it to the finish. He didn't come in at halfway, Tom.
No,
That's what I would have done, but good for him.
Yeah, it's really well handled. It looks like he's kind of got the rhythm down of where the car is going to slip, where the car is going to grip. It tends to slip right here on the downshift and turn in. Does it do it this time? Yep, there it is, just a little bit. But now he knows it's coming. There's a lot of this that is just about sort of predicting and learning the patterns. And if you kind of do the same thing every single lap, you get used to it. It should be relatively manageable. It will be relatively slow, but it should be manageable.
Well, and the other thing is that's interesting is, there are times when you start a race on the wet, dry tires and the rain comes. This is going to set him up nicely now in the future for that situation where he'll know how his car handles in that situation better than other people maybe, and that's a learning experience. You put that in your notebook, in your brain, and you can pull that experience out down the road. So, yeah, and we're looking at it. He's 5 seconds back from Michael Kopecky with a lap and a half to go. So if they get the white flag, there's a chance he could get back into second place here.
Significantly faster, as you mentioned, the last time through. He also has James Evan just in front, as well as Amy Mills. Is that Amy Mills having made a mistake potentially? I just caught that. Maybe we'll catch up on it in timing and scoring, but oh no, it's Kopecky. Excuse me. That number 22, the black Miata, is Kopecky just in front.
So, and it looks like he's going to have one more lap after this one. So this may play into his hand a little better than we were thinking, and that would put him into second place. But even just to come up with a podium finish in this situation is pretty amazing.
Yeah, let alone finishing the race, as we mentioned a couple minutes ago. All over the back, but now the bigger problem is you have to go offline to try to make a pass, typically, unless the driver in front makes a mistake. So Gutile has kind of established that rhythm that we talked about, and now he's got to break it to try to pick up a spot.
Well, Kopecky nicely done there. No real issues. A little slide there. Look at that tank slapper. If Gutile can put the power down here, he might have a chance going into turn one. Oh, and he's just going to back out and let him by. No defense at all from the second place car. If he can keep it on the racetrack, look at that. Nicely done into second place. That is Ryan Gutile. This might be the drive of the day, Tom.
Yeah, if Jeff Ryan wasn't on the racetrack, I would completely agree, but that's a big toss-up for me. The overall race winner from way back in the pack, delivering this great of a performance in the BMW versus Gutile trying to survive the race. It's a checkered flag and a race win overall and in class for Jeff Ryan to round out the weekend just in front of Steven Johnson. A valiant effort. That was really good stuff.
Yeah, very good stuff. Jeff Ryan, and now we're just waiting for a couple more cars to come across. Just a few more corners to go. There's Michael Pettiford and that Solstice. Yeah, and then Fiorelli also. He's going to come and still grab the win in STU, even though he gave up the overall lead, just because that's the way that car drives. Still gets the win there in STU. Very nicely done for him. This is just kind of a, hold on and pray kind of situation, and a lot of these drivers done a really nice job today. Here comes Ryan Gutile trying to stay and hold on to second place now. That means Amy Mills has come across the line to take the win. We didn't catch that one. Oh, actually, Amy Mills coming on. Amy Mills actually behind these cars.
She is.
But still in first place.
Ah, okay.
She was almost a full lap ahead of them.
Yes, that does make some sense. Ryan Gutile just now coming through to finish second then, and then Amy Mills takes the win, turning her fastest lap of the race on the final two laps as well, down into the 39s, having lapped in the 40s for most of the race. That's a good sign.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing a bit of a dry line in some places. The one good thing about these rain tires, they do dissipate the rain off the racetrack, and once it gets in the air, it's windy enough where it blows it off the racetrack once it gets airborne. So, well, that was a heck of a race, Tom.
Yeah, a lot of fun. I really enjoyed watching that. And just to put a button on that thought, Ryan Gutel probably like, man, if I just had another whole race distance or so, I would have had the win.
Exactly. Amy Mills, your race winner in STL. The rest of the podium, Ryan Gutil and Michael Kopecki. Looking at STU, your race winner, David Fiorelli. Chris Edens, I think he probably got enough laps in to be a finisher here. So he'll take home second place. If that's the way it actually falls through. Your overall winner, Jeff Ryan in the BMW 330 Ci. Also a class winner in T3, followed by Stephen Johnson and Michael Pettiford. And in T4, James Eben takes the win, followed by Leanne Falk, 12 laps down. I don't think she's going to be enough laps to consider a finisher, but she certainly had a good run early in this race. Eric Prill also probably not going to be a finisher here. Did one lap and pulled it in, but he does get the start, which is also important, I think, in all of that stuff. But he's not running to go to the runoffs anyway. So, all right, that is the way we're going to finish this one up. Tom, any final thoughts before we say goodbye?
I'm looking forward to tomorrow for some of the longer races. A couple of the groups got some disjointed racing. The ones that didn't put on a heck of a show. And Hallett Motor Racing Circuit is a favorite for that very reason. So I'm just looking forward to getting back to racing action tomorrow. But a reminder, any fastest lap of the weekend, including from today or tomorrow's qualifying session, will set the grid for those races. So a morning of qualifying still to go before we get back to green flag action for racing.
Yep. Short qualifying sessions start at 8 a.m., one race before lunch, and then the rest of our races after lunch. We hope you join us for all of that. Big thank you to all of our workers here. Big thank you to the crew here at DriversEye Live. Appreciate all that you do. Big thank you to all the associate producers in the chat. Come on back tomorrow and help us out again. He's Tom O'Gorman. I'm Brian Bielanski, and this is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Speedway, Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe, everybody. Go have fun with cars.